2 balls. So if you're playing up past the peg, you generally want to go to the right-hand side of the peg and let it. Again, at this early stage of the game, I'm happy to leave a 4 to 5 yarder for Mikey.
Yeah.
Just say, okay, you might only clip this quarter ball. So there are choices here. You can just clear the black. You could just clear the blue and say, black's got a long hoop here. You could try and nudge in. The problem with nudging in here is black will clear yellow.
Yeah.
And then blue will be all over the red. So I don't like just playing in here. He's playing a clearance on the blue. And in some ways, both players are going to be happy with this. Mikey's going to be thinking he's got a couple of balls nice and close, and Blake's going to be going, oh yeah, I've been left in front of my hoop.
So if you just joined us, we're on lawn 1 with Blake Shields and Mikey Lau. The score is currently 4-1 to Blake Shields.
Like Fields,
sorry.
And that was interesting. He obviously felt he had the peg hampering him a little bit.
Yeah, it was on his mind, wasn't it?
He played a sort of gentle pokey shot rather than his full power swing. And didn't really get anywhere near running that hoop.
No.
Mikey will now fancy this. Getting in the jaws here is a really good result.
I don't know if it's necessary to take the hoop on here.
I'd be playing it gently, trying to get the jaws.
Either that, or I think there was potentially a wide blocking area where he could have played in, making sure Black didn't have a shot back. So if I'm Mikey, I'm taking that shot on Black. Like the shot earlier where Blake was clearing towards 5. If he gets a good clearance here, he'll be onside at 7. We really need to start seeing some sort of attempt to take back control.
So again, that clearing the ball that's just played before you option.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with it. He hasn't hit it in the middle. He's still going to be in a favourite position here, but it's not going to be as strong. The reason I liked having a go at that hoop 6 and potentially jawsing it was if you can get in the jaws, his partner ball could then have cleared that black getting towards 7.
Right.
And you mentioned earlier, when you're 4-1 down, you're not just trying to play to make hoop 6, you're trying to get an advantage at hoop 7, because getting 4-2 down and being in a bad position at 7 is not a good place to be. You mentioned 3 and 7 as being important hoops earlier. So you want to get in control of it. And again, hitting that ball, half ball, he's lost the yellow ball. When you're taking these comparatively short clearances on, you need to be hitting in the middle. Blake, again, hasn't taken position there deliberately. He's gone on the opposite side of the hoop to red, and red is now in no man's land.
So it looks like Mikey is going to be playing in. I'm not a great fan of this shot. So the shot Blake has just played will end up being his clearing ball with Black playing in.
That's a good shot.
It's a great shot.
Yeah, it's pretty textbook, isn't it?
And Blake's going to be licking his lips, going blue at red.
Yeah, that's his bread and butter.
Mikey trying to get yellow between the red and the blue.
There's a bit of a...
Or between the black and the hoop works, but both are tricky shots. And this is what Blake wants. He wants partner in front of the hoop. He wants a nice 4-yarder pointing to a long boundary. Yes. And he's going to smash this.
Not only has Mikey played in, it's a little bit deep, he's put his ball in a position where if Blake hits the centre, like so, he could potentially be half wide here. So he's hampered himself, potentially. So
it needs to shoot at black here. Blake's done very well to manufacture this position. We mentioned that red ball when it was put there, it just looked weak. What else could he have done, Josh, instead of play that red just north of the peg?
So with red covering 6, we're placing. Sorry, with blue covering 6, we're placing this red in a position where we want to get Blake thinking about whether I want to be clearing that or not. We don't want him confident on the shot.
So it either needs to be further away,
correct,
or potentially could have gone to the left-hand side, the west of the hoop, wired.
Yes.
And that would have meant there was no clearance available for Blake. And again, it appears neutral. You've played to a position where your ball can't run the hoop because it's on the side, but it can't be cleared either.
Yes, correct. I would have played probably somewhere to where blue is right now, actually.
And against Blake, I wouldn't. I think he's playing well enough that he'd still have been licking his lips even at that distance.
What's that, about 7 yards, 8 yards?
Yeah, and I'm rating him that highly. He's been hitting a lot of those. A bad hoop shot there. He's taking a lot of wire, only run it by a couple of inches, but it doesn't matter.
No.
It's an even numbered hoop. All you've got to do is just run it.
So the difference there between running with a wire and running that to the line is now on Blake's next shot, he's going to be clearing to a short boundary. Whereas if you run that up to the line, you've got a chance of hitting that half ball on the right, sending Oppo down a lot further.
And those shots approaching hoop 7 from where Blake has just been doing, you need to aim a ball and a half to the right. I've seen a lot of balls just curl and hit the wire of hoop 2. So give yourself a bit more room on those types of approaches. The lawns are fundamentally very good, but there are just a ball and a half, 2 balls of slope on certain strokes.
So the score's now 5-1 to Blake. If Mikey has any chance of getting back into the game, he has to score this hoop.
Another good clearance there. Has he cut it to a place where yellow is balled by red from hitting blue?
It looks very close.
It's not far away.
Again, these are the sorts of shots where if you're playing a clearance, you really want to be having a reward, having your partner ball in front. So Mikey's playing this clearance just to stay in the hoop here.
Yeah, red had to take position from quite a long way away. And every time you fail to get position, I say it's the same as missing a 7-yarder.
Yeah.
So ideally hitting this on the left-hand side. So the yellow goes off to the north boundary in front of the hoop. And blue goes further away. That's a good shot. Perfect
Great shot. So most of Mikey's shots here in this game have been shots to just try to keep in the game. The difference here between playing shots to win a hoop and playing shots to not lose a hoop, and I think the main thing here is positional play.
Once again, Blake's just powering off the north boundary. Oh, he's missed. Looks like
Was he going for...
He's just hit a really bad shot, I think.
Oh, no. Okay, that's not too bad.
Oh, no. Went off there, did it? Didn't look
Quite
like
far
it had gone
away.
off there from up here. But anyway, so place the north boundary. And the thing about going to the boundary is you can't be cleared.
Yes.
So Mikey will try and playing really tight now.
So that's
Try and blocking blue.
deep for me.
Well, it's just, to me, he's just overhit it by 3-4 balls. It's not good enough. And the one thing, you look at these youngsters and you go, they're hitting the ball really nicely. They're running hoops, they're doing clearances, they've got power, but their positional play is weak.
Yes.
And missing the block on blue by 4 balls when he was only about 12 balls off to start with really isn't very good. He's taking this on, I think.
I don't mind taking this on. He's giving himself a chance here. 5-1 down. And it's
a
in
good
the jaws.
result. It's a good result.
Just mind taking this on. He's giving himself a chance here. 5-1 down. And it's
a
in
good
the,
result.
bounced off. Oh, he's on the wire.
If he's in front, I think we'll just see this clearance on red, and black will have the chance to get rid of yellow or jump it. That's been a pretty reasonable result, I think.
I think yellow's gone from being in a position where it wasn't able to run to potentially being in front.
I want to clear black here. Oh, he is doing. I thought he was just taking position. I think you've got to clear black. Blake's pretty good at jump shots. And I think you can clear yellow from where black is. You need to just hit it half ball on the right.
Yeah, usually here with that shot, Mikey would be trying to hit half ball on the left. And I'm not sure if he was purposely trying to put black here, but I don't mind that too much.
That's good clearance. It'll give him time to get black back into play. Yellow can't just take straight forward hoop position because blue will get rid of it, so it has to play deep. And I would expect Blake to clear that.
Oh.
That's not, see, that again, they're not good at that. If you're going to play the tight position, you have to block yellow's hoop shot.
Yeah, and what I think is interesting here, if we look at the amount of time they're spending compared from their positional play shots to their shooting, they're much quicker on their positional shots and not really giving them the time of day they probably should be.
And that shot Mikey's just played, he ought to get really good hoop position there. Yellow's all over blue. You don't want to take the hoop on with yellow. You want to clear blue. But in order to justify clearing blue, red needs to be better than it is there.
Correct.
You know, even when he's cleared blue, which will give blue a bonus shot coming back at red, red isn't guaranteed to run it from there. So good clearance. But if red was... So good clearance, you'd be confident not just of running 7, but running it down to 8.
Yeah.
From where he is now, he'll be happy to run it. And he needs to win these next 2 hoops to get 5-3 down, and then hopefully break when Blake plays over to 9 first. And that's what he's trying to do. But he's not tight enough into the hoop. I thought Blake would shoot there.
Yeah, I thought that was a free shot.
Yeah.
I think either way here, Mikey's probably having to take the hoop on. There's not really any other option besides that.
No.
So given a situation when you know your opponent is going to be taking a hoop on, and especially clearing where you're shooting through to a short boundary, I'm shooting for that every time, Chris.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So these are the sorts of shots that make me a bit nervous myself. Oh.
They're difficult. And, you know, these quadway hoops, you can't just hit it into the far wire like you can in England.
No.
You know, you basically hit a ball into far wire in England. The hoop gives, you get in the jaws or you run it. And here it just comes straight back at you. And these are sand-based lawns, which have had inches of rain over the past fortnight with the flooding in this area. So they've taken huge amounts of water. And yet, if you just hit it straight into the far wire, it still comes straight back at you. Blake will just clear red and try and make sure that blue finishes in hoop running position here. So red will go all the way to the east boundary, and blue hopefully springing out to a position where either it controls the lawn by being off the north boundary.
Yeah, if we want to compare clearing red versus yellow here, is there any argument here for clearing the ball that just played as well?
There is. I just think that if you did that, probably blue would finish where it has off the north boundary, and then red had a clearance on black that it could have taken, clearing black to the east boundary, getting good hoop position itself.
Yeah.
And that's why I prefer not clearing yellow there. This is a nice position for Blake to start controlling the north boundary. And he'll be happy with where blue is. Black obviously in a much better hoop running position than we thought it was. Mikey's felt the need to clear Black, so Black obviously much less angled than Josh and myself thought it was, and I expect Blake to run this now. And this is for 6-1. It is angled, but nah, that's inside the corner, so very straightforward really at that distance.
It looks a bit more angly here than I thought actually on the screen.
I think this is... He's jumped that.
Yeah, on screen here,
I think this is... He's... He's jumped that.
It's failed again. And golf croquet is such a better game when you're playing with hoops that are failable, isn't it? You've really got more tactics involved.
yeah, and I think in years
Shot.
going, oh, that's a great shot. So second hoop we've seen Blake run from the boundary.
It's a great shot.
In front of the hoop. I know he's a few hoops down, and that shot looks quite tempting. But what he's done here is given, again, Blake a clearance on red to the long boundary. So all Blake has to do is chuck a ball in and clear to that east boundary. Yeah, Mikey seems to have given this game already by the looks.
Trying to get the block. It's very tough at that distance. And yeah, Blake will again be powering this red away. Good chance to look at his technique here. Nice Solomon grip. It goes straight back and forward, does the swing. It's always gone a long way back past horizontal.
Straight back and forward, does the swing. It's always gone a long way.
Never an issue. And again, from that technique point of view, having the straight swing just makes you more consistent.
Yeah, I was looking at Blake there, and I was actually thinking it was quite reminiscent of some Kiwis. A lot of the American players that they'll play, such as Ben Rothman, they'll ground their mallet and won't do as much casting as that, whereas Blake seems to be a much more fluid player.
Now, one of the things I mentioned in my report last night was how nice the speed of play's been. You know, this has been a nice, quick game, hasn't it? The players aren't taking huge amounts of time over each shot. It's been very fluent.
They're lucky to not have me playing.
Well, you're a bit slower, yeah. There are much slower players than you, Josh.
Oh, thanks, Chris.
So Blake's got a fairly straight hoop here to go game up.
Yeah, and again, he's a few yards out, but a few points up, and he's got all the confidence in the world. So I'm just using this hoop here to gain more confidence heading into the second game.
Really good view from where we're sitting of that great straight swing. Congratulations, first game. Mikey failed 3 or 4 hoops.
Yeah, and in the end it came down to a few tactical decisions there. Mikey positioning, giving Blake easy clearances, and just being a bit angly on these hoops. Now, you can't really afford to do that on quadways, as you were saying before, Chris. In order to run those, you have to be hitting that far wire, which just risks bouncing out. Cool, so I wonder if we can point our cameras over it too, just while we're waiting for Blake and Mikey to have a break here.
We've got a great match on lawn 2. We've got Ali from Egypt against Josh Winter from Kashmir, New Zealand, Christchurch. And Ali has a 4-2 lead in the first game. I think this is going to be a cracker, this match. 5-2 now to Ali. Big lead that, isn't it? Once you get 5-2 up, you really think...
You really fancy yourself, yeah.
And he's run it down to about 6 yards in front of 8 as well. And Josh has failed to take position at 8. So yeah, while we're waiting for Blake and Mikey to start again, what have we got? Players allowed a 5-minute comfort break between games. Good chance to rehydrate. The weather's been quite warm here the last few days. It's been slightly chillier this morning with a bit of cloud, but the sun soon gets out, and I don't know if you ever get a chance to see some of the country flags, but they've been fluttering quite well every day. They've been outstretched. And same again today. That breeze is blowing, and it's been up to sort of 25, 26 degrees and really quite warm. So the players gathering again in corner 4 to start the second. Mikey lost the first, and that means he gets to start the second game, keeping the same ball colours. So he'll be playing red and yellow. And he's allowed to play either the red or the yellow ball first. So red moves over. He's overhit this.
So Blake here with black just has the opportunity to put an easy ball in halfway in between red and the boundary. Again, just going short boundary side of red. I like that shot.
And yeah, some people will look at it and go, it appears very neutral, it's a long way away from hoop 1, but it gets you back into the hoop having played second, doesn't it?
Yeah, and being the second player to the hoop, that's first prize almost. You get a sniff, and you're going to take it all, I think.
Better attempt with yellow, that's more in front. But with black having been allowed to play in, Blake is still...
It's a bit deep.
Well, not only is it a bit deep, but it just allows red to clear it. So I'm going to let black have its go at the hoop. I'm going to try and take control. I don't think he can clear black very far here, can he?
No, even if he does get him half ball on the right, he's only going to be going about 7 yards.
So I know Blake's run a couple of 7-yard hoops. But I would have been tempted to let him have a go at that 6-yard one. This isn't a great position for Mikey. Red there. Black has an easy clearance on yellow. I know blue's not in front. Is he taking the hoop on here? Oh, that's just... And this is why I think Blake gets...
Is he taking the hoop on here? Just...
Mid-pace clearance on yellow. Get the hoop back to neutrality. Anytime you start and you've played second to hoop 1 and you can get back to a 50-50 hoop 1, you're happy, aren't you? Good hoop, Mikey. Excellent. So
Nice hoop.
Punish that. Very aggressive.
Good hoop, Mikey. Excellent. Nice hoop.
Behind. Fundamentally, his stroke play is as good as anybody else in the tournament. But sometimes he gets overly aggressive, and that's a bad shot. We know it hills right to left. You can't start it out 4 balls to the left there, Josh.
No.
You're starting it off, you start it either at the hoop or to the right of the hoop. It's a casual, sloppy shot.
Again, I think Blake could take a bit more time over his positional shots here. Being nitpicky, but I think there's still definitely room for improvement as you bring up in his game, Chris. And I think a lot of that is just a maturity thing, taking a bit more time.
Yeah.
Being a little bit less aggressive, especially when up. You've won that first game. You've gotten yourself back into the first hoop, and you just want to take a little bit more time on these shots.
And if you watch all three Egyptian players, they might not always play perfect physical shots, but they're generally doing the right thing each time. And if you can do the right thing each time at golf croquet, you're going to be competitive. Obviously, physical side is always very important, but doing the right thing each time is really important, and it's going to be what differentiates this level of player once we start getting to the quarters and the semis and the final.
Yeah, I agree, Chris. As we progress through the knockout here, we're going to increasingly be left with players we know can shoot. The difference between them will be their composure on the lawn, positional play, and decision making.
So Ali's taken the first 7-3 against Josh.
I really like Ali's swing. He looks great. Reminiscent for me of Mo or potentially Harmy Arian.
Yep. Good clearance from Blake again. Three-quarter ball. Blue's stayed within range of hoop 2, hasn't it? And red is miles away, having to shoot again to stop black running the hoop. And again, it was where red was placed. Blue went up there. Red was placed 5 yards away from it.
Yep.
You said you wanted it 7 yards away. I'm not sure 7 yards far enough, Josh. I think Blake's too strong at that side of the game. Close. Ooh.
It's one of the beautiful things about golf croquet is a lot of the time you have a shot and you get the hoop, and more often than not you get the hoop, and that's called a double, and that's what we like to see.
So a good chance to equalise at 1-1 here.
So I expect to see a bit of a closer score here in the second game. If Mikey plays 5-10% better than in the first, I think we could see at least a score to 5 here.
Another. Oh, is it just far enough?
I think that is okay.
One of the things I was saying that I'm going to say about Blake running hoop 2 is he almost had to run it hard, but going off the boundary near the red ball makes it quite easy, had yellow maybe gone 2 or 3 balls further to perfect position, for red to move a matter of inches to block black's shot at yellow. But I'm not sure yellow is quite far enough. He's trying to nudge, maybe. Oh, that's a good shot.
Not bad, it's good, it's in front.
I think yellow can jaws from where it is, but does it want to allow blue that jump shot? Black doesn't feel the need to move yellow. So can yellow jaws, or can it roll up to stymie the blue ball? Clearing blue off the boundary is just not good enough, is it?
No.
So you've either got to nudge up to it to stymie it, either being able to run the hoop or hit red.
See, I'm a big fan here of potentially jawsing the ball. I haven't seen Mikey put Blake in enough situations where Blake is making shots to stay in the hoop. He's consistently been given these neutral positions where he's not really put on the spot mentally.
Yeah, I'm either jawsing or I'm stymieing.
Yeah.
That clearance is just weak. Blake loves that shot. That is his bread and butter shot. Black is runnable, not easy. But again, Mikey's in no man's land, and it's almost as much from his shot choice as much as his execution.
Yeah. So I wonder if he has a shot here through on black. If we have a look at that angle. Looks to be open. looking good. Ooh, close.
Again, if you're not confident, and Blake just likes hitting it hard, but I'm going to go fairly gently at this hoop because the jaws is so powerful.
And again, especially on those, just to reiterate, on those odd-numbered hoops, if you get in jaws, you've effectively got a positional shot to the next hoop. So you've taken the advantage away there from your opponent. And it's a great shot.
A really good shot.
Great shot.
And I suppose the other thing we should say is you should always play to your own strength. Blake, he's good at hitting it hard. And that's a good shot from Mikey. Black is going to clear it, but he's forced the clearance. And now if you can put another good ball in with the red, hopefully yellow will be able to clear blue from wherever it's cleared to on the south boundary. But this is a bad red.
Where's that going?
It's not good enough.
And I'm a fan here of Blake's positional shot. If he's going any deeper than there to the hoop, when black clears yellow, he's risking yellow nicking blue on the way there. So he's completely taking that out as a possibility.
Yeah. But again, here, if red was 2 yards further, Mikey would be in a really strong position with this northwards clearance. And now even if he hits it and clears it 20 yards away, he's still going to have a 3.5 yard hoop.
Yeah, and again, every time he's having to take this shot on, this clearance on blue, and he's got a ball in front, but it's just that 20%, 30% extra pressure every shot. It really adds up.
No.
There's a bit of a bobble on that ball. Looks like he may have mishit that a little bit.
Yeah, he's hit down on it, hasn't he? The importance of that flat swing. Really something all these players should be trying to work on. Get a really good flat swing. Good shot.
Another great shot there from Blake.
Edmund hits down on the ball quite a lot, and you see him run hoops and the ball's halfway up the hoop when he gets into it. And when he hits a 7-yarder, his ball's climbing up the ball, and he's a power player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely an anomaly. He's a rhythmic player. I've seen Edmund make clearances before where his striker ball has hit half ball just because it's bobbling by the time it gets to, and it goes 10 feet, 8 feet into the air.
And yeah, I suppose the most similar player I could think of would be Ahmed Naz, who just is a pure power player and hasn't got as much back ball control, but just relies on clearing his opponent 30 yards away all the time and then smashing through whatever hoop he's left with. So there are different styles of play, but fundamentally, if you can develop a flatter swing, it should create a more consistent result. Is this going through the hoop?
No, he's hit the back.
Now, this is one of the sort of bread and butter shots of the game. You've run hoop 4, opponent's taking position at 5, and you're trying to clear. And there is no doubt in my mind that throughout this tournament, Blake's been the best player at that shot.
Yeah.
He's just missed that one, but the number of times I've seen him hit dead centre, and red's gone screaming off the lawn. So another good chance here. Yellow's onside. If you can run this nicely past the peg, it could be 3-all again soon.
So if I'm black here, I'm clearing red here, nice and easy in the middle to the west boundary, trying to get that wire through 5 and yellow.
There's nothing wrong with that, Josh. And
I tend to be a bit more defensive.
I was going to say, I can't believe Blake's going to find that shot. As it is, he hasn't played it very well. He's got a bit of a bobble on black and it's moved a few balls forward, allowing yellow to clear it. I just thought Blake was going to go, 3-1 up, I'm in front of my hoop,
I fancy
off
it.
we go, scream it off the north boundary for 4-1. So I like the fact that he's looked at that and found it. I think it's a positive thing. But still surprised that he didn't just run his hoop.
Ooh, a little bit far there.
And Mikey again, going to try and clear black, I think. Be nice to see him hit a few of these.
I haven't seen too many of these positional shots end up in front. Most of these hoops have been at least 20-degree angles.
Good shot.
It's a great shot.
Exactly, Josh. I think that's one of my points this tournament. There've been insufficient good positional shots. And I do think there's room for a player to play well positionally and win. Jana has been the best positional player of this tournament. This round she's playing Forsey, who hasn't dropped a game yet, but has looked potentially beatable if you can play really good positionally against him.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really exciting matchup if we see Blake win this game here. In the next round, Blake will have the winner of those two. Which, yeah, as you say, Chris, I'm going to be really interested to see how Blake goes against someone who can position the ball a little bit better, and just make those decisions where you're putting Blake under a bit of pressure. I don't really mind where Mikey's ended up here. He's made Blake think about it a bit.
And this is a gentle shot.
Ooh,
And it shows that that is an area in his game that is a potential for clear improvement. You can't miss the hoop from that far away, can you, Josh?
Well, I've managed to before myself. One of the risks with playing into the jaws is the further you get from the hoop, obviously playing a gentle shot, you are allowing the lawn to take it off track a little bit. So sometimes you can get a bit lucky. So we'll give Blake the benefit of the doubt there, but you'd be hoping to hit the hoop at least. Oh.
Got to be the opposite side of the hoop to yellow. So yellow could try and run the hoop here. I would be tempted just to clear the black.
Yeah, clear the ball that's just played.
Yeah. And again, it's so important to hit these in the middle. That's good.
And those shots are deceptively hard, Chris, because you do have to slow your swing down a little bit, and they tend to be shots that are a little bit different than the majority of the shots you'll be playing during the rest of the golf croquet game. So it does show a well-balanced player who can slow their swing down, change the tempo, and still smack it in the middle.
Yeah, and looking at the shot that Blake's just played, he could have played that at half the pace. So it is nice to see players who have that flexibility to be able to just adjust their swing.
And again, it's just the positional play here.
So he's deliberately taken position the opposite side to yellow, which is good. Mikey's going to really be thinking about this. This isn't an easy clearance on black. And yet he won't want to just take position with yellow, because blue can just clear the red, and then black will be able to clear the yellow. So he's in a bit of no man's land.
Yeah, it's a fairly neutral position where your decision's based on your own strengths and how the opposition is playing.
And that's what I would have tried to do. I'd have tried to get between black and the hoop. I think he might have gone half a ball too far, but I think it was a good choice of shot. Blake is looking at this hoop and he's going, I fancy this.
Yeah. in these positions, I've seen Blake prefer to take the more aggressive option and just make the game a little bit more simple. Oh, he's got a bit unlucky there.
That would have gone through in the UK.
Yeah.
That was basically hit at the middle of the hoop, and he's just flicked a bit of wire. It's come bounced back to him.
In the UK, that would have caught enough wire to end up 1 foot in front of 6.
It's a very positive line of play. Not unhappy with it, but it has given Mikey the chance to just play a nice stun here. It's a good shot. Kept control of the red. The question is, what can yellow do? I think it might be able to jump over that.
Yeah. It depends on what blue is doing here. But if blue's on the wire, a jump here would be preferable, as Blake's first ball down to 6 will be blue. So it would just giving Mikey a little bit more of an advantage there.
Yeah, he's shooting.
So blue must be a little bit...
Super shot.
Great shot.
So he was clearly worried about that jump over blue, which would potentially have given 5 and 6 to Mikey to level it up at 3-all.
Now, Blake's shot here was so good that black is in the one from yellow. Oh, I've gotten the order of the balls way around. Don't worry about that.
Well, do we think it's a big target here for yellow? Can he hit blue and get in off? If he can, he might take it on. Otherwise, he'll just try and play to a position where blue can't clear it. So that's to the left-hand side. Don't think that's good enough. I think blue can clear that. That didn't look like it was very easy to get in the drawers to me.
No.
And red's got an easy clearance here with yellow in front. This is advantage Mikey. Again, I didn't like that. I thought blue could just clear yellow, get back to neutrality. So 3/4 ball on the left.
Oh, has that jumped?
I think
we
he's
see a
just
replay
missed
of
it
that?
on the left.
My eyes might be deceiving me, but I thought I might have seen that go into the air.
Might well have done, but I think it was still just missing the ball. And now Blake's going to really take control of this match. This is going to be
That's a great shot.
4-1
2.
and 5-1 soon after that, I think. Right, well, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to hand over to Sonia to carry on commentary with Josh.
Thank you very much, Chris. It's been a pleasure sitting with you this morning.
Kia ora, Josh. I'll just get my paperwork sorted and I'll be with you directly. But how's it going out there?
It's going great. We're enjoying the croquet.
I think Levi's completed his first game, but I don't know what the score is. I've been trying to see what the update is on croquet score, but he's playing currently. Levi Franks is playing Callum McKinnon, and they're on their second game right now. And I don't know what's happening out in those back lawns with Te Kiri and Nathan either. We need binoculars.
Yeah, we need about 12 cameras. It would be ideal.
So I think Mikey's looking like he's settling into this second game a little bit more.
Yeah, it's definitely, the pace of this game definitely has slowed down a lot since the first. But Blake has exerted a similar level of control.
I was having a read up about Blake last night because I don't know anything about him, but I do know some of the people he knows. Sharif, so
Yes.
hello to Sharif, and I did post on Facebook last night to try and give Highlands crew a bit of a heads up that Blake would be on live so they could watch.
Is it Highlands or Mission Hills?
It came up as Highlands, I think,
Okay.
for Sharif anyway, but he
Oh,
might
yeah,
be
no,
Mission
that's-
Hills.
Yeah,
Yes.
Sharif is, I think, playing at Wildcat Country Club,
Oh,
I
goodness.
believe.
You might know more about it than me.
So, I think Blake and Sharif are currently national doubles champions in the US.
Yes, I think he's been a good mentor to him. That's for sure.
Lots of energy.
Right, so we're going down the middle of the field at the moment. I heard you commenting before about hoop 3 and 7 being important, but it's quite often if you let your opponent get away on you down the centre of the field, they can quite easily get hoop 5 and 6 off you quite quickly if things don't go right. So
Yeah.
often for me that centre point is one I'm really mindful of.
And again, those odd-numbered hoops, they're really important to get control of, but particularly 5, if you want to run 5 and get position at 6, you really need to have a nice tight position.
Yes, they can just get away on you a bit. That's for sure. Mikey looks like he's having a good look at things.
We've got 3 balls there quite close together in lawn. Right in a row, like 3 ducks.
Yep, there's another one there. And where's the black one hiding? I can't see. Only just settling down into this.
So it's hard to see exactly. Can Blake get to a wide?
He's having a look
played
at
hatched
it.
shot.
Oh, okay. He's not happy though. The body language is saying he's not happy with that.
Looking by the body language, I suspect those balls may be touching.
Is the red in there between black and blue? Is that what's going on?
So, Mikey, yes, they
oh,
were
they are.
indeed touching.
That's why that was
Yeah.
the conundrum. Is
So a
this little
lovely,
cannon. Oh,
lovely
there we go.
That's why that was the conundrum.
I believe not. I haven't seen them out on the lawns myself.
I have been talking to some of the players that don't play AC and say, well, even if you don't want to at this stage play, it's still good to learn some of those croquet strokes for
Yeah,
when you get into
definitely.
those situations and how to deal with that ball and maximise what's going on. That did not make it through.
Yeah, at the end of the day with AC, you're still you're hitting the same balls, but you do have the opportunity to get to know them a little bit better, and it does help out specifically your positional play in GC with your takeoffs, and you just get to know the lay of the land a little bit more. Obviously, recently we've seen Robert Fulford in the final of the last GC World Champs in England. So AC players definitely out there being represented.
Oh, yes, Reg Bamford's another one. And we've got an increasing number here in this country, but I mean, I play both, like you do, yes. So I quite like having a roll up my sleeve if if they're touching and knowing what to do with a roll, because you can often, get a ball in a hoop or,
Yeah, definitely.
do all sorts of different things with rolls that people
Yeah.
don't anticipate. Yeah, so I was having a bit of read up about Blake because I don't know a lot of these young players from overseas. So it's really good having the bio on that Croquet network. But I had a Google about him, and there's quite a few articles about him and what
Okay.
he's been up to and all the support he's received and the mentors he has in the game.
No.
Yeah, and he clearly thinks about things a lot, and he's playing AC and GC himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, at 16.
No, it's just, definitely good to remember that Blake here is only 16, although he may be 7'2". He's a big boy.
7'2", yeah. It's a giant among us.
But no, yeah, he does have a great enthusiasm and energy on the croquet lawn.
Did you see what was happening with that update with croquet scores? Is any further?
No, let's have a look.
Oops, that's not what I want. Oh, yes. So Levi Franks got that first game against Callum McKinnon 7-5. And Te Kere King won against Nathan Bullen 7-2. Look at that, 7-2. That was quite a decisive first game for Te Kere. He'll be feeling very happy about that. They're right down that back lawn. Chris is over there, so hopefully when he comes back, he can give us a bit of an update of what's happening. It's a Hawera player. Yes, Hawera club. The Karapu o Te Hawera, they're a really awesome club in South Taranaki, and they have a great Facebook page. If you want to check out their Facebook page, very supportive club, doing a lot in schools. And Miles' game's been completed too, I noticed, but I don't think he had a win. Aston Wade from England has taken the first game off Miles Duggan 7-4.
Yeah,
so that's all on your Croquet scores. If you go over there and check that out, I'm sure many of you listening know about Croquet scores, of course.
One consistent thing that you Kiwis may be interested to hear about is the Kiwis haven't seemed to be doing that well in the first rounds here, aside from the game where there is two New Zealanders versing each other. So Joshua Winter going down to Ali 7-2. So if you're a Kiwi fan, hopefully be looking forward to them playing their way back into those second games.
And I think around, well, about 10:30, hopefully, we'll start seeing Joel Steele and Paul Kays and Robbie Spooner hit the lawns with their games. Of course, there's only 6 lawns here, and not all knockout games can be played at the same time. Mikey, did you see that shot? He did a really big shot to try and get through the back of hoop 6 at that blue ball, and his red's really gone right down onto the line. It's a big risky shot percentage-wise, to try and achieve that.
And I personally think with that ball being put in the jaws of 6, that's practically the game here. Mikey's left with these big shots.
He's having a think about it.
So Blake here, by putting blue in the jaws of 6, he has 2 options. He can clear yellow to that west boundary, or, and this is the preferred option, he can hit yellow half ball on the left, and that will flick black up towards 7. And again, that's just going to give him even more an advantage, and I presume that's what he's planned here. And he's played that absolutely beautifully.
Look at that black. Oh, it's gone on the back of the hoop.
He's played that absolutely beautifully. Look at that black.
Still his ball's over there. It's something to be said for that.
Yeah, and it just shows that that sort of thinking where you're thinking just a little bit further than the hoop that you're at. Oh, it's a great shot by Mikey.
So wired or hidden from the black ball. Black would have to go through the hoop. It would not be able to hit yellow, only take position if he did decide to go through the back of the hoop, which he may choose to do. It's not far away. It's not like he would miss it, but it's always a risk. How much will it run through? Do you get the block or do you miss and leave it the gate open for yellow?
And I think
he had a crack at that, did he?
Blake definitely hit that a little bit harder than he usually would. If I'm not mistaken, I think the slower pace of the game definitely doesn't suit Blake as much. He likes to have a bit of a rhythm. He likes a quick game, and things have slowed up here a little bit.
Do you think perhaps Mikey's settling in a little bit more after the initial first game, and he's maybe taking note of those things? You know, if you're playing an opponent who likes to crash, bang, wallop, and move things along, you really should be patient and start slowing down the match.
Yeah, I just
and not play their game. You know, play his game.
Ooh,
no, that does not look good.
And not play their game, you know, play his game. No, that does not look good.
He's quite a few hoops down, isn't he? But still slowing down this game would be something I'd be looking to do. Of course, I wouldn't be able to hit like Blake.
No.
So my tactics would be more about playing with his head a bit, slowing things down. And
right, you like the mind games, Sonia.
I'm a mind game girl. Josh, watch out if you're playing me. You've got to break them mentally, you know.
Yeah.
And well, no, you can't really break them physically.
You're
It's
not
a
allowed
non-contact,
to-
but you
you're not
can
currently
mentally.
You're not currently allowed to physically break the opponent.
No, but did you realise at the GC Nationals recently, the Duncan, Dixon and Jessica Bullen T-shirts had Dixon, Bullen, we beat people with mallets.
Oh, that's great.
So I don't know, take from that what you will, but it could be encouraging a bit of contact sport here. And I've certainly seen many funny illustrations of people being strapped to the ground with hoops.
What sort of stuff are you looking at, Sonia?
Well, at our Rangatira Croquet Club, we have an illustration of a poor lady's been pinned to the ground by hoops. Obviously, her opponent was not happy, and they've decided to, pay her a lesson, teach her a lesson. But it's always been seen as a very cutthroat sport.
Yeah, very
you know.
passive aggressive.
Yes, yes.
So Blake's been more than happy just to take his time here at 7. I'm guessing, he's just going to be trying to clear red over there, just making sure not to get in the way of black.
He's having some extra swings at it.
Yeah, it's a big shot. Oh, it's nice.
He's managed to do that, but it's just where how far he gets that red down.
Yeah, and he had to cut that a bit to avoid smacking it into black.
Mikey's been looking like he's hitting the ball really well, but it's always tricky when your opponent gives you lots of long shots. He did do a magnificent one. He put his ball in front of hoop 5 and then he left himself a long shot to hit himself. He put himself in that position, but he actually did hit that one. Perhaps having set up that form of control for himself helped him get it, but it's always hard when you're having to take on those long shots.
Yeah, I always find it an interesting situation where obviously Blake has been playing a bit better, but playing a bit better and shooting a little bit better does put you in a position.
Playing a bit better. Shooting a little bit better.
That same hoop, this is where the previous game finished on, so Mikey doesn't want that to happen, so he's got to dig deep right now and come up with something. Blue's coming on in. Looks like it's going to have a lovely
Nice
position
shot
there.
from Blake.
Yes, very lovely. It's very still, the conditions here at the moment. We're really hoping this cyclone's not going to come and pick up the wind factor. Here, Tawhiri Matea showing his strength. I think the Maramataka, the phase, is just going into kore phase, which is very much a phase to be a bit mindful and cautious and mind our words and our actions. But certainly we're going to be minding this weather. I think there are a few people concerned about their flights out early next week.
I'm not too worried about getting stuck in Mount Maunganui myself.
Do you always say it's funny that's Mount and then Maunganui is like it's Mount.
Oh, true.
It was Maunga Mountain.
I've never thought of that.
It's a double, yeah. Well, I never used to either, but as my kupu and my understandings increased, it's Mount Mountain.
Yeah, it doesn't really make too much sense, does it?
I feel weird saying it now.
Maunganui.
Maunga.
Maunga. Not
Yeah, it's not too
Moanga.
bad. Yeah.
Maunga.
I mean, I'm no expert. I had to go at my introduction then in Aroha Mai if it was dreadful, but oof, giving it a go.
It's a great shot from Blake. Oh, not Blake, sorry, Mikey.
Yes.
Definitely played for.
No, he does not want to finish on this hoop 7 again, does he? Do you want to go that one? Oh, better. So Blake's just done a soft very less than mid-paced shot there to move on red. Doesn't want to be too far away. And Mikey's just going to move that blue on and hopefully maybe get in front of the hoop, do you think? I'd be like cunning like that anyway. That's what I'd be thinking. He's just happy to clear it full ball.
I'm not a massive fan of that shot. clearing at centre ball, Blake here gets a shot in. If he gets in front, again, Blake's just left with an easy clearance,
Yeah.
blue onto red.
In that position, you could get a wire on, which is he has done. And that angle and the way he's making hoops, he could do this. So is he just coming in? Yes. Putting a bit of pressure on him. That won't. He obviously was trying to run that line.
No. I feel like we've been a bit tough here on Mikey in this game, but he's done very well getting to this round of the knockouts, the first round. But congratulations to Mikey. It's a great opportunity for these young players to have.
Well, having recently played at Worlds myself, and whilst you do know some of the players, it's just a whole next level of how your mental toughness and how you cope, you know, being in this situation. And so it's an amazing experience to be offered this opportunity for all our competitors from around the world to come and play together here. Because you do need to develop that over time, that experience to cope with this, unless you're just naturally born with cast iron clad, you know, personality. So, you know, Blake's not under any pressure really here. He doesn't have to do anything risky. He can just take his time. He's just got one hoop, so
Yeah.
and he's put Mikey right down there. So, yeah.
Yeah, we've really seen Blake slow down these last few hoops. I think he sensed a bit of, you know, bit of a lack of energy there in Mikey. So yeah, he just has to take his time. Doesn't have to be overly aggressive. Just relax into the day and just enjoy those shots and use it as a confidence booster for the second match.
Oh, he's just made the hoop.
Jesus. Mikey there
Here,
playing
hope high.
two great shots there at hoop 8. First with that bombard onto Blake's ball, that clearance, and now this nice, gentle, long hoop.
That was great to see. So some luck is sitting on Mikey's shoulders then, just letting that smooth through. It looked good pace as it was coming down, and I thought, oh, is that going to go past? But then it just went through, so that's wonderful. And there was some clapping going on by the spectators down there. They always enjoy a bit of a random across the field hoop, don't we?
Yeah.
In GC, you know, you can get those opportunities. All right, so red and blue are very close to one another there. And looks like blue could only really pop that red down onto the back line. It's not really clearance across court unless they look very close together, don't they? Whether he can angle park that somewhere else.
Yeah, Mikey could have done a little bit better there with the distance in between those two balls. Although Blake can't clear red a huge way, because he's so close, he does have a little bit more control of hitting it further on the edge. So he will be able to get it some sort of distance.
Looks like he's shooting at something. Oh, he took out that black ball. Well done. Well, this is a very interesting. This is one of these odd-numbered hoops. Josh, hoop 9. I remember, I think, hearing Phyllis Young saying that this was a very important hoop. He's going for it.
Very angry.
Let's come back at him.
I didn't think he had to do that.
Very angry. Come back at him. I
Going to
didn't
get
think.
that hoop checked after it's been
Yeah.
clanged. That could quite well be what was happening here.
Potentially a little bit of impatience there with Blake, just with the last few hoops being a bit slow, and Mikey getting a bit lucky there on that last one.
Well, I mean, he had an opportunity to make a hoop, and he's not, as I said, under a huge threat right now. So he probably just thought, oh, well, I'll have a crack at it.
Well,
It was hard to clear that red really anyway, wasn't it?
it was far enough away where you know, Black's got short boundary here on yellow. Blue had a fairly simple shot on red, although not being able to clear it very far would have kept you in very certain control. The score is 6-2 here, but remember, if Mikey scores this hoop, he's got a good chance of being in control in the next hoop, and then the clearance over to hoop 11 is a short one. So this is a very crucial hoop here. He's taking his time.
Well, certainly if he gets through this and up near close to 10, that'll be a great confidence booster. And he has nailed it. Well done,
If
Mike.
he gets through this and up,
Great confidence.
booster, and he has nailed it.
And like I said, Mikey isn't too many shots away here from gaining a little bit more control in this game. Blake does seem to have turned down the energy a little bit in the second half of the second game.
Well, both players are settling in. This is their first game of, that was the first game in the knockout. It's pretty exciting achievement to reach the knockout and then, get to get over all that excitement and settle yourself down.
So Blake's has got on the block here between red and black.
I think blue can see the... you mean from red? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he has indeed.
I mean, if Mikey has half ball here on black, he might as well just be shooting at the hoop.
Yeah, you might as well go for the hoop. But if he hits blue onto... Well, that would have been spectacular if the in-off, that's called, isn't it?
It is.
If Mikey's ball after it had hit black, then the red sailed through the hoop, then that would have been very pleasing. Right. I see that Chris has come back in the room. You might have some updates from the back fields, perhaps, for us. Anyway, I just thought we saw you were down there. We have been looking on Croquet score as to updates on who won what. But I think everybody's into their second game now.
First big upsets, Takiri beat Nathan.
Yes, I saw that. Takiri will be absolutely rapt about that. Because Nathan's had a very good block. He's played very well, hasn't he?
So he's
to
definitely
to come out and beat him in that first game. So you're just going to be, you can't let these things rattle you.
Yeah, Nathan's definitely been one of the Kiwis to watch here in this round of blocks. So a few in it to win it.
This is a big shot. He's got to take out that blue ball, and this is a very long shot across court, past the peg.
For the match.
It looks high.
Missing.
Oh no, he hit it right straight in the middle.
Straight in the middle.
Never predict these things, Sonia.
That's the last time I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
But again, he's hit that, just beautifully. So well, in fact, that he hasn't even gone off the lawn. This is one of those situations where positioning in with blue, and he hasn't taken a huge amount of time thinking about it, but he has chucked blue right in the pocket there where Mikey's going to be fairly pleased to have that shot with yellow. So looking like Blake in a few rotations here will be playing a clearance on red with blue from first corner if Mikey smacks this in the middle.
Yeah, I suppose tactically I'd have put my blue up a bit closer to red just to try and get in his head, in case as he hit it, he took out the red too. You've got to be a bit cunning sometimes, and he's
you've got to be hitting that, Mikey.
Yes, you do. Yeah, you need to follow through.
Yeah,
he will not be happy about that. Well, no.
So
are we going to see a jump shot, do you think? What do you want to take a bet now?
I think blue potentially can see the hoop. Now, I'm a fan here of, just a gentle clearance onto red, just taking control back of that hoop.
She did. I was just looking up a kupu for jump shot. Pecky. His jump is
We want to see a pecky from Blake.
Pecky. He's been doing some very good pecky. He's going in deep. Of course, he doesn't want to be cleared a long way. He wants black to also go a long way too. So that's a wise move not to come in too close
Now,
there.
again, we're just seeing a recurring theme here from players in neutral positions such as the one we've just seen. Mikey's played in, and they've seemingly just forgot about the ball that's going to be clearing them next rotation.
Yes, it's kind of a very standard textbook situation
yeah.
that you should avoid.
It is the main... It is.
Oh dear! So this is a huge shot. This is the shot for for Mikey to stay in this game. He's going in soft.
Well,
is he hoping to just glide through that hoop again? Do you think going for a second one? No.
What
he's
he's
going for a
hoping on
block
is,
then.
just getting a position, and knowing Blake's going to clear me, and I'm giving my shot a clearance from the south boundary. Is what's Mikey saying there?
Oh, he's hit that very well, and he'll be going down over the Rangi, the line. Well, he's coming up for a bit of a look at this because he's in a situation where his yellows, his kowhai ball is very close to pango, the black ball.
Well, he doesn't really have too many options here. He's gone up and had a look, but potentially he's gone up to see how hampered Black is. It may just be a bit of an annoying position for Blake's feet, the yellow ball there, but he really has to have a shot here at Black.
Yeah, it's an easy hoop. I don't think there's any in-off opportunities happening here, do you? I don't think you can...
well, when you got the balls in front...
Skinny Black over slightly and slip through?
We could see a rush peel here, either on yellow or black as well, and he's missed.
Over on the other lawn, Josh Winter, he's just sailed through hoop 10. They're on the same hoop there, as he lost that first game. All right, so here we go.
Shot for the match.
And it's through. Well done, Blake. So then now on Croquet scores, that puts Mikey into the shield knockout. Is it? First we've got bowl and shield. A bowl. Maybe the bowl next.
Yeah, bowl.
Yeah, bowl.
Yeah, bowl.
Yeah, bowl. That's it. Where our cameras go, we're just they're having a little... Oh, Blake's having a chat to his support crew over here from the States, because many of these players have... because they're an age minority that they need to have their elders with them. Many of them have travelled with either whānau or croquet managers. So I hear that a lot of the New Zealand players were given caps this week from the American crew.
Oh, really? That's
yes,
cool.
A lovely bit of manaaki-tanga coming in and with a bit of koha, gifting to the New Zealand players, and Mikey's got all the New Zealanders contingent around him.
I certainly remember the first time I got my black T-shirt to represent New Zealand. It was pretty exciting. So
yes. So we're panning over to the game between Josh Winter versus... Help me with this. They haven't put his game on. I'm in the wrong section. Hold on. I need to press the right buttons on my phone. We'll be with you in a minute, Whānau. Ali
Al-Zaini. Apologies if the pronunciation is a little bit off.
Ali El-Zani.
I reckon that sounds good.
We'll just say Ali from Egypt.
Yeah.
So that in that first game, Ali beat Josh 7-2.
Yeah, I haven't been keeping track of the score here. Do you happen to know what it is, Sonia?
It's really hard to see the boards. I think it's 5-all, yes, because they were on that 10th hoop. I did watch a little bit of the first game when I wasn't commentating, and there was a lot of bang, bang, bang at hoops and not much going through. So they've been giving each other lots of turns. So Ali had a very nice little
Nice shot.
hoop 11 hoop there. He's indicating to the scoreboards because there's no. Did we mention about that there's no clips on these hoops? Everything's on the boards on the side of the lawn. So if you're having trouble knowing what the score is, we should probably be saying that.
We'll get into the habit of
We'll
trying
do that.
to
Yep.
update that a bit more. Now,
So 6-5 at the 11th, down to the 12th
yeah,
now.
so the important thing there about the 11th hoop is if you score that, you guarantee that even if you do, not only do you have the chance to get your ball down to hoop 12 as well, but you guarantee first ball to 13 even if you do lose 12. So 11 is a massive hoop there for Ali.
And on the court that Blake and Mikey have just finished on, that next game up that we'll be probably watching, because that's the main lawn that we're watching.
I would be keen to keep
Is Joel, is it? Joel Steele?
That's, Joel and
Timothy Wright from, is that Australia? This is our one Australian in the knockout. So we might be just watching Josh and Ali for a bit here. It looks like Josh may not be able to see that yellow ball. So this means that Ali may get the second game, win the match. This is a big shot for Josh.
And with Josh Winter being one of the favourites going into the tournament here, he's had a bit of a slow start in that first game, and although the second game's been close, he may have gotten a little bit unlucky here with the peg being in the way, so he could be forced to...
Oh, sorry, he's playing red.
Wrong way around there, sorry.
He's red and yellow, not the other way. 'Cause we're just, So
Taking myself
Josh is playing the red and yellow, and Ali is the black and blue balls. There we go now.
Okay, so Josh has played up to halfway. He's backing himself here that Ali cannot see yellow. So what he's banking on here is...
Right, we've moved off that game that Josh and Ali are playing. Ali did just put his ball down next to Josh's, so it looks like it probably goes to the 13th if Josh gets through that hoop 12. But they're just warming up at the moment, aren't they, down on Lawn 1?
Yes.
Timothy Wright. We should have a look up a bit about Timothy. I don't know anything about Timothy. On our croquetnetwork.com page, and have a little chat about Timothy and what he's been up to in his croquet. But they'll be doing their warm-up right now. They get usually about 10 minutes, is that right? About 10 minutes to have a bit of a warm-up. You're not allowed to go through the hoops really hard, but certainly this is a good chance for them to find the pace of the lawn. There's a bit of wind picked up here now, but we did have rain, Ranganui's tears for Papatuanuku overnight, which would have slowed down the pace, because I think things were getting pretty quick yesterday for the players, and some of them were rolling over in their positions.
So we're shifting back here to Lawn 2 as things are getting interesting here in this potential deciding last couple hoops between Ali and Josh.
Yeah, that's really good. Yep.
The score is currently 6-5 to Ali. Ali is 1 up in the match, so if Ali wins this game, he will make it through to the next round.
Josh must not have got the hoop with yellow. We missed that as we moved back over.
Yeah,
oh,
I did.
dear.
I did see that.
He'll be gutted about that.
And again, it is a completely different experience here, from just playing at your local club to all of a sudden being in the knockouts of a world championship. It does change things a little bit on those crucial hoops.
And everything was mowed last night, and all hoop settings would have been reset, so it can make things very tricky again, can't it?
Oh,
And he's taken out that blue ball.
that's a great shot there from Josh.
Yeah, he will live again.
That is a shot to stay in the match. Now, Josh's balls are both west of hoop 1. Ali has a ball about 3.5 yards back, 20 degrees on the left as you're going for hoop 12. So Ali definitely has control here of hoop 12. So Josh will have to pull off a few big shots here if he's wanting to stay in this.
Yes, it always takes a little bit of work to get yourself back into front of that hoop when you've got big shots. You're really wanting to either hit that centre ball or just hit that mid-pace, so you move things on and you hope that the opponent doesn't just send you back over the rārangi, the line.
If I'm Josh here, I'm trying to position, hopefully, wiring through blue.
He's definitely got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, nice sensible shot here from Ali. Just got control of the hoop, got a clearance on red towards a long boundary, and just chucking it in front. Not only chucking it in front, but he potentially may have even gotten the block here between yellow and blue.
Do you think that's what Josh went and had a little look at? Well, that's going to be really difficult. If he can't see it, he might just... He looked like he's swinging, that he wants to go and hit that ball. Yeah, only just taken out the black.
Yeah, so potentially wired there for blue. Might not have had a shot. Could at least he's hit it here. So he has put a bit of pressure on here for Ali to run this.
And he's just popping it in.
Yeah, and I don't mind that. One of the reasons why that's not too bad is, as you remember, Ali won the last hoop, so he's 1 point up currently. He's given Josh a potential jump opportunity here. But if things go wrong, you can actually end up rush peeling that ball, giving away the game. Okay, so Josh has just laid up. He's given himself just that clearance from yellow and blue.
Well, he is back in front of the hoop with one ball, and he perhaps didn't want to risk everything by trying for a jump then and staying in contention for this hoop 12. Now he's got to clear that blue ball again. He's done it once.
Yep, and this time the shot's a lot easier than that first one. But it's another shot to stay in the match.
Oops. just
Nice hands.
no pressure, but can you also just catch this other yellow ball in your hands? And that's just all. It's all part of the day of work as being a croquet player.
So again, a shot for the match.
Come on, Josh.
No.
There's a bit of silence, we're gutted moment there, isn't there, Josh? And I can certainly see it.
Yeah, as I said, Josh was one of the more informed players coming into this tournament. I didn't know as much about the Egyptian players, but Ali has looked a lot less tense out there and nice and smooth. So congratulations to Ali there on that match win.
Yeah, yes.
Deserves it.
Right. Well, that's two Kiwis now in Te Bowl. And I was trying to have a look. I'm trying to work this site. It's not very easy for me to have a look about Timothy Wade.
I think they're up on the New Zealand Facebook page potentially as well.
Yes, yes. Timothy started playing croquet 6 years ago. And he started with Ricochet. And he played quite a lot of doubles initially. I mean, 6 years ago he would have been pretty young. He studies at university in Queensland, so he's a Queensland player. And he's doing a Bachelor of Business Management and plays at the Stevens Croquet Club. That's not a bad name for a croquet club. It's my maiden name. All right, so they actually have started on that game, and have we... our cameras back on that lawn?
No, let's let's just check this. So we'll be
Okay.
moving those cameras over in a sec, folks.
But they have made hoop 1 already. Somebody did. And that looked like it was Timothy got the first one, maybe. My
Yeah,
eyesight's not too good. I want to buy some little
potentially.
binoculars. I think that's my next thing to purchase it in my Croquet toolkit. Have you got a little bag of things that you've, must-haves?
Yes. What do I have in there? Sunscreen.
Good.
Got the old sunglasses. Got a good attitude in there.
Oh. I haven't packed that one. I have to look into that. Good attitude in a bag. Where did you get that? Is that
Yeah.
is that online?
Yeah, good attitude in a little bag.
Yeah. Could be a seller. Your next startup, maybe.
Quite popular.
I always like to have markers, although they won't need them today. Usually they're fairly useful things to have. Right, so Joel's having a crack at this hoop too. Joel Steele has started out playing over at Hawera as well, South Taranaki. He's come off farmlands there. He is a farmer. And we're very blessed to have him at our club, the Heretaunga Club, in the Hawke's Bay, Te Matoa Maui. So it's great to see Joel here. Just recently played in the Golf Croquet Nationals at Heretaunga. So some of these New Zealand players have had quite a bit of match play recently, which is good in preparation for this event.
So I've never seen Timothy Wright or Joel Steele play before, so
Oh, really?
no.
Okay. Joel's a bit more of a mid-paced player, I would call him. Yeah, as you can see, a caster.
Oh, it's a
Very
great
nice
shot.
Yes.
And is that an Irish grip there, or
Yeah, I think he is playing an
Standard.
Irish grip.
yeah, it does look to have fairly open palms there forward.
And Timothy looks like he has one of those Australian mallets where the head's quite open.
Yeah, that's a PFC.
A PFC, yes. There was a few women at the Women's Worlds AC, Association Croquet Worlds down in Otatahi, Christchurch, with mallets like that.
What does that stand for? Peter Cole, I think,
gosh.
makes them in Australia.
Might do. I've been very attracted to getting a trimmer myself after looking at quite a few of them when I was at the Worlds. Certainly they pack down and unscrew very well. They've got a great
Yeah.
system to them, and a lot of really top players
No, that does look
increasingly
handy.
are using those mallets.
I've always been a little bit sus. You know, it is good to be able to pack it down, but I've always been a little bit sus with the handle breaking apart. Something about me just doesn't trust it.
Well, Debbie Line showed me hers, and it's not just a sort of a screw-on
it's a great shot from
situation.
there.
It's a really solid manufacture.
No, yeah, they're really well made. So if you just joined us, we've got Timothy Wright and Joel Steele here playing. Joel Steele from New Zealand, Timothy Wright from Australia. The score is currently 1-0 to Timothy in the first game. Shot there from Joel. So it looks like the Egyptian game, Jana versus, if you give me a moment.
Oh yes, so this is
Finish.
this is the one female player who's in the knockout.
Yes.
She looks pretty happy. Is it just general happiness?
She's got a good attitude by the looks of it.
She packs attitude in her bag too.
Yes. It looks like, unfortunately, she's lost that game to Fawzi. 7-2, 7-2. So in that next round, we will see Fawzi Halmi versus Blake Fields in that first quarterfinal.
Oh, yes, that was the two Egyptians had to play each other in that knockout then, didn't they?
Yeah, and both of them in their own right could have been either semi-finalists or finalists there, so they got a little bit unlucky having to play each other the first round. That's the way it goes sometimes.
Any update on Takiri's game with Nathan Bullen, because he's walking across the field?
I'm guessing that he would have won that second if they're coming off the lawns. He won the first 7-2. Oh, yeah, so it looks like Takiri King has won that second match 7-4.
Wow, that is...
so, got a Kiwi through to the knockout.
Yes, yes.
Our boy Takiri. And he's really warmed up as those block plays gone on heading into these knockouts. He's got a bit of confidence about him, and definitely some mana on lawn.
Yeah, he has a beautiful ahua. I don't know him really well, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of whanaungatanga in that Hawera club. They really have, it's like a whānau. They have great relationships with each other. I'm just having a look at the West Toowoomba Croquet Club, and that is where Timothy plays. He's doing a jump shot at the moment, a very close one. This is something you often see in AC.
It's called is it called a flop in AC?
Oh, it has a name?
Nice, close. yeah. Sometimes you have your hand down the end of the mallet head and...
Oh, yes. Well, I didn't realise it had been given a name, but he hasn't achieved it, and he's popped Joel through there.
Now...
So Joel's gotten that hoop too.
We've talked about some of the characteristics of different hoops here. One other characteristic of a hoop is on those even hoops, so we've got 2, 4, 6, 8. If you manage to jaws that and your oppo hits you through, you get first shot over to that odd-numbered hoop. So just a little pointer, is that sometimes if you've got to jump at an even-numbered hoop, it sometimes pays to make sure you really have a good shot at it, because you can give away the world there. It's
such a hard jump shot to master, the close one, and perhaps something that people often don't practice enough of. In GC, it's certainly one, you know, with AC play, the way you jump is different, and you often will have closer shots like that, and being able to get that ball up very high, very quickly, and over the top of the ball that's sitting in a hoops. So you've really got to know what you're doing. And he looked like he had a good try at it. He obviously has done that before, and having the hands further down the mallet, like you were saying. And so Joel now has hoop 3 in his sights with the red ball. Here we go.
Smack bang.
Come back at him. He's got his hands on his hips, and he's crossing his legs, and he's like, if that was a sheep, you know, me telling that to get in behind and any of that behaviour. He's not happy. His dog and his whistle doesn't work on hoops. Yeah, that will peeve him. I think they won a piece, so they won one hoop each, the scorers, for them currently.
So I think it looks like he's going at the hoop here.
Well, why not?
Oh, brilliant shot.
That's what Joel thought. Why not?
To the south boundary.
He wanted to get hoop 3 behind him. I mean, really, with red and blue not that close together, he probably was feeling confident about that. This looks like very good position in front of... No, it's going to run through. It's just run past hoop 4. So that's taken the pressure off Joel, whose ball is behind hoop 4. Yeah. Because that's always a trouble if you really make that hoop decisively and it goes down over the rarangi, the line, then, you know, you can quite easily start putting blocks on balls and getting yourself into trouble. That's run down too far too.
Potentially these lawns may be speeding up as we're heading into the day. We've had a bit of rain, you know, they've had a bit of moisture in them, so as it heats up they may be speeding up as well.
The sun is not out, but the flags are certainly flapping in the breeze. It's not a bad breeze, so it won't be affecting players too much. So just having a little bit of a tap round hoop 4 now. Timothy's decided he doesn't want to be in too close because he doesn't want to see Joel clearing him up the field. So instead, Joel's not feeling the pressure and the risk of doing that. And he's just popping a little promenade shot of red onto yellow. And so this is a situation where you don't want to hit your black onto yellow and yellow go through the hoop. So, but he wants to be probably hitting this half ball, and he's missed completely. Oh dear.
And like you said, Sonia, he's forced Timothy here to have to play a half ball shot, which makes it a lot more difficult to hit. That's what I like. I really like those shots, Sonia, because you're putting your opposition in a position where not only they're having to make a shot to save the hoop, there's a bit of pressure. Any chance you can get where you can just put them under the thumb a little bit is a good one.
Definitely it is. Definitely. And it's good to know about these little shots that you can do and not just think that these young guys are just hitting balls hard and that's all they do. That's good to have tactics. And, Joel's been playing a while now. I've seen him at 2 GC nationals that I've managed, and he's been playing a few years now. So he's not a newcomer. You're not going to be a newcomer if you're playing this level. And you can certainly see the way he's standing there. He's having a think about things, isn't he?
Yeah.
Because blue cannot see hoop 5, red is sitting in front of it. And where's his yellow? Is his yellow still down on the back line after he's made...
Yeah.
Oh, no, from the previous.
Just a couple yards through after hoop 4.
Oh, okay. Yes, we're upstairs with our commentating and we can't quite see the bottom.
And the thing he's having a think about there is because blue and red are so close together, he's just wondering whether he should just have a shot at blue or position. I think he's having a shot at blue.
He's just nicked black very slightly, so that's not what you want. And this is this middle of the field that I often go, oh no, here they go.
So Timothy's going to be fairly happy with that. He's got an opportunity here to take control. It's a beautiful shot. So yeah, you're not wanting to hit that too hard. As the balls are so close here, you may risk a double tap. So he's gone for a nice gentle stroke, keeping his blue ball in front and wide from red.
This looks pretty good.
Yeah.
And so Joel's definitely a player that, because he's not always a really hard hitter, he is a good touch player too. That's good to see. Something else to have in your bag, croquet bag, don't forget your lip balm.
Oh, of course.
So many players forget the lip balm,
Yeah. I'd like to see them bring out the old zinc sunscreen. I'd like to see a few white noses out there.
Or orange ones. Or lime. Yes. Yeah. Well, it's a bit like war paint, isn't it, then?
That's a good idea.
And it's, I think it could be part of the Kiwi contingency, being a bit face painted up.
Yeah, you get the black zinc.
Yeah, aye. Because we were going to talk about your croquet pepeha, weren't we? Whilst that referee, because we have a referee out on the lawn at the moment.
Who is that? Ooh,
I don't actually have a list of referees in front of us. I know that we've got...
Manly.
The ref's name is John Wall. Oh, John Wall.
Oh, is it John Wall?
Well, he did a lot of commentating over in Australia during the McRob.
They all look the same at that age, don't they?
Excuse me. Wash your mouth out with soap, young man.
Apologies there for the older viewers.
John Wall's a very experienced croquet player. And so would have come over from Australia to be here. Isn't that cool?
That is cool.
Yeah. Because a lot of our refs are wearing red shirts to indicate that they are referees, but we can understand it's a little bit chillier today, and that wind is a bit cool, so nothing wrong with wearing your jacket, John. We'll forgive you. So now Joel has got a big shot down on black. He's having a think though, and that's really good. I really like people stopping and having a good think about things. No rush. You don't have to immediately hit your ball. I think you've got about a minute to have a think about it, essentially. It's not a hard fast. There's no timer on Joel right now, but essentially if your opponent starts thinking you're taking too long and have, then they can instill a timer on you, or the management can. But I think it tends to sit about the minute mark that you need to crack on and take your shot. But he was obviously having a look at what red's up to. So he's not playing red, he's playing his yellow. He's on the sideline there. He's got various wires and bits to contend with there. So he's just dealing with that before he's going to be having a crack at blue, because blue, look, it's right in front of hoop 5, so he really needs to move. Actually, you know, if you don't hit it right, just hit it off centre, you might take out the black too. I'm quite opportunist.
That's close.
It whizzed through. So Timothy has an opportunity to be 2-3 after the 5th hoop. So Joel is 1 up still here in this first game of best of 3. And he's really, he's really put that blue through far. It's nowhere near hoop 6. It's almost on the back line, which for me, I'd be trying to make that hoop and get position a little bit, because it wasn't a big hoop, wasn't it?
No, yeah, I agree, Sonia. With the control that Timothy had there at hoop 6, and with Joel with 2 balls quite far away, he could have done a little bit better, especially being 3-1 down there after hoop 4. Now the score is 3-2, obviously, but with Joel, first ball in.
The big thing was that he wanted to get through that hoop, and we have to remember this is their first game again of the knockout. They were a game that a match that started later in the mid-morning, so they're still getting over their nerves and getting themselves into this first game.
Is it just me, or it looks like all the other matches have finished? The first round matches that started. So if we go through the winners of those, we have Kitty King beating Nathan Bullen 7-2, 7-4. So he moves on and faces Ali Alzani, who beat Joshua Winter 7-2, 7-5. So that's your first quarterfinal. And that second quarter block there, Aston Wade beat Miles Duggan 7-4, 7-2. And he moves on to verse Levi Franks, who beat Callum McKinnon 7-5, 7-3. So all of these games so far, they've only lasted, all these matches, sorry, have only lasted 2 games. So we haven't seen any gone to 3 yet. And those last couple blocks there, Fawzi Helmi beat Jana Muhammad Saeed 7-2, 7-2. And he goes on to face Blake Fields, who was that first match we watched this morning, in their quarter.
It's certainly great to see how much is online about croquet now. You know, there's obviously a lot of support for Timothy coming out of Australia. A lot of their Facebook pages and their Queensland croquet news. They really are. There's a huge support crew of people out there online, so it's wonderful that they can get to see Timothy today. I'm sure many Australians are watching right now. And this will be an amazing experience for Timothy, who may not have played out of Australia before. And Addison Matthews is the other one that was qualified to play in this event, but must be over playing the plate today. Oh, they're having a look at this, maybe having a chat together, are they? About the balls and what's going on here.
Yeah.
Maybe whether they need to get a referee out. Looks like there's a bit of conversation going on.
They've obviously gotten a bit bored of the game and they're just having a bit of a chill there at hoop 6.
Yes, the
Decided to
referee.
get a referee
yes,
over. If in doubt.
This is what it was about. Yep. So, John Wall is back on the field.
Sprints over.
Yes. Yep. And so he will have inside his little bag there, he'll have markers to mark the balls. He'll be needing to mark red and blue, and he will be using the angles of the hoop in a line. He's looking up into the distance of what he wants. He's probably taken that marker that's on the side of the line down from hoop 1, and he'll get them all marked. He'll have various things in his ref bag. There's quite a lot of tools you have to have.
Yeah, and thank you very much for the refs. Obviously in tournaments like these, all of them are volunteers, so we appreciate you giving up your time to come down and help us out, because you're crucial to make sure it all happens.
And I had my first scone of the day before too. I got the last two off a lovely lady down doing the catering, and we had a great old chat. The bowlers had just cleared out. We've got a lot of bowlers here today, Saturday morning bowlers.
Had a great old chat.
Just cleared out. We've got a lot of bowlers.
Best to err on the side of caution and not have doubt about the credibility of your shots. So he really effectively cleared Joel off to the side. But Joel does have that yellow in front of hoop 6, so let's see what Timothy can do. Ooh, that's a bit risky for me. I don't like to put him in too close to another ball, especially if he's going to clear it, but he looks like he's just coming in. He's obviously says, come on, Joel, I don't think you can make this. Or maybe he was just going for the soft touch there, a bit of a knock on and not go too far away. Because, you know, if he had shot it that really hard miss, then he's suddenly down on that near hoop 1. He wants to be near hoop 7.
Yeah, you have a good point there, Sonia. You don't always have to shoot through. Sometimes if Oppo has two balls in front, if you shoot through with that first ball, they're going to just play back in anyway. So sometimes there is an argument to put a ball in, put their hoop under a bit of pressure, and if what happens just then happens like with Joel, you jaws, with that second ball you get the opportunity to make a clearance for the hoop. So sometimes chucking a ball in can be the smart move.
And it looked like he had a bit of a hampered shot with the red being quite close there, and Timothy probably banked on that slightly. And what has happened there? And this was something was probably expected to happen, because Joel's red ball really was quite straight onto the yellow, and he's gotten stuck in the hoop, and he's not going to be very happy about that. That's a very risky situation, but he did need to play that because blue was there and could have done the jump, the pecky. So he probably needed to nick it through, and unfortunately that has happened.
It was a bit of a nothing shot. He did have the opportunity. I don't know how far yellow was through, but he did have the opportunity to smack it a bit harder and potentially get red to go up to hoop 7 like we've seen.
He's got the lucky nick.
Little nick on the side of the wire.
Oh, well, Resnot wasn't too bad. He can actually hit it through, so be the backstop there. So you're going for the hoop, or are you going to take out yellow?
Well, depending on blue, I've got a feeling blue's at least jawsable, and being hoop number 7, that real crucial hoop. If I'm Timothy, I'm smacking this dead in the centre of yellow. Oh.
Well, that could be interesting.
It could be on purpose.
Yeah. Well, I mean, really though. Yes, well, that's if yellow misses, then if he makes his hoop, that's a pretty good position to be in, and then it's 4-3 to Joel, and he could be in a position to level the match, the game. And it hasn't hit, so let's see how he goes with this hoop.
Timothy's, if we'll give Timothy the benefit of the doubt there, he's trying to wick off down to 2 back at hoop 8, so he obviously can run hoop 7. The good thing is now that because black's already down there, it's really taken the pressure off having to run that all the way down, which he's done anyway. So well done there from Timothy.
This is tricky. Joel doesn't want to come down too far on this shot because it'll be an easy clearance with black for Timothy. So Timothy's having a look at this situation. He's just turned around and clear red. He's not going to choose to do that. He's going to put that ball right in front of Cozy it up. It's run on a bit. It looks quite fast in front of that hoop.
So because of how fast that first round of matches is, it looks like we've got a couple keen players here. Blake and Forsey will be starting their quarterfinal match in just a few moments. They're having a bit of a warm-up, so in a couple seconds we'll be shifting our cameras over there to hoop 2, lawn 2, sorry. So good thing about this match we're about to switch the cameras to, these are two, I would say, favourites for the tournament. Expect to see quite a competitive match here. So it should be good. So strap in, folks. In the meantime, the plan is to stay with this match of Joel and Timothy just while over on lawn 2 they're warming up.
And so this knockout quarterfinal will be still best of 3. Is that, we don't know about that because when they'll start moving on to best of 5s, probably for the final only. Maybe the semis, depends on how time's tracking.
Yeah, most of the time either the semis or the finals are played as best of 5s. I remember back in my day though, 2015, I played Marawana Al Sabrudi in the final. Had my semi-final earlier in the day, went home for a nap, and I woke up and I was about an hour and a half late for the final, so they ended up having to play it as a best of 3, so apologies there to Marawana there.
Oh my
Bit
goodness.
of a late apology.
Had a nap. Oh, well, I'm glad they did wait for you because there is rules about what they can do about that if you're not turning up.
I definitely got pretty lucky there.
They were very kind to you.
They could have at least given the first game away.
Yes, yeah, there is. I've just been recently reading about that in the tournament regulations.
Yeah, but
about every 10 minutes what can happen as you slumber on.
I woke up with a start at about 2 p.m. and I just had this weird dream where I'd been playing croquet and
oh dear. And how did you go with that match when you raced in there? Probably adrenaline pumping, feeling highly guilty. All sorts of emotions at play there.
Well,
Timothy's got a big shot down with black. What's he doing? Going to try and take out that yellow? He looks like he's hitting his ball.
I had a big double there. And it did look like it moved right to left.
Yeah, he could have hit his ball, go through the hoop or hit yellow. And unfortunately, the worst one occurred for him. So this is good for Joel that Timothy hasn't gone on and made this 8th hoop and levelled the game. So he'll be up 5-3 if he gets this through, which he has. Well done, Joel. Looks like they're tossing the coin over on the other game that we're going to be joining shortly.
Yeah, so in a moment we'll be switching over to what promises to be the most exciting match of the day based off performance so far. But in the meantime, yeah,
This
Joel,
is hoop 9 now, is it? Yep.
Yeah. Joel's up 5-3.
I'm wondering if this cyclone keeps approaching and the wind gets up, how well people with the big casting swing will cope.
Yeah, well, you make a good point there. So as the wind increases, the guys with the big swings and the square-faced mallets, because those square-faced mallets catch the wind a lot easier as well. They're going to have to switch up their styles a bit. So that's going to be a really interesting dynamic for that final day in the final, as even though we might not see rain until Sunday evening, there will be a bit of wind, most likely.
I really hope it doesn't rain.
Oh, definitely.
Josh, for the final, when I looked at the forecast and it said sort of 70%, I thought, I hope that's a later rather than midday
But
situation.
in my opinion, in that situation, that type of weather does favour the Egyptians, who have a much more solid style of play where they ground their mallet first.
Ground and quick shot. It's a quick shot. It doesn't, you blink, you miss it.
So there's a lot less waving around in the wind there with their mallets.
Yeah, so it's pretty much just the Egyptians that are not casting. That looks like a blue ball on the leg of that hoop 9. And Joel could have a go at Pecky right now. A jump. No, he's choosing not to, by the look of it. Oh, he's playing us red. That's the trouble. I can't see down that far. So he's just gone off to the side. That sort of happens often in these corner hoop scenarios, that the line is a good place to be over that side, because people then can't shoot you across field.
What I think he's tried to do was block black from hitting yellow, because I think he thought his yellow shot was a bit of a better opportunity to jump. So he's played a bit of an all or nothing block there, but he's missed.
Yeah, yellow can see blue, so Joel is, with his blue headed mallet, having a crack at it. Ooh.
Oh, great shot there.
Very good.
Popped it
That's
out the way it came in.
That's what you like. So he looks like he's going to try and wedge that back in the jaws, though. Always a very tricky shot, that one. Yes, that's not an easy shot to achieve, especially if you're casting, I find. I mean, when I first started playing the game, I just put my mallet down. Nobody casted. It wasn't until I went to England and saw Robert Fulford and Chris Clark casting that I actually discovered there was such a thing. But I do use both, and for those sorts of shots, I like to put the mallet down.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Less waving it around. I think when you've got that momentum of the big swing, when you're doing the big shots, it's all Katie pie. But when it's a little shot like that, I find that my mallet starts wandering around. It looks like that that quarterfinal game has begun, so we must be moving over there reasonably soon. But they're already up on hoop 2. No mucking around. Blake Fields looks like he's taken the first hoop off our Egyptian opponent, whose name was again?
Fawzi Helmi.
Fawzi Helmi. We should have the names of all these players up here so we can see what they are. We just we'll have to get our secretary onto it.
Yeah, so again, the winner of that, obviously each quarter will go through the semi. So in our 3 quarters so far, we have Takeri King versus Ali Al-Zaini, who will face the winner of Aston Wade versus Levi Franks. And on our B side of the draw there, we have Fawzi Helmi versus Blake Fields. And we had one early round of matches start, and we'll have the second round. There's 2 matches that have gone on a bit later, so that's Timothy Wright and Paul Kaiser and Robbie Spooner, who are down on one of the back lawns.
Yes, that end of the knockout had started later, so there's going to be a little bit of delay there. Because Paul Kaiser and Robbie Spooner played the doubles in the GC Nationals together. They're great mates, so we can't see them. They're right down on that back field, I think. I think that's Paul.
So we can't see them. They're right down on that.
But Paul generally is going to be the stronger player of the two. Plays a lot of croquet. plays AC as well, and is a GC referee, so he's very passionate about this game. Yeah, so I feel that he's going to be the stronger outcome there if I was going to predict. Although apparently you've got to be careful as a commentator to predict too much because it never goes your way. Blake's going for a jump on hoop 2. Have we moved over to that game yet? Not yet. No, he hasn't. He has not done it, though he won't be happy about that after he did an amazing hoop 2 jump against Mikey, which I think Mikey's like, did you just see that, what he did? It was a bit soul destroying to see somebody do that to you and crush those hoops like he has. He's certainly consistently been making some amazing hoops, Blake Fields, once he gets running, so you'll be giving that Egyptian player a real run for his money because the Egyptians are known for slam dunking hoops too, aren't they?
Yeah, crushing hoops and breaking hearts.
Fallsy. All right, so we're up at hoop 10, and it looks like Joel's sitting pretty at 6-3 right now. So Timothy has not made another hoop since hoop 7. So he really needs to get himself back into this game if he wants to take it off Joel. But Joel's in a very good situation right now. Oh, yes, he had a crack at the hoop. He knew he had to get things going. So this is a big moment for Joel. He'll take the first game if he gets hoop 10 with his red ball. So hopefully he's doing all his breathing, feeling pumped. Just imagine it's already happened, Joel, and you have made that hoop already. Just clinical, pop it through, which you did. So first game to Joel Steele at hoop 10.
We've seen a lot of quick games here today, Sonia. There hasn't been too many tight ones. I'm not quite sure why that would be.
This is his top level play, and these players are about shooting and making hoops, and so you probably won't be seeing so much tactical play around hoops, and they're younger. That's not their style. You know, if we were watching Duncan Dixon or some of these players that have been around a while, like me.
You're not too old, Sonia.
Reg Bamford, no, I'm not. I've said that. Never grow up in this sport. I think I'll be 90 in the patron, and they'll be like, young Sonia. Well, no, so Blake just slam dunked that hoop too. He's phenomenal at these hoops.
I was thinking it would be good.
So Josh is just going to wander off and have a bit of a break. I think you deserve a bit of a break. Enjoy your scones if there's any left. Yep. Hi Chris, how's it going down there? Have you been down in the dugout?
Yeah, I've been all over the
dugout.
And I saw a little bit of Forsey playing Jana this morning, and he is monstering her. So, I mean, she ran hoop 4 from the north boundary, and she didn't run many more hoops in that match. She was completely all over her. So we've now got this fantastic matchup between Forsey and Blake on lawn 2. That we're going to be covering. So the cameras are going to be trying to move a bit closer so we get better camera angles. So that will happen in the next few minutes. But it's currently 2-0 to Blake in the first game. We had the opportunity to see Blake this morning. Comfortable win.
Yes, it was a fairly decisive win, wasn't it?
But Mikey didn't ask him many questions, did he?
No, he didn't.
Forsey's going to be asking a lot more questions than Mikey managed to.
With a player like Blake, who looks to me, from what I've observed of him this morning, he's very confident and personable person, and so if you allow his kind of energy to dominate the game and get in your head and used to start kind of trying to play that catch up, then you're in a bad space. You have to remember to play your game, but I think also just slowing him down a bit and not being dominated by that kind of very big energy that he obviously has.
Yeah, Forsey's not going to be worried by that. He's incredibly chilled, looks the most relaxed player you could imagine on the lawn, and we've just seen Blake have a go at hoop 3 from middle of the north boundary, So, you know, angled and about 8 yards long, when he could have just cleared that red ball that we've seen Forsey run hoop 3 with. It was way too aggressive. I know he's 2-0 up. Keep the pressure on Forsey. Put that clearance in. Get the hoop back to neutrality. Don't let him back in the game. Remember, Forsey hasn't dropped a game yet.
Right, during block play, the whole lot.
All the knockout. He's
Maybe that's what Blake's a bit nervous about, so he's feeling like, I need to, like, you know, secure this. I can't, you know, delay. That could be part of what's going on. He looks confident, but remember when he played that first game against Mikey, he missed a very short hoop, you know, and nerves do show up in those sorts of spaces. So perhaps that was a bit of a nervous moment, that he wants to get dominant quickly, and I'm going to make this hoop and frighten this Egyptian.
Yeah, but it's the wrong choice.
Yes.
Forsey, whilst he has won every single game he's played, and most of them very, very comfortably, looked vulnerable to me yesterday. He failed some hoops, didn't hit all his clearances, and I think he's very beatable. I like his style, I like his technique. There he's missed black and hit blue, so he was trying to clear the black ball, and Blake now has a good chance to take a 3-1 lead in the first. I don't think you need to be running 7-yard hoops to beat Forsey. You just need to be solid.
Yes.
And Blake's got all the shots in his armoury to win this match. But if he goes bullet a gate,
I think he thrives on a bit of adrenaline though, so you know that'll be the battle.
yeah,
of what if you know, keep your mind in the game, stop and have a think about things and weigh up what's going on, and not just be about you, you know.
yeah, physically I think Blake has the edge in this match, and yet I had Forsey as a very slight favourite going into it. I just think he's going to keep the pressure on and be better positionally. The question is, can Forsey's hoop running hold up? And this is one of the shots I said Blake's been really good at this tournament, black at yellow. So from the south boundary behind 4, clearing these yellows in front of hoop 5, just been nailing them in the middle.
Right, if he consistently knows he can do that, then that puts a lot of confidence in your game, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's a good example of his power. He's only hit that quarter ball and he's moved it all the way up to hoop 6.
So really in his muscle memory, you know, as he's been developing as a player, he's very confident at hitting those balls hard. His body knows how to do that. He's got a very quick cast, the way he swings too.
Very much
And
so.
he's a strong person physically, as you said, like he's physically has got that dominance to hit things around.
Very surprised Forsey didn't shoot at blue. It looks runnable to me.
It is angly though, and it's just that pressure now. Forsey has 2 balls in front. Is he going to go for it? And he probably wanted to tempt him to not go for it.
This is a straightforward hoop.
Yeah, he's got a very quick swing. Yeah, there we go. Didn't go through.
Got his reward.
Yeah. Yes, well, I'm a bit more of one that would be trying to sort of put that pressure into the mind and just bring those balls in and seeing what he'll do.
Yeah, be aiming to hit this half ball on the left and try and get red up towards hoop 6.
Oh, maybe
Cleared
he
it in
was
the middle.
maybe he was hoping to put red in the hoop. By the way that looked.
3-1 down. I'm always looking to try and get that red up towards 6.
Yes,
It's
yes.
a mid-pace clearance. You don't see a lot of those from Blake. Excellent shot.
Very good shot. And also, you know, you don't want your ball to be all the way down in the corner if you miss.
That's a poor shot. Lost that back ball.
Do you think he was trying for the in-off?
No, the Egyptians will always try and hit that in the middle and hold position for 5.
Okay.
And if they don't, they want to hit it on the left-hand side and maintain control of the hoop 5 area. Yellow north of the hoop offers wide areas up.
Oh, it sure does.
And Blake's gone way too close with blue there for my liking. Forsey again taking the opportunity to try and get tight position because he's 3-1 down. Wants to run 5 up to hoop 6. Yellow can clear the blue. I'd be tempted to try and clear this red with black. I don't really want to shoot at a ball directly in front of hoop 5 from the middle of the south boundary.
No.
Risk rush peeling it. It's not easy to clear it very far. I think this is the right shot. He's going hard at red. And now, what should be a straightforward clearance.
He doesn't do a lot of stalking of the ball, Blake. He just, I mean, I know he had the shelter shed there, but he's a bit more like Edmund. He just walks up and plays. Let's see how this blue ball gets on.
Yeah, don't want to hit this on the right-hand side, because that might leave a double of hoop and ball.
And he
That's
has,
exactly
though.
where you didn't want to hit it.
And you did say he quite likes this shot, Blake, so let's see what happens. I'm just going to stand up so I can see where that ball is. Oh, it's right pretty much behind hoop 4 on the line.
Yeah,
So this is a lovely opportunity for him here to perhaps get through this hoop. Let's see what happens. Oh, just about put the red through.
Again, Forsey will just take tight position again. Lots of players will try and get in the draws here. The Egyptians aren't quite comfortable with that shot with Atkins. I think in Cairo at Federation, they'd just plop it into the far wire.
Right.
Possibly let a rabbit run, grab it.
Yes. I just saw Timothy Wright try and do that on hoop 9 and was not successful. And because he casts as well, I think, you know, things can go very wrong very quickly.
Yeah, it's more difficult with quadways to get that jawsing shot.
It sure is. Oh, he's just come up on gently on that one.
So another big clearance here from Blake. The difference is this time he's got partner in front of the hoop. So if he can clear this, he's in good position.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
He's just nicked it off though.
Yeah, so quite good. But again, this means Forsey's got a clearance to a long boundary. And red will be following through if he can hit it more or less in the middle up towards hoop 6. Potentially getting black wired through hoop 5 from yellow.
Lots that you would like to happen.
Yeah, it's a good shot. He's got red up towards that 6 area, a bit towards 3.
Yes.
But he's got a lot of distance on black. Yellow's got a straightforward 4-foot straight hoop. He's just be thinking about trying to get back to 3-all from 3-1 down. Get a good hoop 5 past the peg.
Yes, I quite like that centre of the field, and I'm often with opponents, so it's like you've got to be careful they just don't suddenly rack up, you know.
Yeah.
2 hoops on you there.
Yeah.
He does hit very well.
Good shot.
Yes,
Super shot.
Yes. Here, Ahua Pai. Yeah, apparently. Ahua being good energy and Pai, it's good, you know. Here, Ahua Pai.
So the benefit of Blake hitting that on the right-hand side is that he's now got control of the south boundary. It's giving him northwards clearances. So after yellow's played in and he's left it a tiny bit short, if blue can now play in, after red plays in, black can clear the yellow north again. So Blake opting to go much further back from the hoop than Forsey. Makes it easier to get in front, but gives you a more difficult hoop. So black at yellow with power. Oh, that is a super shot. Look at where black's finished. Almost inrunnable.
Oh, that is a super shot.
That blue, he may not be able to see it from that situation.
But last time he had this sort of shot, he just played in. And I think he might just play in again. Blue is, what do you think, 3 yards away?
Yes, he looks like he's
shooting though.
he's shooting. You don't really want Blake Fields to get too many more hoops up on you than this current 3-1 situation, so probably best to try. Oh, he
he's
did
hit
touch it, but it's not AC, so he can't make contact off that one.
No, and you can see he's unhappy. And I mentioned earlier that there's this slight hill from east to west, and that, at some stage that will have been middle of blue, and he's just hilled off, so he's just flicked it.
Yeah.
But this is a big shot in the first game. If Blake wins hoop 5 to take a 4-1 lead with partner at hoop 6, it's going to be tough for Forsey to come back from there.
Yes, and Blake will be feeling, he will be feeling really good about that, because he took Mikey Lauer out at hoop 8 in both games in that first round of the knockout.
A shout out to our referee. This is John Wall. John's been around the game for ages. I think he's about 91. If I'm anywhere near like as good as he is at 91, I'll be doing quite well.
This is a lifelong sport, womb to tomb. Did you commentate with John over in Australia? Because he did a bit during the McRob. Oh, he didn't get that hoop. Look at that.
No.
After all that, he thought he had it, and he had Black up there, and he didn't get it.
Very interesting tactical position here. Lots of people think, oh, Blue's failed, Red's definitely going to try on the hoop. But with Black up at 6, 3-1 down, I think we'll see Red take out Blue with a stop shot.
Well, the fact he's having a look at things and weighing things up, and I have noticed this about this player since observing him, that you can clearly see that he is somebody that has a think about things. But he's still going for it. He looks like he's just tapping in.
No, he's just looking at yellow.
Just tapping it in.
And he's happy that yellow can clear Blue.
He wouldn't have just tried to clear Blue on a bit and stay in
That's what I would have done. I would have just taken control, clearing the ball that's played before me. He's just saying, no, I'm confident I'm going to clear this Blue. If I can get tight position with Red, Blue's going to be somewhere where it can't hit Red next turn.
Yeah.
And it's a very positive line of play. And the line of play is a very strong shot. So let's see if he can hit this Blue in the middle.
Yeah, well, I think at this level and these young guys, it's sort of your meat and potatoes, is you need to be very good at clearing balls and backing yourself like this. And whilst other people may not, play tactically this way, this is something that they really need to be doing consistently, as these 12-yarders.
Ooh, is it good enough? I think he's
wired it.
I think he's got a good quarter of a ball at least here.
Yes, well, you're a little bit more in that angle. You might be able to see that. But he's lining up for it, like he can see it. So
I think he's got an edge. Yeah, that's a good angle. Yeah, he's definitely got the edge here.
And he cracked it.
What a lovely shot.
He only swings he only casts.
Yeah, that's a good angle. Yeah, he's definitely got the edge here. And cracked it. Lovely shot.
He only swings. Both the boys and the girls, they're lovely, fluent players. And these matches are taking so much shorter a time than at an Open Worlds.
Okay.
We had a 9-hour match between Fulford and Bamford this year.
For a best of 5?
Yeah.
Goodness. Yes, well, I think Reg Bamford, from when I've been watching him, as when I was preparing for the Women's Worlds, I started watching different players, and he does a lot more visualising and takes a lot more time than he used to previously. I was having a read up about Blake actually last night, try and learn more about him, because I knew he was first on our live.
Yeah.
And there's quite a lot online about his croquet career, and he obviously is somebody who thinks quite a lot about.
Shot.
Did he just get that
He's
hoop?
just taken that hoop.
And he obviously is somebody
Who thinks quite a lot about shots.
Did he just
Great,
get
hey, because there was a lot tactically going on around that hoop, wasn't there, when we had that Black up next to hoop 6 before. So he's bided his time, and he had an opening there where there was no pressure, no other balls around too much.
Well, basically he felt in a very weak position with yellow on the side boundary.
Yeah, he
felt
had
that
to
was
do
his
it.
best chance,
Because
really good shot.
Black is there.
So what did you find out about Blake then?
Yes, well, I was just trying to open up that page again, actually, because there was some quite big articles about him. And this Wunderkind, They seem to be coming up with this, that they have these new Wunderkinds in the USCA world. But he's played over the Golf Croquet Regionals in California at Sonoma-Cutrer. He was second to the national champion at the age of 11.
Yeah.
So he has been playing quite a bit of competitive croquet. Yeah, that was the doubles he won that with. And he's had a lot to do with Sharif, who's mentored him. And Ben Rothman as well. So he has some very good croquet players mentoring him.
Yeah, I think Ben was pro at Mission Hills while
Right.
that's Blake's area of the world.
And
Rancho Mirage.
yes, and he's not a stranger to, playing. He represented in 2019 in the under-21 world, so this is his second under-21s, which is also an advantage to him to have had that experience of international play before.
Yeah. So Forsey taking a power clearance on here. Red at black. Really tough shot. No, got blue. Oh, followed on to black. Handy. With blue having been cleared, black will feel forced to have a go at the hoop now. He's basically 2 balls down, so black has to have a go at hoop 6 rather than clearing yellow.
It is a situation. He calls his swing a long cast pendulum. And he didn't get that. Is it stuck? Oh no, it's just off to the side.
No, it's it's
Did it go
through and run it.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. So 4-2. Blue in a bad position for hoop 7, all the way down in the southern part of the lawn. A nice positional shot from Forsey, straight in front. Blake shooting, and he's missed by a long way that time. Got to be careful about getting into a too shootier phase, or else you start losing your positional side if you're always hitting the ball hard. Nothing wrong with shooting there. You're shooting towards the short boundary, so even if blue misses, you're in a useful place. So almost a free shot.
Yes.
Equally, you could say you could have tried to take position because black can clear yellow. But getting these balls on the north boundary at hoop 7 is a perfectly reasonable thing to be doing.
I think with that black sitting where it was, I wouldn't want to be putting pressure on that as a ball that I'd be using for clearance. He looks like he's going to have a crack at it though.
It's not a great
He's got a
red.
very specially made mallet by the look of it here. 12-inch in length signature series head with doubled up brass face plates. He doesn't like any flex in his handle. And so he's had 2 of these made because they're very specially made for him. And yes, he plays AC too.
Yep. Yep. No,
And won the first AC trophy he won was the first flight in the US Open at Mission Hills last year. But he's not playing any American rules.
So just explaining Forsey's shot there to the viewers, he had a slightly hampered backswing and he's gone to try and get yellow in the jaws and he's hit it too well and it's run the hoop.
Oh no.
So there'll be lots of spectators clapping because he scored a point, but he'll be really unhappy with that.
Well, he's looking like he's going to try and push it down.
Yeah, he's in all sorts of trouble. Blake's played a great positional shot at
Oh yes.
hoop 8. When you're 4-2 down.
Oh dear, I didn't get it on the right side.
No, that's all he could do. That's what he was trying to do there, Sonia. So he's trying to get red down towards the hoop and leave yellow some sort of shot at blue.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So pretty much as well as he could have done. He could have flicked off finer and got red a bit closer. Now, black not getting position means Forsey will get back in the hoop if he can clear here. But again, at 4-2 down, he didn't want to run that hoop 7 by a few inches. He just wanted to get into the jaws.
Yep, he must line up with that left hand. He just had a bit of a stop there to have a look at life. All right, so shooting at blue.
Great shot.
He doesn't lean back as much as
Great shot.
He doesn't.
The
A
thing
lot of them
I
have
know-
very identical. You
The thing
know.
I noticed yesterday was the stability. If you look at his body, it is amazingly stable. I was very impressed with that yesterday. I thought that was a massive strength compared to some of the Egyptian players. So yeah, that was really good. But he did fail some hoops. At one of these instances where if yellow can see blue, red should be trying to take position so black can't hit it because blue's in the way. If yellow's wired from blue, he'll feel forced to take the hoop on, I think, here. He might clear blue, but I think he's taken the hoop on.
Well, he's done it before.
No.
Not this time.
I think this is one of the things I always mention when I'm talking about Egyptian players compared to the top AC players. The top AC players would always have hit the hoop there. Not necessarily running it, but they'd have hit the hoop, whereas the Egyptians tend to miss by further when they miss. So Blake nudges that black in front, wired from the opponent balls. And he should get a 5-3 lead very shortly.
So this is probably Forzie's first time out of Egypt playing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm just trying to have a look at some information about what he's been up to.
Blake taking on his jump here. Yeah, comfortably through. 5-3 up.
Like taking on his jump here. Yeah, comfortably through.
Piki. That's to jump, piki, and a jump shot's called piki.
Very good.
Not so hard to say that one. It just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Piki. Go on.
Ah, you wanted me to have a go. So, right, so is it an I or is it an E?
It's
Is it
an
pecky?
E.
So it's pecky.
Piki.
So yeah, you've gone
Piki.
pecky.
Yeah, that'll do.
That'll do.
We're all learning together. Well done. All right. Yes, I just think that experience that Blake's got with a little bit more international play does help him with these pressure stages of knockout.
Yeah. So black just nudged up behind yellow to stop yellow getting over to hoop 9. And yellow has tried to block blue's shot.
A bit of tit for tat, huh?
No, sorry, yellow's just split the impasse by moving away to the south boundary. So red clears blue, taking the south boundary in front of 9 and moving blue away. And I think one of the things we'll see Forzie try and achieve here is getting a short hoop. He won't want to be taking these on from the boundary, 5-3 down. If you're 5-3 up, you're very happy to take a long hoop on. 5-3 down, you want to be taking shorter hoops to try and run it up to hoop 10. So he'll try and play in close here. A little bit short.
I'm just checking on what's been happening with the Joel Steele Timothy Wright game. It looks like Joel took the first one, 7-3, and it's 3-all at hoop 6 in the second game. They're just approaching hoop 7.
I assume red's going to be clearing blue here rather than attempting the hoop.
Yes, but this hoop 9, you've got a lot of lines around you, so you know. Oh, he
he's
did it!
taking the
He
hoop.
did take it. That's very
Oh, you've got a lot of lines around you, so you know.
You're enjoying it. The number of good shots have been Yeah, really up there. Very few poor shots as well. So Blake takes position at hoop 10 fairly well, but it isn't wired from the red ball. So red can clear it. Yellow's going to try and get between black and the hoop.
No, it's moved off. It's sort of moving off to the left there a bit.
Yeah, everything moves right to left here.
Yeah.
So another big shot coming up. Blake might have blocked it. It's not far away.
Oh, okay. Chris, I think somebody needs to pick your brains just for a minute, so I'll just leave me on the mic here for a minute. So Fuzzy is going to have a go at clearing that black ball, which I'm not sure how much you can see of it, with blue has gone in front of it slightly. Let's see how he gets on. He's hit that very well. His red balls.
He's hit that very well.
So Blake's got quite a long shot back if he needs to get this yellow ball, and he doesn't muck around his long swing pendulum casting shot there. He only takes a couple of swings, and he has missed. So let's see if Fuzzy can get this through. And he'll be very happy if he can do that, because that'll level this first game to 5-all, and he was down, and so he'll be really pleased if he can make this happen. This is a very important shot for him right now, because if he doesn't get it, Blue's going to have a turn at it. And Blake's standing there hoping that's going to happen. And he's nailed it. Well done. 5-all at the turn.
And he's nailed it. Well done.
Blue plays blue, red, black, yellow. So red will be taking shot. Now Blake has not gotten position at all in front of a hoop. I don't know if he did that deliberately, but sometimes because there's not much length between hoop 10 and 11, if you go and put yourself in front of the hoop, then somebody will just go and shoot at you and remove you. So he may have tactically decided to not put that ball in front. So Blake's played that really high. At this level, you just don't want to put a ball in and be a sitting duck and have somebody clear that. So he's put himself there so that once red has a go at things, then... Oh, he's popped that into the hoop. He's done that quite successfully. That's great. So now Fuzzy is going to try and remove that black ball. Probably just hitting straight into it. Oh, he's just dribbling into it. So really trying to stop him going for any jumps or to clear yellow right now. So that's good. Right, so we're going to have a pecky here, pecky jump shot. So he's just checking that hoop. He will probably get a referee to come and hit down the hoop. Being a jump shot, it's going to put a lot of pressure on that hoop, which can make them move around. And so he wants to make sure that it's firm in the ground as possible. But did they, because they mowed last night, did they, Chris, and they reset all the hoops?
No, I don't know the answer to that, actually. Play was finished comparatively early last night. But the lawns are certainly running very nicely. You'll be able to see a few light brown patches starting to develop, and they've been getting quicker every day, obviously helped by this lovely weather, combined with the breeze we've been having.
Yes, 'cause it's very sand-based here, the lawns, aren't they? So they do drain very quickly.
Yeah, so what's happened since I've been away?
So Blake just, he looked like he had very little position on hoop 11 with his blue, but he's managed to pop it just into the jaws. And then he went very high up with his black, and Fuzzy just rolled his red onto it, which is left yellow now with this jump. I hope he's going to have another turn at it. Doesn't like it.
So it's back to 5-all.
It is he has clawed back this because
It's 5-2, wasn't it?
Blake really had been dominating things, so he has managed to pull this game back on Blake.
And he's strong favourite if he pulls off this pecky.
Very good. Do you think he's trying to not do a jump right now?
No, he's definitely jumping.
He's jumping?
The feet are further
It's
forward.
hard
You can
to-
see the mallet pointing down. The Egyptians don't stand very far forward.
No, it's hard
They
for me
just
to
hit
tell.
down firmly on it.
This will be a big moment if he gets this and lands it in front of hoop 12. Isn't that the perfect idea?
Oh,
it
super,
has. Beautiful.
super.
Yeah.
Very rare to see an Egyptian.
Isn't that the perfect idea? Oh, it is beautiful. Yep.
Hoop 11 very far. So
No.
all Blake's managed to do is pop it through, and now effectively Fours is going to get first play up to hoop 12.
Yes, and Blake's looking like for the first time today that he's under pressure and he's having to work for his position in this event.
Yeah.
You know,
So-
you've gone through your block play now. You're playing the top players now. So, what do you think? Is he going to
This
fold, and is he going to go for the
This
hoop?
is going for the hoop. This is too aggressive.
He's worrying though.
Just too aggressive.
And didn't you say that when I first sat down, I was with Josh at that stage, he did that up at hoop 3 as well, that pressure moment.
Yeah, I mean, from where we are,
So he's
Sonia,
panicking.
The red can run 12, but it's far from guaranteed, is it?
Yeah, you would have been more likely percentages, isn't it, to just try and clear red or remove red slightly than have gone for a hoop right there. That was a very kamikaze move.
I'm making an assumption that blue can't hit red, or else Blake's shot's mindless. But if blue can't hit red, it's got some justification. If blue's just come a little bit to the eastern side of the peg line, he might have decided, I'm going to try 2 goes at the hoop.
Yeah, he looks like he is going 2 goes at the hoop. He's definitely looking like he wants to make that hoop. So Fuzzy might come and try and close the gate on that.
Just think.
The body language was very much, I'm going for this hoop.
Yeah.
Unless he's trying to play poker and act one way and do another.
Yeah, I just
No.
wasn't convinced Red's hoop was easy enough to justify this.
Gosh. Yes, he's just done a very...
To justify this. Gosh.
yes, I don't think he's somebody to get flustered, and he's having obviously a good look at it, but he may just come into out of the jaws.
Well, I don't think the Jaws is a great place because
No,
you
come
can
out
just
of
hit
it,
him from
yeah.
the southbound. He's just trying to run it.
He's running
So
it.
this will see whether Blake's been justified or not. If he just walks all over this, then fair, fine. I just think it's failable.
Yes, yeah.
Very good, very good. And
A cool customer, well done.
from one of those technical...
Very good. Very good. And cool customer.
The only
Well
times
done.
I've seen him cast rather than ground his mallet and then hit it are when he's trying to run it by a certain amount. So when he's trying to run hoop 1 up to hoop 2 or hoop 5 up to hoop 6, he often casts and just hits it without grounding the mallet. But virtually all his other shots he's grounding, as all the other Egyptians do.
Yes, well, I thought I'd seen him do some casting and sort of that body language, it looked like he does, and that's very rare for the Egyptian players to do any casting.
So was that 5-2 up to losing the last 5 hoops and losing 7-5?
Yes, I think that was what was happening.
So I think it just shows how remarkable a change round you can get in these games of golf croquet.
Just biding his time a little bit more and taking those moments. I mean, it was quite significant around that hoop 5 and having those moments where he just didn't go and panic, and he just stayed, you know, and nice and quiet. And then he had that moment. He said, "Well, I can go for the hoop," and he made it off that back line, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, certainly when Blake had a what, 2.5 yards straightish hoop 5 with the ball at hoop 6 to go 4-1 up, probably 5-1 up.
Yes. That was when things started changing, I think, in this
bad.
game. Right, they're not going to take a break. They're going straight back into it.
And it's pretty good blue from Blake. That's in hoop running position.
Yes, it's always good to put that first ball in a little bit past the hoop, isn't it?
Red plays deep.
Yes, because then it does force that opponent to go deep.
Yellow will be shooting at blue here.
Looks like Timothy and Joel are having a little bit more of an even second game. It's 5-4, 5 up to Joel at hoop 10. So after losing pretty quickly in that first game, it looks like Timothy's starting to settle into this match.
So here we see this normally casts over it, and then he's going to ground his mallet before striking. That's the grounding.
He often holds his mallet up to have a little line up with his left eye. Maybe his left dominant.
Possibly. And the other thing I've been
He's left-handed, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes, because I am left-handed
Yeah,
also. So
definitely left-handed, right foot forward. Sound technique.
yes.
I've been watching him and I've been trying to work out, does occasionally he look at the target ball rather than the striker's ball when he's shooting?
Yeah, I did wonder about that too, Chris, because I thought he doesn't really put his head down, like down. He's
Yeah.
actually, I was like, is he looking at that ball? I remember Jerry Guest, I don't know if you remember Jerry Guest.
Yeah.
He used to do that. He'd take the shot and he'd be looking straight ahead.
Good hoop from Blake. No attempt to control it up to hoop 2, just powers it off the north boundary.
Yes, so I'm surprised that they just went straight back into a second game. They just didn't sort of have a bit of downtime just to have a reflect. I mean, if I'd been Blake, I'd have been like, okay, I'm just heading off to get a drink of water and, you know, resettle myself. But yeah, I think he's an adrenaline player too, so he's probably like, I need to sort this out and fix it up too. Could be going on in his head.
I always like to play through, just keep a rhythm. It's pretty good effort, that.
We
Is
can
that
get to see
wide?
all those flags fluttering in this shot, can't we? Which is nice with this lawn. We get to see the flags
Yeah, that is a...
and the cruise ship in the background there. The harbour here takes cruise ships in Tauranga.
So the fact that Blake's shooting here indicates red did get that block from blue.
Yes.
So good shot from Blake. Had to take that on that time because blue couldn't hit red. It shows the importance of positional play. If you can get a few of those blocks and wires during the game, you're going to do so much better.
It is really important, isn't it, Chris? It's not just about being a big hitter and shooting at everything. It's also just those little things that go on around hoops and tactically just being pretty solid at using all those tools.
Yeah. So some choices here. I always clear blue here. I don't want to take position allowing black to clear yellow and then blue run the hoop. I just want to get this opportunity to get rid of blue.
Yes, you strike first. Oops, which hasn't happened. The Corpora has only just
It's fine.
moved
Blue's
over
only
a
going to be
little bit.
taking position, so that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Blake's going to feel the need to clear yellow. And he's gone too gently, I think. I think it was a mid-pace clearance. And I would have liked him to hit that 25% harder. Forty will regard this as just a free go.
It most certainly is. He's under no pressure. Nothing else is in front of the hoop.
You can even justify taking yellow out hard there, because blue has control of the hoop area.
Yes.
A mid-pace clearance moving yellow, 8 or 9 yards is optimal, but simply getting rid of yellow is good.
He's definitely a very thoughtful player. He's wandered over and he's had a look at situations, and I think that's a real strength that helps him keep calm and not just be tunnel vision. He's looking at what his opponent's balls are doing too.
Yeah, all 3 Egyptian players are a credit to their coaches.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So they've all been good.
That rose up in the hoop.
Yeah, decent effort. Blake will take position, and black will be there to clear yellow. So,
Well, see, I would have put my blue further back. I don't like that clearance with black onto yellow. All sorts of things can go wrong there.
isn't it? Yeah. You've already got the chance of hitting yellow into the hoop. You don't want the chance of hitting it into blue as well.
Yes, that's right. And so if he brings that in enough to be annoying, it's come out a bit light. Maybe he deliberately held it back. It seemed I would have put it in a bit closer.
A little bit closer with red.
Oh, I don't think he was going for the hoop. I think
I
he just
didn't-
missed yellow.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
But it is one of those shots, it's like if you hit it wrong, things can go wrong, and that all just stacks up in your mind. And I certainly like, when I'm playing, I like to add extra pressure to my opponent and what's happening.
Yeah. Now, this is the position where I think yellow should run the hoop.
Yes. Well,
He is doing good.
yes.
So I was worried he was just going to take that blue out then, but
At this level, you're not really meant to be doing that, are you? You're meant to be making
no,
hoops.
I think he was looking at whether blue can get to hoop 3.
Out comes John with his trusty. These are rubber. Are they made of rubber? These
Yeah, rubber mallets, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what you find with Atkins is they don't tend to get loose in terms of a horizontal looseness. They tend to rise out of the ground. So
Oh.
they do just need knocking down occasionally.
Oh,
As you start to
yes.
see the carrots moving out of the ground, you could just know they need a little tap just to refirm them.
Yes, in his last attempt with yellow, that ball did rise up quite a bit in the hoop, so it might have lifted it. Here we go. I can't see the hoop, but
Good shot.
the way that angled through meant it's gone through.
So how
Yes. Good shot. The way that angled through
play
meant
the rush?
And he played the rush.
And you're going to find out why now. He's going to be in all sorts of trouble. Black not in running position. And Forsey is going to have control at hoop 3 soon.
It was too tempting from him. I wonder how much space he had between the ball and the hoop to get position in front.
Yeah, and that is
Anyway.
a perfect red.
It would have been better for him to, if he had that rush, to even just hit it further over it, so at least it's the other side of the hoop. And now, as you said, he's in all sorts of
I hate that.
strife.
Blue needs to clear red and try and get some neutrality back to the position to allow... Sorry, black needs to clear red to get some neutrality back and give time for blue to come back into the game.
Yes, and that's something that sometimes you learn with experience about giving that pace to what's going on and not having that kind of moment of just panicking and I need this to happen right now.
Yeah.
Um,
No, this is...
and waiting game, and I think Fazi is somebody who's a bit better at the waiting game and just sizing up the situation.
You can see the angle. He can cut this on the left-hand side and get it past the hoop. Lovely shot.
What she's done.
Lovely shot.
Very good, because that black's gone
great.
all.
She's done.
Lovely shot.
Very good. 'Cause that
So Blake's got the long walk down, and then his shirts, the wind is definitely picking up.
The Egyptians won't like that. They're not used to playing in wind. They're not used to playing in rain. When we certainly might get some rain here tomorrow. The organisers just sort of keeping track of the weather, and it is a possibility we may play the semi-finals today if the weather starts looking really, really bad. For those of you who aren't aware, we've got some sort of level 3 cyclone coming in from the top of the North Island tomorrow. And they're not entirely sure where it's going to hit, but it's going to bring gale force winds and heavy rain.
Yeah, there's just been with this general warming of the ocean and wind currents that cyclones that normally blow off about 1,000 kilometres east of us are now hitting us. And so now we suddenly have a cyclone season for the first time ever, consistently.
Yeah.
And I certainly driving up here yesterday, a lot of erosion and slips and cones out, a lot of roadworks. Here we go, hoop 3.
And this is his weakness. He sometimes fails the odd hoop from here. If he doesn't, he's going to take some beating.
Yes, because this is also the pressure that he doesn't get that blues ready.
Good shot.
No trouble.
Good shot.
No trouble.
And remember, Sonia, yet to lose a game in the entire event. Nice positional shot from Blake, but it's not wired from yellow. So Forsey will play into position of trying to avoid blocking yellow. He's overhit that one. That's a bad shot. He bends over to the ground knowing he's lost a real opportunity there.
Yes, so you said the Egyptians often don't show a lot of emotions. That was quite a big emotional moment then.
In a really bad black. So after Forsey clears blue, his red ball can not just clear the black, but it can get hoop position while doing it. Lovely central clearance.
Very good shot. Solid. That's what you want in your arsenal. You want to be hitting that length consistently in the middle.
Blake plays in again. It's a bit too close to yellow. I want that much closer to the hoop than that.
Yes, it's a bit midfield really, isn't it?
That's okay. Red's just squeezed out far enough to be able to run that. And Black's got a big double here, Sonia. But I'm not sure Blake's going to be able to turn this down.
No, he's not turning it down. He makes his decisions very quickly. 1, 2, and 3. It's a bit like Felix Webb. He's
red.
Yeah, he swings, casts 3 times, and off he goes. Felix does that, doesn't he? He's very. That's the 3.
Yeah.
Felix Webb, New Zealand player we were talking about. He's just played in the Mick Robinson Shield Test Series over in Melbourne in December.
One of our current world team champions, along with Josh, who was here earlier.
Yes.
Edmund and Duncan.
That was down in the Nelson region, wasn't it?
It was. 4 under 21 world champions.
It was
moving forward to winning the world team championship.
Yeah, that's exciting because that was cast live too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I just love having all this live streaming. I really appreciate hearing your commentary, Chris, when you were in Australia, and when you commentated Edmund Fordyce's final when he played the under-21s in England.
That was good.
It's very valuable.
James.
You give us a lot of wonderful knowledge. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. So whilst we've been chatting, Blake's played a shocking positional shot from the south, moving blue into what should have been hoop running position, and he's just nudged into yellow. It forces black to shoot now because blue is...
Yes, and Fuzzy's hidden behind it.
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, it is very good.
So he's lost the black.
He has. He's going to bring that yellow down now, but blue's going to be able to clear that red. But yeah,
black is going to end up having to clear yellow, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's going to be about a 13-yard clearance if Forsey can play this good positional shot. And these are so important.
That touch play is important, isn't it? These lawns must be quite similar to what they play in Egypt.
A bit faster.
Slightly faster.
Federation is slower than this, and Gezira is slower and bumpier. Obviously, they don't just play at those two. I played at...
That's a good shot.
Shooting Club, and Shooting Club was faster than this. Shooting Club was about 12 seconds and quite brown lawns and much firmer hoops. So they do play in a variety of conditions.
Oh, okay. So is he going to cross the line? This could be dangerous.
This looks close. This is in.
No. I just worry with that one is that if you don't get your accuracy correct, then he could have put a block between yellow and blue, which I've been kind of taught is don't cross that line.
Yeah. I think he'll be trying to nudge yellow into tight position in front, blocking blue.
Yes, I agree. I don't think this is a shot where he'll clear. He doesn't want to start playing that game right now. He is going to do it.
Just this shows a high level of confidence.
That he can... Well, he did last shot. He sent a ball, so...
Oh, he's gone for black. Okay, so that's clearing the ball that's just played, allowing Blake to take the hoop on.
Why?
Well, he's got a 2-1 lead, and now the pressure having been applied to Blake.
Well, he's got a 2-1 lead, and now...
And Black would have been miles away.
So he deliberately did that
He's
to
put pressure on him.
see what Blake would do.
Yeah.
Yes, well,
It's
that is very
really-
wise man.
Yeah. If he was 2-1 down, I don't think he'd have done that.
No,
But 2-1 up, it's a really sound line of play.
it's wide, very wide. Okay.
And now yellow will play into wide position from black. So just in case blue clears red, yellow's still going to get a guaranteed go at the hoop if it can wire from black.
I certainly like what he's doing tactically. You know, you're in charge of the game. And even when he was down that first game, it was almost like there was just that moment he says, no, I'm in charge of this game and I'm going to dictate what happens around this hoop and I will set it up to what I want. And that's what he did with that last shot. And he's not feeling pressure like, I must go and make that hoop immediately and I need to do that. He's obviously got a very calm, focused, patient mind, and that's holding him in good stead here in this game against Blake Field.
Yeah, it was always going to be a different type of match, a balanced tactical game against more a hitting and hoop running game.
Yes, yes.
So I think Blake has a marginally higher skill level, but I had a fractional favourite towards Forsey to win the match. I do think playing all out every shot is tough in a best of three.
Yes, yes, and he's not playing Blake's game. You know, I did mention that earlier, that kind of, you know, big character, and you can get kind of drawn into playing their game. He's playing his game,
Yeah.
and he's being wise about it, and that is why he's in this situation right now. Oh, John's just working on another hoop there. And is distracted. Don't know what's happening. Oh, he's having a tap at a few of them.
There's nothing wrong with firming the hoops up when you get a chance, but you should at least tell the player that's what you're going to do. And then he can prepare and just have 10 seconds off.
Bless. Oh.
Yeah, very good. Lovely. That stable body position, I absolutely love it. I think
Yes, I can get a bit movement around with my body if things aren't going right, and it's great to see and be reminded about that importance of having your body really calm and steady. And it's often a lot of players are quite light on their feet as they take a shot. Like when they cast, they often move slightly as they take the shot afterwards, and there's that they're not quite grounded, whereas he's showing that he's quite grounded in his shots.
That is fabulous. I
It's
think
beautiful touch
maybe
play.
It's gone half a ball too far, I'm not sure, but
Yes.
I love taking inside position there. Sometimes you get unlucky with red at black and red cannons into yellow or red cannons into yellow, but if you can hit this in the middle, yellow's in such a good position.
Yes, red to clear black. Yes, he does that again. He's holding it up and having a look at things. He works away at things. He's really, it's interesting to watch how he's just setting himself up for this shot. He's a very focused person.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh
and
my
he's
goodness.
silly.
Now, actually, you know,
Goodness.
oh good, you don't want that red to be sitting on a leg like that.
Yeah, he would much rather have red a few yards away from the hoop. He's just
No, he didn't want that.
thrown his mallet a few inches in the air and caught it with a little bit of disappointment.
Yes, a bit of a head shake. But Blake has been on the sideline quite a lot. This is not a unfamiliar shot to him. In this last game, he did quite a lot of this.
Great shot in the middle.
Hit it very well. I think I've only seen him miss one from the sideline.
And now Blake's hit that. Red's actually not bad at all. Red's actually a good ball.
Yes.
Certainly if he's at that angle, it's runnable. Blake's going to have to jump it. And if he thinks he can just run it 3-1 up, even if it's by inches, that 4-1 lead, he may well take yellow at blue, which is quite an un-Egyptian shot. They'd normally play a ball in here.
Right.
But if he thinks that red can run, I won't be surprised if he plays yellow at blue.
I don't think I'd want to be taking the risk. You know, I'm not a great fan of. We still don't have these hoops at our club, and so I don't get a lot of practice. I'm actually going to go and buy a hoop and put it at home and bang it in hard, so I can get some practice because I don't often feel very confident at that little tap in. So I'd be shooting at this, but you think he'll just come in? You
No,
say
it's definitely shooting. You can see it's a shooting technique, but normally they would play in.
yes.
It clearly means red is runnable.
Okay, it must be sitting back further. No,
Nope.
he's not cleared that.
No. I'm pretty sure he is looking at the target ball rather than the striker's ball.
Just an update on Joel Steele and Timothy's game. It looked like Timothy took that out at the 13th hoop.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
yeah.
they're just starting again now, and Joel got hoop 1. Well, he had to go at the jump.
Got the crown.
Yeah. And Joel got hoop 1. Well, he had to go at the jump.
Routine of what's going on.
So jawsing this isn't any good.
The body language is just not a very happy chappy right now. And finding your way out of situations like this, I'm sure you've been in these sorts of scenarios of not just taking things lying down, and about how you can get some momentum into your game to get back into this and start dominating again, because Blake won't be very happy. This is probably the first time in this event that he's feeling that he's not dominant within a game.
Yeah, and when you get behind, you need to get really good position at the odd numbered hoops. You need to really start dominating those. And if you're normally taking 3-yard position, you need to be taking 4-foot position and really threatening to. Yeah, that's where I thought he was. So couldn't run it all the way down to 6, but he doesn't care. He's 4-1 up now.
That's
it's a
right.
big lead.
Yeah, and no balls are near hoop 6, so. In fact, Blue mightn't have a very good run up on hoop 6, so he might be very relying on position with this black ball.
It's good position from Black.
It is good.
Interested as to whether Blake might try. Yellow will just play in. Whether Blake might try to flick red, sort of 1/8 ball, really hard to the east boundary, getting up to hoop 7.
That's a good option here, so I just don't think. Oh, that is beautiful.
Hasn't got the block.
He could just jump over it. That's another option.
He could dribble up behind it.
Yeah, I could do that too.
He could nudge it so the peg's in the way and blocking the. There are lots of options here, but
There are.
4-1 down. I'm thinking about getting Blue to hoop 7.
He's definitely having a think. He's not sure what to do, and he knows best what would suit him best. But looks like he's going to. No,
Yeah, that's nudging red
Yes.
so the peg's in the way of the block.
yes, very good.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, that's fine. It's good.
It does mean Blue's going to be taking position at 7 from quite a long way away, which isn't great when you're going to be 4-2 down. Now, my view here is there's a hill, and I'm going to aim this 1 ball right of hoop 6
Yes.
and hope to hill round Black and run the hoop. I'm going to hit it with 1 yard of pace past hoop 6, and I'm going to try and hill round and run it.
That's like Mata lawns.
Good pace, good pace. Oh, he's hilled round and got Black.
Nicked Black. Oh dear. Well, at least it's not in hoop running position, but it will clear that yellow away. But red's pretty close, so it's not too bad for him.
And Blake's shaking his head as to how did he hit that wild ball, but we all know there's a hill there.
There's a hill. That yellow's coming in very nicely.
Okay, not brilliant, okay. Blake's shooting at red here. So again, very aggressive. You could shoot at yellow, and he's got Black.
And that was such a risky shot to do that, you know. That zoning in on your ball, you know. Yeah, as you said, that was a very aggressive shot, which hasn't worked out for him now.
So
Fuzzy will have 2 in front of 6.
Yeah, and he's going to want to try and get a wire. So wiring from Blue or Black, and he's opted not to do that.
No.
So clearly felt the wire from blue was giving him too angled a hoop. Gone for the mid-pace clearance. Good shot again. And I'd have a go at the hoop here.
Yes, I probably would have too. But he's coming back in, especially with black being in such close proximity.
Another miss.
I think, you know, Fuzzy's doing a very good thing tactically of just slowing down the games, and I think, you know, that's what's making Blake struggle slightly.
Yeah. One thing I tell beginners is that when you watch a game, the person who's clearing is normally the person who's losing.
And yes, he's doing quite a bit of clearing, isn't he? And that's what you want when you're playing a game. You want to be in control of what's happening around the hoops, and Fuzzy seems to be in quite good routine about it.
That's what you want when you're playing a game. You want to be in control of what's happening around the hoops, and Fuzzy
That
seems...
shot.
Yeah.
And, you know, essentially by this stage of the event, you should have figured out what's going on with every lawn. I know that that's something I spend a lot more time on now. Before I even go and play an event, I'll walk around all the lawns now and have a look. And I think that's from listening to commentary of what you've said about things, and, you know, even going in the night before and everybody's not there and just having a bit of a walk round. There's no surprises. So he's offside with that blue ball.
He's in all sorts of trouble now.
Yes. Yeah.
This is 5-1.
Oh my
down.
goodness, yes, that is bad.
Playing against someone who hasn't dropped a game in the event.
So red is going to probably come in a bit high here. I don't think he'd be shooting at anything. He just wants to come in. There's nothing in front.
Red will come in fairly close here.
Do you think?
No need to go deep. Too many people play deep position. This is a great position where black can't clear yellow very far.
No.
So you actually want to put a ball in front. Blake's best chance from 5-1 down is to get jawsed and either get peeled
Yes.
or missed and be able to run 7 down to 8. So good choice, but it explains why red came in to a sensible jumping range rather than played 4 or 5 yards back.
Yeah, be back hiding.
And Blake will try and clear red here if he's open on it.
You know, Fuzzy, last game was hoop 11. He nailed that really rather
Super
magnificent.
jump.
Yeah, super one. Yeah, he was very pleased about that. Here we go, fast ball.
Almost cleared black.
That's not what you want.
And historically, over the last 25 years, the Egyptians have been weak at jump shots.
Yes.
Now these younger generation of players are much, much better.
So if he gets this, it'll be 6-1 going down to the 8th hoop. Wow.
Yeah, wow. I thought this would be, and it was really close. You know, Blake 5-2 up, then it went to 5-all, then the jump shot to break him.
Yes. Blake is not wanting to be out of the knockout with that score. He wants to get himself back into this game. Let's see. Here we go. Those flags are whipping around. I thought with the longer he's taking, he's not super happy with this.
Yeah, looking up to the sky.
Yeah. Just as he was playing, as that blue flag behind him sort of started whipping around. It's calmed down now, so this is a good time to do it.
Oh, lovely again.
Beautiful.
It's a super jump shot.
That is a great...
Beautiful.
Pop that down quite nicely, though.
That's a good shot.
That's a very good shot.
lots of players might take a pop shot at the double target there, black and the hoop. Egyptians don't tend to do that. They'll always play a ball in and then try and clear black.
Yes, yeah. Well, I think it's reasonably sensible tactic. You know, if you're always shooting at things and missing and then being stuck behind the back of a hoop, it's just a percentage you're not really probably backing yourself. Whereas putting a yellow in, you're saying, I'm here.
If you look at where the balls have been throughout this match,
Yeah.
Fors has always had his balls in play.
Yes.
Blake's often been near boundaries.
Well, this is what's so wonderful about having these world events. They all come together and you're playing the top of the world from all these countries where you don't normally play.
And so good that we've got, you know, 4 countries that could genuinely win this World Championship.
Yes. Well, not happy about that, but anyway, it is what he is. He's in a comfortable position here, so he shouldn't be feeling too much pressure about Blake putting black through this hoop. He'll still only be 6-2. He's got a few hoops ahead of him, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That he just only needs to make 1 hoop. So he'll probably pop this a little bit further than in front of hoop 9. I think that's the usual standard, is it? He's gone a bit short.
Well, you'd rather be 2 feet long than 2 feet short. I'd rather be dead straight in front of it as first play.
He's putting that in behind yellow. It looks like Takiri started his match against the Egyptian Ali. It might be their first game. I'll have a quick check on Croquet scores and see what's happening with everybody else.
Yeah, good clearance there.
Quick check on Croquet scores and see what's happening with everybody else. Good clearance there.
To somewhere I think it's runnable.
Oh, well.
So he's just checking out whether he thinks Blake can run this hoop.
Oh, I see.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Have I got the ball orders wrong? What's happened there?
He's popped that in the jaws, so he's putting pressure on Blake
So
to do the jump.
Black cut yellow. Sorry, I apologise for getting that wrong. So, jump shot to stay in the match.
Well, he
On the floor.
flatlined that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's in good shape right now.
So we're going to get our first medalist, Forzi Helmi. Still yet to drop a game, and despite going 5-2 down in the first, he's made this look quite comfortable in the end.
He sure has. Wow,
great shot.
Look at that.
That's a super shot.
He would have been, yeah, he's very angry about that jump shot still. Got to let that go now. Anyway.
So 2 options. You can take nice tight position here, and then next time red can clear black to a wide spot.
Yes.
Or you can just take your shot for the match. And he's taking his shot for the match.
It looks like he is.
Now blue needs to hit red, and he's back in it.
It looks like he shot at yellow then, rather
No,
than
he's just played a bad shot.
way off the mark. Right, here's getting that hoop check because he rolled up again. Oh, we got some double planes just flew through then. Tiger moths are they called? There's a blue one and a black one. Did you see that?
No, I missed
Yeah, I
those.
just saw it out the corner of my eye. That's cool.
So 2-2 in the third game, Joel and Timothy. And this, red to run hoop 9 to take the match for Forsey and become the first person to win a medal.
He's having a sit in the shelter shed for a minute then, and having a moment. Oh, he's taking his time. This is a big moment for him. Those significant moments in your life, that walk over to the red ball. And we're really blessed in croquet, you know, that we can play on this world level and compete at this level. It's, you know, there's lots of sports. It's not easy to get there, but within croquet, there's so many people that can participate in a world level matches. Here we go.
Yeah, good shot.
Beautiful.
Probably the best match I've seen him play.
First match I've seen him play, so.
It was
You were
very
here a bit
impressive.
yesterday. You caught up with some games yesterday.
Yeah, I saw him play twice yesterday, and he won comfortably, but he didn't play anywhere near as well as he's just done there.
Coffees for the camera people,
Oh.
and then I can fill in after that.
Okay. Yes. So I was just getting an update on the camera people all going to be taking out coffees and hopefully some food too. Food, no, for Kai for the camera people too. Oh, yes. I just think the camera people might want some Kai.
Okay, I can ask.
And we'll just move over hopefully back to Timothy and Joel Steele's game. And I think they're at hoop 5 at present.
I think Hoop 5's just been run, possibly with a jump shot from red. So I think that'll be Joel 3-2 ahead.
It may take a little bit to get back to that because I know they had to move cameras around a bit to watch that quarterfinal, Chris. So
Yeah.
we may not be back. We're just looking at some results. Oh, Paul. Paul has had a game against Robbie. That's just the first game they've played. That's been quite a long game then, considering that they're now on their third game for Timothy and Joel. And Robbie,
They had a late start.
did they start even later?
So 6 of the matches went on first thing.
But Timothy and Joel were second, games on. They weren't. They didn't start at 8:30 this morning,
Correct.
and they're into their third game. And I think Paul and Robbie have only taken out the.
Yeah, well,
played the
Blake
first
won
one.
that first one very quickly, didn't he?
Yes.
So they went on much.
Oh,
much
that's true.
earlier.
Oh, I see. Yes, the lawn was available now. Now I know what you're meaning, and saying to me. But I think Paul has gotten the first one anyway. Just
So,
doesn't
right.
have a result up yet.
Back on lawn 1.
Oh, yes, great. Oh, there's a good image of us. We're up the top there in the clubhouse. That first floor up where the blue flag is, that's where you find us. There's a camera up there too.
And Joel's got a strong position here. And once again, interesting, virtually everyone in the world will shoot there. And Timothy's just been taking position.
So, Chris, this might be a bit of a tricky question to answer, but so the current score, before I do answer that, yes. Yes. Right, good. Sorry. With COVID and having a bit of a break and players having that time out, how do you feel this kind of standard in this event has been compared to prior
It's been
under
good.
21 Worlds?
It's been good. Very similar to other events. I think probably because of the strength of depth we've got in New Zealand with our youngsters,
Yes.
probably the middle section has been stronger. So I don't think the top is any different. We've still got some really good play. And I think the bottom is very similar as well. But I think the middle section is stronger.
Right.
Um,
Yeah. Certainly coming down here to the southern hemisphere is a little bit further for a lot of players to travel, and flight costs are still astronomical, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
And that may have affected. Did all the Egyptians come over in the end? Because there were a few that were working through passport visas.
It was always going to be 3, I think.
3, so they did manage to get that happening.
So Joel
That's
just
good.
failed hoop 6 and justified Timothy's choice not to shoot at him and play that blue ball back in. And Joel's just played a super clearance there. Red's dead straight in front, and this time he can't not shoot. He has to take this blue at red shot on. Joel, a big favourite in this match, and really quite a surprise to find it 3-2 in the third.
Yes. Joel just needs to keep that momentum and back himself, and know that he's in the knockout and he can do this, because he's at our club these days. We've got Joel and Felix Webby
Right.
at our club at Hiratonga. We're feeling quite important all of a sudden. And we've watched on MV all these other players being at all the other clubs, and so we have those two there here this year. Hopefully we can entice Felix to have some downtime and come and play at the club. Of course, he's pretty much out of leave after playing in the Rob.
And he's sort of now a junior doctor, and he'll be working 70-hour weeks at the hospital.
My goodness. He did pop in during the GC Nationals. We did see him one day, and he said he'd have loved to have played, but just, no time.
Yeah.
So we'll see how we go.
So
But
4-2.
after playing a big Mick Robinson Shield, it's can see that he's going to take some time out now to focus on his career. He's got family in the Hawke's Bay, so we're very blessed to have him there.
And the great news is his girlfriend's got the same placement at the hospital.
I know.
So they've both been able to go over and do that. I think he's 5th or 6th year of a medical degree. So he's actually in a hospital. And a lovely part of the world.
It is.
Hawke's
It's
Bay.
not too bad. Our lawns have been pretty heavy going down and playing in the Worlds down in Canterbury. The lawns were so much faster. We just had so much rain. Very, very thick, velvety texture to our lawns. So it's definitely a challenge when you have such a big change.
Yeah.
What's happening? Joel's gone off for a drink or something? Oh yes, there's a water cooler there. So
Timothy's hit hoop 6 on his way to hoop 7.
oh dear, you don't want to do that.
Because he had a really nice black in there, and
That hoop 6 can be a difficult hoop. It can get in the way a lot. I remember James Deeth having a lot of problems with that during the McRob several occasions.
indeed,
So some sort of magnetism to it.
I think Malcolm Fletcher had a couple of rolls to hoop 10 that hit hoop 6 as well.
Oh, yeah, there you go. There's. Right, so Joel looks like he wants to clear black, which he's done It's a very good shot, Joel.
And that really puts him...
He's a good mid-place player.
Yeah. Such an important shot to have in your armoury.
It sure is.
So playing yellow into position wide from blue is the shot here, and he might have left, I think he's left a full ball there, so blue should be able to clear yellow. Might seem straightforward, but these little positional shots, just making sure you get the blocks and the wires, so he's missed it. So important. And now I think Joel will play the power clearance half ball on black, trying to cut it over towards corner 3.
Yes.
He doesn't have to, because blue's missed. He can just play red between black and yellow, because black's blocked on the hoop. But when you've got these easy clearances, you should just take them.
You should especially take them on these kind of corner, hoop situations.
So didn't quite get as much of it as he wanted, but he still moved it between the line of 3 and 4. And it's going to be about a 14, 15 yarder for black.
His red stayed around, which is what he wanted.
And I think what we've seen during the match is Timothy's strength is positional and around the hoops. And when he's been forced to shoot, sometimes he's missed by some way.
Oh, okay. Is it? Do you know much about Timothy? I was
I-
trying to have a look a little bit. Is he with the Toowoomba club? He's Queensland based. I think he's at university currently. I was trying to find out a bit more about him.
No, this is my first viewing of Timothy, and he's done so well. You know, the only Aussie to get to the knockout. He's making the most of his ability. I think that's good.
Yes. Well, for many of these players, this is their first experience at international play and competition. I think just on the lawn next to us, Levi and Aston Wade are getting ready, or they maybe have already had their warm-up and they look like they've started the quarterfinal. No, they're just warming up. But that will be getting going soon.
That'll be a super match. New Zealand Open champion, the last year's British Open champion, and the current European champion.
Oh, is he now? Okay.
So it is going to be an absolute cracker. If they play anywhere near as well as Forsey did, then they'll be difficult to beat.
What mallet is Aston playing with? Do you know?
That's a good question.
It's got a white top to it. Looks.
So it's a trimmer mallet,
It is a trimmer, but he's just got a different coloured handle on the
and
top.
his shaft is offset. So if you pick his shaft up, it won't be 90 degrees, or at that line. It's slightly offset, so he can grip it and hold it, and that's how he likes.
Yes, the trimmers are very personalised to what you require, isn't it? When I was talking to Debbie, lines about her trimmer.
Super mallets.
Yes, I need to save up.
Yeah, not cheap, and have to wait a few months before they arrive, but otherwise they're excellent.
Well, when I was looking for a new mallet last year, I looked up about trimmer. I think they weren't available till March this year. So
It's 5-6 month waiting list often.
Yes, incredible. But if he is making them personally, then they're not coming off the factory conveyor belt.
Yep.
So that hoop 8 has it's under contention right now, and Joel's doing one of those lovely clearances. He's been pretty solid, but that red's moved on more than he would have liked. He's got his yellow in front of hoop.
He's got yellow over hoop 9, Sonia, so I'm not sure you're right there. That might be
Red
very
over
handy.
Yeah, red over at hoop 9.
If Timothy misses this, he'll be 6-2 down with red close to 9, and it's getting close to shake hands time, isn't it? So he needs to hit this one. Great shot.
Oh, she
Great
has.
shot.
Oh, very good. They're having a right tussle, aren't they?
Back in it.
Quite evenly matched, and that's always exciting to see people
Yeah.
really having to battle it out.
And now you're certainly right. Red is not in the right place, but had he missed that, red would have been in a very good place.
Yes. I am looking forward to this Levi Franks Ashton Wade game. I managed the GC Nationals at Heretaunga, so I got to watch Levi quite a bit and was really excited for him that he won against Duncan. It was a 13th hoop win in the third game, I think it was. And just this experience for him.
And I think one of the other things we should say about this group of players, I'm talking about 32 people now, so it's quite difficult, is what a nice bunch of people they are. Absolute delightful. And thinking about Levi and Aston, you couldn't wish to meet a couple of nicer people, and they're really, really good.
Yes, that's great. That is great to hear, Chris, with such a small sport. I think it's good if we can all be pleasant and get on well. I mean, we're not winning $1 million here, so a part of the big win of these sorts of events is yes, doing well, but also just really enjoying being around the croquet fraternity.
Yeah, it's a big miss from Timothy. Missed a 7-8 yarder, and easy hoop there for Joel to go 6-2 ahead in the decider. So it looks like we are going to get the expected result, albeit a little bit longer than we expected it might take. Joel did very well winning his block with a 2-0 win against Blake yesterday at Tauranga.
Yes, that was a great win for him. Pretty exciting.
You guys need anything?
Do you want to take on that?
I can take over if there's coffees downstairs that need to be taken care of. I can do that first.
We're just having a bit of a negotiation on whose turn with the break what was. It's my turn.
It is your turn.
Yes.
Yeah, it is your turn.
After I had to do my big moment and introduction in Today Māori, when I know lots of the words, the kupu, but I'm not very good at sticking them together. So hopefully it wasn't too dreadful. But anyway, I was quite pleased to run off and have a bit of a break after that and leave you to it. So
Tim tried to promote the blue ball with his black there, but missed, and now he's trying to get in the jaws. Again, when you're a long way behind, you've really got to be trying to get into the jaws of these hoops 9 and hoop 11.
and look what everybody's seeing on the screen right now. So that blue has not gone in far enough into
No.
that hoop and given probably Joel a bit of an in-off opportunity.
Yeah, he's got that.
He didn't
Lovely.
even need to worry about the
All
blue.
over.
So that's super exciting for Joel.
So that's Joel into the quarterfinals.
Yes, that's down in that bottom.
Probably Joel. Off opportunity.
he's got that.
He didn't even need to.
Happened. Robbie took out, Paul took out Robbie 7-2, 7-5. So that was very quick. So it'll be Joel Steele versus Paul Kayser, another all Kiwi New Zealand quarterfinal.
So guaranteeing a Kiwi medal.
Yes, yes. And we've got, Te Kiri still up with Ali.
So Levi and Aston have finished their practice.
So they'll be getting started soon.
Levi's basically quite consistent. There isn't really any particular strength or weakness in his game. I have mentioned in my written commentary his mallet has 2 broken end faces, and it sounds like it's just clunk every time he hits it.
Yeah.
And it can't help the positional side of his game. But he's been playing with it for a while now, so he's obviously got used to it.
It does sound rather dreadful. It's just, they just keep losing all these ends off their mallets and they've decided not to glue them back on anymore. I recently lost the end of my mallet during the Worlds and I have gotten it glued on. Thankfully, I was staying with Peter Couch, who knows a thing or three about mallets.
Good.
And so I need to email him back. He just emailed me to ask how it's doing. So if you are listening, Peter, it's still on there. He put some grooves in it and roughed it up a bit, so I think that helped too.
So red's not as deep as it should be there.
It's always hard, these lawns. We can't see here. I'm going to stand up for a minute.
Needed to be a yard close to the boundary because I think blue might have the opportunity of clearing it to corner 4 if black hasn't got in the way.
It looks like black's in the way. Yeah, there's a bit of a line, blue, black, red going on there. So did Ashton just go over and have a bit of a look, did he? Are we on their screen? Oh, that's good. We're all set up here. That's great. Everybody can see that situation going on.
Looks like it's... That's shooting.
Oh, he moves his body quite a bit more. When we're talking about people holding their bodies still. Ashton's more somebody that puts a bit of movement into his body when he takes the big shots, by the look of it.
So I've been trying to get him to stay a little bit more stable, Aston.
Well, it becomes a bit of a habit if you start moving your body around, and it can get worse over the years. I've certainly seen players that have gone that way.
And Levi feeling the need to move red here. This is immediately playing to a higher standard than I would start a match. I'd be very tempted here to start playing balls in and say, look, have your 3.5 yard 15-degree hoop and we'll see if you can run it. And if you don't, I'm probably going to end up with a 4-foot straight hoop.
I think Te Kiri may have finished his game with Ali unless he's just on a break, but he's off the lawn and shaking hands.
So maybe miss from Aston.
I think Levi does like shooting. I have seen that he's a very good touch player, regardless of having those ends on, but I think he does like shooting.
Yeah, I would agree. Normally I would say he's a good touch player. It's just every time he hits the ball it goes clunk. I just can't believe it's going where he wants it to go.
Yes, well, poor university students
Indeed.
need to
indeed.
get sponsored for their next mallet.
So, first attempt at a hoop in the match. It's very straight.
So I can relieve one of you, but I've also brought Kitty up here.
Perfect. I was hoping Kitty would come up and have a little chat to us and about how he's gone. Thanks, Josh. Come on over. No mai haere mai.
Right, so we're going to hand over to Kiri King and Josh Freeth, and they'll follow this game between Levi Franks and Aston Wade, and no doubt Takiri will give you a bit of an update as to how he's been getting on.
Because
Welcome,
Kitty,
guys.
yeah, thank you. You've been a bit famous since last week down in Hawera Club, and your broadcasting you got happening with some media guru over in Taranaki, so pretty in awe at what you're doing there.
Yeah.
And let us know about how your morning's gone.
Wow, this morning's been it's been really interesting. Well, actually, today is a momentous day for me because actually it is my grandfather's unveiling today, so that's why my family's unable to be here today. So I made the call to come to the under-21s, and so far it's paid off.
Yeah, man, you should be really proud of yourself, especially you wrapped those first two matches up. By the way, it's Josh Freeth here on the mic. You wrapped those first two matches up really quickly. It sounds like it, it's not just any normal day for you. So, you've really shown a great showing of yourself, man. You should be really proud. So you're on that semi-final. Do you know if they're playing that this evening or tomorrow?
I have no idea. I think a call is going to be made today because possibly the weather is not looking good for tomorrow.
So who's on your side of the draw?
Levi or Aston is who I will be facing in the semis, I believe.
On Aston. Oh, yeah, cool. The winner of Aston or Levi.
Yeah.
So, we were just talking coming up the stairs, but I mentioned to you that because you're in the semi now, you're guaranteed a WCF medal. How do you feel about that?
It's amazing, to be honest. I hadn't been playing in a while, and coming to actually be guaranteed a medal in the semis is I'm pretty stoked. It's definitely a goal. I thought it was a bit further down the line, but it's here.
Yeah. So this is my first time watching you play, but one thing I'm really impressed with you is how steady you seem on the lawns. Like, you never seem to lose it. Well, you're just like pretty solid.
You obviously didn't see me in the block play then.
I did not. But yeah, no, obviously you're one of 4 players in the semis, so that's like an outstanding achievement. How old are you, Takiri? Is this your last under-21 World Champs, potentially? Or?
Yes, this will be my last under-21s, my first and last, as I am 20.
Yeah. So you got a bit unlucky there with COVID, obviously.
Yeah, if COVID hadn't happened, I possibly would have snuck in one more, but, it's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, man. So, this might be a cheeky question, but out of Levi and Aston, who would you prefer to play?
I'm just here to play. I don't really care who I play.
Good answer.
I mean,
that'll put you on the spot there.
That's how I came into the knockouts. I mean, I scraped my way through, 4th for my block, and managed to take down Nathan, then took down Ali in quite reasonable scores.
Yeah, man. Ali was looking like one of the... was it Ali or the other one?
I think it might have been Forzy.
Sorry, yeah, Forzy. He was looking like one of the form players, right? And so finishing 4th on your block, for anyone listening, means first round of the knockouts, you play someone who has finished first in their block. So it usually means that you have a really tough first match. So Takiri's managed to beat someone who has been playing pretty consistently all week, so he's done extremely well.
It's just stoked that my shots are pulling off pretty much. They were not looking too good over the last few days, but I got over the hump day.
Yeah.
And today's just one of those days where I couldn't really miss much, and
That's
things
good, man.
just went right.
Yeah. What do you think is happening because I've often thought with my own game, you know, you have times on and off the boil. When you're playing well, what would you say are some of the ingredients that are kind of coming together for you? It's a tough question.
That really is a tough question, because a lot of what I do in club is that's a question that I get asked at club, and a lot of the times I say I just hit in hopes most of the time.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, a lot of the times I do. I mean, I aim for the general area.
Yeah.
Preferably, you know, the right area, but
yeah.
I just take
Honestly,
my time with it.
I think that's it might sound silly, but I think that's a good answer. I think a lot of the time people with their swings, they can overcomplicate it. You know, all you have to do is hit it straight. Keep it simple.
Yeah, I used to do the pendulum swing quite a lot, but then one day Greg Bryant came to our club and said I swing too much. And he said, more than 3 swings, then you're obviously talking yourself out of the shot. You know, you're being negative to yourself, and the longer you swing, the longer you think you're going to miss.
Well,
so that was
sounds like you're talking about me, because I swing until I feel like hitting, and sometimes I'm there for minutes. So I don't.
Well, I mean, that was just something that I took from Greg, and it's just it just happened to work out that I've stopped swinging as long, I guess, and just focused on just smoothly swinging through instead of just forcing it through.
Yeah. That's cool.
Just looking, the Aston was a bit short on hoop 3.
Yeah, how are you finding the conditions out there, being the first one we've had on the mics, have actually played on them? Yeah,
well, they're excellent lawns. I must say, these are definitely up there in my books. It's really, really, really fast. You know, how long it should be. But it's completely different to the other club, Tauranga, heavy lawns. I actually had to... I kind of switched mallets after the first match to a heavier mallet. And
you switched mallets after your first match?
Yeah, today? No, yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yesterday I switched mallets.
How many mallets do you usually carry around with you?
I only have one, and it's just thankful that my, guess what do you call them? Your trip mums. She plays croquet, and she had a couple of mallets in her car.
Nice.
Just happened to have an RPM.
It was quite similar to the one you usually play with?
No.
Oh, really? Wait. Let me get this straight. So you come here with your mallet.
Yeah.
And halfway through the World Champs, you completely change it.
Yeah.
Talk me through that decision.
Well, I was playing my first game yesterday against Addison, and things just weren't going right. I was way too short. I couldn't get the weight of the lawn, and then I switched to a heavier mallet, and the heavier mallet just seemed to work for me. I mean, I may have scraped through on the 13th, but it just felt better with a heavier mallet on a heavier lawn.
Right, that's cool, man. That's a confident decision. I've never heard of that.
It was a gamble.
That's a gamble.
It was a gamble that thankfully pulled off.
I wonder if you're allowed to switch mallets during a game. I wonder what the rules are.
No, not during a game.
Not during a game.
I believe you can't switch a mallet during the game, but afterwards, after you finish that match, I guess, doesn't really matter.
I used to carry around a piece of sandpaper with me, and I'd sandpaper down the foam on my handle. And I had someone, who was it? I had someone complain about it. They said I was altering my mallet during the game. They said I was taking parts of the handle off.
Wow.
Tiny little pieces.
That's I almost want to make a joke about the Australians.
What sort of joke would you make?
You know, sandpaper with a cricket ball.
Yeah. It's understandable.
Yes, I don't actually... Is it against the rules?
I think so.
For the sandpaper? And
I mean,
did you get pulled up? That's more the main question. Did you get pulled up for it?
I haven't done it since. I mean, at the time I thought I was being pretty clever. Like, it made the handle way more grippy. But the thing is now, like, that end of the handle is real skinny, so it's like real skinny down one end and kind of fat down the other. And it's not really much left of the foam to sand away. So
I suppose it is altering then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but don't say that too loud. I hope no one's listening.
No, definitely not.
Okay, so just checking in with, if you've just joined us, we have Levi Franks and Aston Wade playing in their quarterfinal. It is currently 2-0 to Levi Franks, and they're battling for position here at Hoop 3. And I have Te Kiri King with me, who's just won his quarterfinal match. So he'll either be playing in the semi-final later today or tomorrow. But the great news about that for Kiwis is it means we're guaranteed a medal, so pretty cool.
And to be honest, I prefer it to be tomorrow.
Yeah, you feeling a bit tired?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind liquid courage at the moment.
Oh, yeah? What's your liquid courage choice? You like water?
Yeah, well, yeah, during the game, yeah, but after a long day, you know,
Yeah.
you tend to something a bit stronger,
Okay,
you know.
I get you.
I mean, before I came here, I had a 2-litre bottle, and I thought to myself it wasn't enough, so my mother had a 2.5-litre bottle.
Yeah, I saw you drinking out of a barrel down over there.
Yeah, I went to Tauranga, they called it the bucket, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
I was like, oh, you know, I don't drink a lot.
Water.
Yes, water, yes, water,
Yeah,
water,
we
of course,
must
water, of course.
Clarify that.
I mean, the start of this tour wasn't so good. I mean, we left Harwater at about just after 10, and we missed the ceremony. So the start of this tournament was a bit bad for me.
Yeah, man. I was driving up from down from Auckland yesterday, so I couldn't keep track of the block play. But last time I saw you were kind of battling it out. You were kind of in contention and had to win a few matches. And it
Yes.
seems like one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you up here and have a chat was all of a sudden, whatever it was, changing the mallet. You know, you're the man that beat now in the semi-final. Not talking you up or anything.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you've
yeah.
done really. You know, it's quite a.
Ashton just ran the hoop from the boundary there.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
Talking you up or anything. It's Ashton just ran the hoop from the
Well, good show to Aston.
Yeah.
So this is your first World Champs you played in, right?
Yes.
How have you found playing against people from different countries? Are you noticing they have different styles, or is it different than what you're used to?
Yeah, it's just for me, it's an experience thing. Like, you know, you play in club levels, but you seem to just play the same people over and over again. It gets boring after a while. I mean, just traveling around New Zealand and playing different people is exciting enough for me, let alone playing people from different countries, you know. But yeah, it's just an amazing experience.
Yeah, man, it's a pretty cool opportunity to be able to like chuck on the colours of your country and go to a World Champs. Like I don't think it can be said enough, but it's a.
I mean, for my town of Harwater, this is a pretty good World Champs, as we have 4 of us
Yeah.
from there. 2 are currently playing in the block, and Joel, who's just about to play his quarterfinal as well.
Yeah, so he got through before was it Timothy?
Timothy, yeah.
Yeah.
Timothy Wright from Australia.
So good work to Joel. So if we go through the blocks and the results so far, in that first block, obviously we've got Takiti King. He won 7-4, 7-3 against Ali Al-Zaini. Aston Wade, Levi Franks, we're watching that now. Fawzi Helmi and Blake Fields, Fawzi won 7-5, 7-2. So unlucky there to Blake. And we should have Paul Kaiser and Joel Steele starting fairly shortly. But our 2 semi-finalists so far, Takiti King and Fawzi Helmi. One thing I've noticed so far, literally all of the matches, except for Timothy Wright and Joel Steele, have only been 2 games. That's... Yeah, do you have anything to say about that, Takiti? You notice...
Yeah, I was talking with the boys, and they noticed that a lot of people were going just to 2 games and not going to the third one. It's like something just switched on in people's head and realised that, you know, it's knockout time, it's time to play. So I think that's what was going through people's head, really.
But what's interesting so far is I was kind of guessing, I saw all the first round games there, they went to 2 games, and I was thinking, okay, this next round we're going to start seeing some tighter matchups. And yeah, a little bit closer, but still so far have only gone to 2 games. So you guys are definitely getting through it fairly quickly.
Yeah, and I think that might contribute to possibly playing the semi-finals today, maybe later on in the evening.
Yes. So if you haven't heard, here in New Zealand we've got a cyclone. It's just off the coast of the North Island currently, and it's scheduled to hit around Sunday evening. So one great thing about the match being able to play through fairly quickly is we have the option of potentially playing our semi-finals today, to really make sure that we get it all done before we see some bad weather on Sunday, which wouldn't be fun for anyone.
No, especially for the finals, it will be best of 5.
Yeah. Sweet. So Aston scored Hoop 3 quite a while ago. They seem to be both playing at a... Levi doesn't take... He's patient on the ball, and so is Aston. So I'm expecting this match to last at least a couple hours.
Yeah, Levi's a pretty steady dude. He doesn't get shaken pretty easy. I was in his block. I managed to take the first game after it's 6-3 down, which was a bit of a shock to me. But then he just, did the job after that and cleaned me up. But no, he's definitely not a easy person to shake up. And he's just come off the win from Nationals.
Nice one. Yeah, so Levi Franks is currently the Open National winner.
From Nationals. Nice one. Yes, so
Kashmir. They all love to swing their mallets. But one thing you notice about Levi is, and I think is a good reason why he's performing as well as he is, he's got a very straight backswing. So as he's swinging that mallet, that straight backswing, what it enables you to do is you can change the pace of your swing and not have to worry about coming through on the ball on an awkward angle. If you have a bit of a crooked backswing, it means every time you hit the ball, you have to make sure you're hitting it at that same pace. So as your mallet head comes round, it's contacting the ball in a consistent spot. So with those who swing their mallets, the straighter your backswing, the more variance in tempo, and you can hit your medium pace shots and your hard shots. And so that's one thing I see with Levi is he's got quite a well-rounded game. He's able to hit both.
Yeah, was able to get a double clearance there.
Yeah, awesome.
And Aston decided to take a position to play to block black. Didn't quite work.
So this is to go 3-1 up.
Yeah, nicely done.
Nice one. Look at him. Chill as a cucumber.
nicely done. Nice one. Look at him.
Levi's family here today?
I believe his dad's here. He's he's somewhere on lawn 2.
Well, shout out to Levi's parents. They're probably very proud. And you mentioned your family might be away today to Kitty, but do you think they'd be able to make it down potentially in the next couple of days?
No, most probably not. They'll be, thankfully, I've made semi-finals, so they might be able to watch me on a live stream.
Yeah.
They'll be slowly wrapping up the unveiling at the moment.
Yeah.
But just thankful to have Nicola Clement here.
Cool.
The husband would be here, but usually he likes to play instead of watch, so he would get easily bored.
And he's not under 21?
No.
It's too young.
I'm afraid to say his age. Looks like Paul and Joel are about to get underway as well on lawn 1. It's quite good seeing Levi. Me and Levi have a bit of a history when it comes to croquet.
You've played each other a bit?
We played in the secondary schools.
Okay.
We meet each other in the finals.
Oh, you won that, right?
No.
Levi won that.
Levi and Miles. Thanks, no. Levi and Miles won it on the 13th.
That's right.
Best of 3. They took the first one, we took the second, and I just it's one of those moments. Ooh, bit of a miss. It's one of those moments where you feel the pressure of everyone watching it, and you miss the hoop, and then not quite get there, and then Levi just ran the 13 with ease. And
did you notice any difference personally between playing in tournaments such as that? Obviously, you've been in finals before, but did you notice any difference mentally, like more pressure playing in this tournament, or
in this tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been in a. It's for me. It's different because for me, it's a world stage for me. I mean, maybe New Zealand, but it's still an international stage. I usually don't get frightened so easily by a lot of people, but when it comes to people on the sideline and you make some mistakes and they start judging you, and it just slowly gets in your head mentally, and now you're worrying about them instead of the game. Oh, excellent double clearance by Levi.
He's done that a second time. He did that on hoop 4 as well.
Yes, he has.
Look at him. He makes it look like that was in the plan all along.
He's really, really improved from last time I've seen him.
I was just about to say. I used to play with them down when I lived in Christchurch. We did a little bit of coaching together.
That's why he's so good.
Too nice, too nice. But Levi and all those boys, one thing we notice is with these young players when they come through, a fairly consistent thing between the ones that do quite well is they will have a group of friends around, and you'd probably attest to this as well, to Kitty, but when you've got other people down here and you've got your rivals, but they're also your best mates, like that's when you start playing better. That's the experience you need to up your game. Yeah,
100%. I mean, I never started with a group of friends like they did. I started with my great grandmother, who's still alive.
She hit the ball as hard as you?
No. She was roughly about an 8-9 handicap. Steady. She's still alive. She comes to watch me when she can. But
that's cool, man. Will she be listening right now?
Most probably not, because
the unveiling.
Well, either that, and plus she would need someone to work her phone for her to.
Okay.
Oh.
Ooh.
Nearly another double clearance there.
So Aston Wade, I was just having a chat to him. He's part of the Charlton Club in England. 3rd year medical science degree. He's thinking about potentially after this joining the Air Force to be a medical officer. So good guy. We need more of them. So you're currently at university at the moment, Takiri?
No, it's a bit of a story with me in thinking about going to uni. There was all sorts of plans before COVID, and then COVID came, and like a bit of people kind of wrecked your mental state and your motivation to do a lot of things, and instead I just took a part-time job as a learning assistant at my old high school, and I'm now at my old primary school where I'm doing sports coordinator stuff.
Cool, man.
Working with the little kids and just trying to get more people into sport. And I said to my boss that I gave a cheeky comment about adding croquet into there.
You should.
That's
a good idea.
We worked we did it for high school, where we were able to get croquet put into our high school PE program.
Yep.
Which was very good.
For any countries out there listening besides New Zealand, we've got a pretty successful secondary school program thanks to Greg Bryant. So a lot of our players, such as myself, we come through and we have a national tournament. We play weekly at schools. Obviously not every school.
Nicely run by Levi.
Shot there from Levi.
Weekly at schools.
Obviously they're listening.
Yeah, shout out to Joe as well, just for me, because we both went to school together.
Oh, sweet.
In the same high school. He wasn't so fortunate in secondary schools to have a partner for more than 1 year. He switched partners 3 years for 3 secondary schools, and I managed to stay with the same person, Isabel Tong.
Okay.
Yeah, she was She was one of those ones that would, reel me in if I get too much.
They were real what, sorry?
She would reel me in,
Reel you in?
Because, I get a little bit wind up sometimes.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah. Just like keep you on a leash. Not a leash, but
there was some times I went rogue on her.
You went rogue?
Yeah, especially in the secondary schools final. She told me not to jump on the on the ninth.
And you ignored her.
And I ignored her, and I jumped, and I got it.
Nice. Yeah.
Because it really, it's a bit of an ego booster for me when you hear people on the sidelines. Oh, she's not very happy with that, or you get a bit showy off sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to play to the crowd. They could be wired from each other though.
Looks like I think they may be. I wonder if we can get another angle on that. Well, if he's getting down there, obviously it's close. If not completely wide, doesn't look like an easy shot at least.
See Joel and Paul on lawn 1.
So Aston putting a shot in here, and if blue and yellow are indeed wide, he's probably going to be thinking about making sure it's not an easy clearance for blue, but perhaps he can see it.
Maybe he can see it. Levi's having a look. Aston must be pretty confident that he can hit that. So
yeah, he must be able to see.
Maybe able to see some of it.
Maybe it's one of those situations, Takedi, where he can clear and go over to hoop 7.
Yes.
Maybe he's like, okay, I'm just going to put my ball in front.
Funny story about the wiring is not long played in the Lower North Islands, and I met a man in the semis called Paddy Chapman.
Paddy Chapman? Who's he?
Paddy Chapman, comes into the tournament not played GC at all. He came into practice for the MAC, but he beat me, and then the semis went on to the finals to play Nick's husband Rick. Me and Nick were watching, and when we thought it was wired, Paddy looked like he could see about a mil of it, maybe less, and he pretty confidently gave it a whack and hit it. So from now on, we always say to each other, well, Paddy can see it, so
Paddy can see it.
So anyone can hit it.
Paddy can see it. And for those of you who are listening, Paddy Chapman, he's a well-known golf croquet player. So
looks like it's 1-0 to Paul Kaiser on 1 against Joel.
So I missed those last couple sequences with Levi and Aston.
Levi, I believe, from the boundary, tried to either hit yellow or red. It's quite hard.
Straight through, and so yellow's positioned.
And then yellow decided to take position instead of. So maybe.
So Levi just choosing to play the ball choosing to hit the ball that played just before him. He's just giving Aston the soup. He's saying, look, if you make it, I'm 4-1 up. If you miss it, I'm still in.
And exactly how Levi thought it would have played out.
So that's just a lesson in sometimes you can play a shot and let your opposition have a shot at the hoop. But the way in which you've played it puts more pressure on the shot. So this is where like mind games can come in a little bit, and just that strategy. Oh yeah, so those are
interesting.
If you wanted to, what's your Māori like?
Yeah, I may be a Māori kid, but my Māori is pretty bad. I'll be honest.
I'm not too great.
It's pretty shocking because my grandparents were Te Reo Māori teachers in my high school.
Oh, really?
And I just managed to fluke by on each of the NCA courses.
You must be pretty good. You must be pretty good.
I can understand. I can't quite speak back very well, but I can understand. But it takes me a very long time to decipher what has been said.
Oh, yeah.
I just pick out certain words and construct a sentence, and hopefully I'm right.
Yeah. I have a friend who, he's Māori as well. He started learning a little bit later in life, but he told me this interesting story the other day I thought was pretty cool. It's like recently he started having dreams, and in his dreams people speak Māori to him now. So that's like a way he can tell he's like learnt more as he starts to dream in it, which I thought was pretty cool. It's one of the benefits of being bilingual.
Yes, well, I hope to improve my Te Reo Māori speaking anyway, because I just feel like I'm missing out on something good, and able to speak another language to me is would be a dream.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Nice clearance there by Aston.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Unfortunately, it is one of those situations, though, where Levi's just going to play it back in. He's already got, blue near the hoop. And Aston's around the crispy edges of the lawn here, just shooting through. So it's definitely one of those positions where either Aston keeps shooting through and hitting, or at some point he needs to make a decision to put a ball in. So we'll just have to see when that will be.
Levi has an interesting mallet to me, because when I play it, every single time he hits, you hear a little crack sound.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have noticed it, and
it's just on one particular end as well.
yeah,
right?
I think it's one particular end, and there was a couple of the boys are saying it's possibly cracked or broken in the inside.
What one of those? It's one of those Mike McClure mallets.
Yeah, one of the Terminators. Yeah,
Go the old fellas.
I've still got one of his older Terminators that don't have the bolt in it to stop it from twisting.
Yeah.
And the last 3 days, my mallet's been twisting on me, but today it's fine. I was like, maybe maybe it's just me or something. But no, Mike Frake makes really good mallets.
Yeah, man. We're joking a little bit here, but he does give discounts and stuff to younger players here in New Zealand. You see a lot of them walking around with these mallets, so thank you very much.
Yeah, I was first introduced to Terminator my first secondary schools in 2017 when I was year 10.
Yeah.
I actually didn't qualify for the secondary schools back then, but I was a wild card.
Sam, he has managed to hit black.
Equal.
Oh yeah.
So somehow, there's people that are qualified above us, and that was when Edmund Fordyce and Felix Webby were still playing.
Oh really?
Yes. So that was like my first introduction to croquet, was watching Felix and Edmund play.
What was it like coming up watching those fellas? Were you?
Well,
by that point, I think Felix probably had already won an under-21 world
yes,
champs.
I believe that was the year he won the under-21s.
You pretty intimidated?
Well, because because I'm from the Naki as well, and he's from the Naki, so
takes a bit more than that.
Yeah, I mean, I started out socially, but I looked up to Felix back in the Naki days and watched him play. No, I never, because he was year 13 by the time I was year 10, so I really never got
to the same school.
No.
Oh, okay.
So I went to Harvard High School, well, when it was still called Harvard High School, and he went to Francis Douglas in New Plymouth.
Yeah.
So we're about an hour away, but never really got to see him until secondary schools and qualifying for secondary schools, and the North versus South Taranaki event that we have.
So Aston's playing yellow onto blue. So just taking control of the hoop. I don't think he's in any particularly good running spot there. but he's just saying to Levi, look, my ball's near the hoop. If you put this ball in, if it's anywhere near me, I'm going to be clearing that next move. So he's...
Seems Aston has control of the hoop. Seems to have worked his way into there, and now Levi's on the back end.
Yeah, isn't it funny? Yeah. A couple moves back, I was saying Aston was around the crispy edges of the lawn, and all of a sudden it can shift, and it's just all subtle, you know. It can come down to a positional play here or a shot through, but the ascendancy of the hoop can shift all of a sudden. It's a nice shot.
Nicely done.
So judging by that, I can tell that Levi's probably going to be playing a shot through on yellow.
Yeah.
With black.
Red's a little bit short, but it still looks like it's runnable, maybe. I think you might be right. Looks like he's going to have a go at yellow.
Restalk. It's good to see.
It's a bit windy out there, as we can tell with all the flags that are flying nicely there on lawn 2. Kind of used to this weather, as I call it, the knacky weather.
Oh yeah?
Last 3 days have been unbearable for me. Ooh, didn't look like it missed by much.
Yeah, close.
But no, for us this is a typical knacky weather.
A little bit warm, a little bit windy.
Yeah, yeah.
So yes, these next couple hoops for Aston will be very important if he wants to win this. So if he scores hoop 6, he's got a short clearance over to 7. Get 7, you're all on for 8. So it's all about these sequences of hoops and GC.
It's like a long way to hoop 6.
Uh-huh.
When you're on the lawn, it doesn't look so long, but on the camera.
See, this is probably where I'm deciding. Look, I'm probably just going to put a ball in here, which I think is what Levi's going to do.
Look, yeah, exactly.
So in a situation where your opposition has 2 balls in front and you're far away, you're not going to keep hitting these long clearances.
No.
You know, at some point you have to decide. You have to make that decision to put a ball in.
It's a little bit what I was doing in my round of 16 and quarterfinals against Nathan and Ali, was just positional play, nicely ran. Positional play.
Ali was just positional play, nicely ran.
Go for the long Croquet.
It's 4-2 here, so it's a little bit more interesting than a couple of hoops ago. But all it takes here from Aston is ball in and a positional shot, and hey presto. So do you think he's going to just go tight here? Looks like it.
Looks like it. I'm a bit horrible when it comes to tactics, really.
Just hit the ball.
Wow.
Hit the ball, score the hoop.
Well, I sometimes I just never know what to do, and I just end up putting my ball in there anyway, and it's like, why'd you do that?
Yeah.
See, and I'm be unsure whether or not he shoots at the black or just takes positional play.
Well, it all depends here, to Kitty, of where opposition has ended up. So it's probably...
It looks interesting.
Because blue isn't in front of the hoop, if you hit black here, black shooting through just to save the hoop, one of the annoying things about this hoop is that even if black was to hit that yellow, yellow's going to hit back in, and black's going to be the wrong side of this hoop, shooting back towards balls that are only going to end up in the short boundary.
Well, see, I'd be looking at this as heading away yellow and maybe getting down to the next hoop possibly. And because blue looks like it's in a runnable position.
So you think maybe Aston was just trying to block black and yellow on that last shot?
Maybe trying to cuddle a little bit.
That's a good shot.
That's really good.
That's a great shot from Levi.
Looks like it's wide from the blue as well. See, I'm looking at these cameras and be like, there's people watching me. especially if I go back out there in the semis and just knowing that there's cameras around.
Don't let that get to you. There's no one watching. No, there's heaps of people watching.
Millions.
Millions and millions. So, if you're Levi here, you're having a good solid go at the hoop, or you're trying to just jaws this?
I'd just mid-pace run it and see if I can get a bit down past halfway. Not fairly hard, but hard enough. I don't know. My hard enough is yeah. Ooh. Hit the left leg.
These hoops look pretty solid in the ground, if you ask me. I've seen a lot of people hit these angly shots, hit that far wire, and the hoop doesn't move.
They're in there, definitely. The last few days, though, they've had a few people who've had a few good whacks at them and caused, carrots are almost 2 centimetres below the the ground and having to reset it all the time. So they're pretty good hoops, pretty good condition.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Nicely done.
So Levi's got a bit of a dilemma here. So he's got black to play, red's in front, and yellow's floating around a position where it's already probably wide blue from hitting red. So he has to, in this shot, clear red. But not only does he have to clear red, but he has to make sure that both balls go off the lawn. If he stays in lawn, red's going to have a long boundary clearance, so not quite. Okay, so depending on how confident Aston's going to feel, he's most likely going to stick that in front. And if he wanted to, because Levi didn't hit that on the right-hand side enough, he can just clear that black ball all the way to the east boundary. So yeah, it's just these little things that, when you're playing at this level, is the difference between you winning a hoop or not.
Aston went for the positional play. Levi looks like he's about to clear yellow.
Yeah, he's thinking, okay, Aston's going to have a shot at black anyway, so this counts as one of my 2 shots. I'm going to have it yellow.
Sometimes you got to think like that.
You do.
Sometimes all it takes is one good Croquet and you're back in the game. Ooh.
That's missing by quite a bit.
Yeah. It's back of the hoop. Oh, and he's missed.
And of course that can happen as well. So, I've got a feeling that black can't see the hoop here. What I'd be inclined to do is just nudge yellow out of the way. Maybe if you hit it on the right-hand side and just hang around the hoop. But worst case scenario here is that you rush peel yellow. If we look at the angle on the camera, yeah, in fact, yellow was blocking.
It's very interesting because in my head, I jump.
Oh, yeah?
Well, it's just something a bit like that.
Nice shot.
Nicely done. Good shot.
It is one of those things, right? Like where all of a sudden, so, earlier Aston, not only did he play that ball and get right in front, he made sure that if he was to miss black, that yellow was blocked from the hoop. And Levi's ended up with a shot where not only has he had to make a clearance, he can't even hit it hard, and he has to hit it on a particular side of the ball, and it's just one of those things.
What's the score? Paul and Joel.
think that's blocked
It
black
just,
from yellow?
it almost looks like it from here.
It appears close anyway.
Can't really read Levi whether or not he's impressed with that shot or not. Maybe he's
Well,
could be,
even if it hasn't, you know, it's
Yeah.
not runnable, so it's not a good shot. These are the shots, the you know, medium distance, kind of in between neutral zone shots, where a lot of people will just hit them too quickly, and they're very crucial. You know, you really need to make sure you get them in where they need to go.
that red's come back really nicely.
And yeah, he doesn't look too happy. Well, he's thinking about it at least.
What would you do here?
Well, if you can't see yellow, you're probably just going to go for a ball.
Maybe nudge
blocking.
blue over or block or...
Yeah, you're putting a ball in front of yellow probably here. There is an argument, depending on how straight it is, to hit blue centre ball and try to get both.
He's having a go at it. It's just one the spectators to look at.
What would you do here to Kitty?
I'd almost... oh, sorry. He looks like he's
for a
jumping.
jump. Which, if you know where your ball's going to bounce, it's not a bad option.
Oh, he's managed to get some
He's
of
done
it.
well to hit it, but it's
Could be.
not enough.
Ball's gonna bounce. Managed to get some of it. Well to hit it.
Front and see if I can get two balls in front. Nicely ran.
So, all of a sudden, a game which was 4-1 to Levi, Aston scored 6 and 7. He's ended up near hoop 8. So it's pretty quick how fast the game can change sometimes. So Aston is completely back in this now.
You know, it just shows that you got to dig in.
But yeah, the difference there potentially between a score that could have been 5-2 or 4-3 was just a positional shot there from Levi from the west boundary, where he probably didn't even think about, you know, the fact that he could end up in a position where he couldn't even clear yellow, you know, so... That's me being a bit rough, but...
He's put himself right in front of red.
So Levi having a little bit of a think about this.
Looks like he's going to... Unsure whether or not... It looks like he's going to take on the hoop or yellow.
Well, I'm yeah,
Yellow.
so...
I think he was looking to hit it in the middle and stop right in front of the hoop.
Yeah, well, depending on how close black is to red, maybe he's just thinking, okay, well, I play a medium place centre ball, I might end up in front, and black's, you know, can't... Red, sorry, can't do much anyway.
I feel like Aston might have played that deliberately, though. See, it's amazing. You are the #1 world player when you spectate and commentating on it.
What's this?
And in your mind, you know, you do everything right.
Yeah.
You know, you never miss when you're commentating on the side. You're the world number
It's
one.
easier
You're the number one
watching.
world player in your head.
It's easier watching.
It is.
Because the other thing that happens as well is when you're watching, you're commentating anyway. You probably see things that you might not see if you're playing, and you're not down there on the ground, and maybe some of your decisions are you've got a better idea.
Yeah, I think when you're on the lawn, it's different because you know you're there.
Yeah.
And then when you're off the lawn, you see the whole lawn. If that makes sense.
It looks a lot smaller when you're not playing.
Oh, he's having a think. Looks like he's going to put in a block. Speed demon. Didn't quite get it. Nicely done. Fortunately, it is short boundary.
Yes, but one thing he was trying to do here is
Trying
to get that wire through blue, which is why I was interested in where that went out.
Well,
I don't think he has.
no, because Levi's gone straight in, hasn't looked at it twice. Oh,
All right.
it's been unfortunate for Levi there.
Yeah, but again, it's something. You know, even if Aston hasn't gotten the ball directly blocking, he's put himself into a position where perhaps that's a good hoop from Aston, where perhaps Levi can't see.
He's put himself into a position where perhaps that's a good hoop from Aston.
I would say Paddy can see it.
Paddy can see it. Paddy can always see it. All right, so 4-4. This makes
It's definitely an interesting game.
hoop 9. This is going to be the most important hoop of the game.
What's happening up here?
So because Levi has hit his own ball and he's ended up on the other side, he's offside, coming off his own ball. Aston's asked him to come back over to the penalty spot, and he's had this long positional shot, which he's done very well. It's very hard to position going all the way across the lawn like that. So he's aimed for a good spot there. He's given himself enough room, not too tight. Often players will aim a bit too tight when they're positioning from really far away and not give themselves enough of a runway. But that was good. So, to Kitty, is Levi's ball here, the position, is it far enough out where you're thinking of taking one shot or two shots at it there if you're Aston? Or you wanting to put a ball in here?
I'd put a ball in.
Yep.
And believe in myself that I can hit it with the second. You know, a lot of it is backing yourself up whether or not you can do it or not. Might have just blocked him.
That looks a little, I think that's open.
I think
that's
it might
slightly
just be open. Camera angle looked like it. Gonna get
If it is
confirmation
open, it's annoying anyway.
from
It's
Chris Clark.
definitely in the line of sight. We've gotten Chris running across the
Gonna get
room.
the confirmation soon, or whether or not it's open or not.
Okay, well, if Levi's getting down on his
Yeah,
knees
it's
to
tight.
have a look, it's close enough. Even if it is open, it's one of those ones where
I'd be looking at this Croquet
it's
to.
definitely affecting you. You know.
Yes.
If you have that shot, it's gonna play over your head a bit. So
Looks like he might cuddle up to him.
You like a good cuddle to kitty?
Some people find me a bit of a cuddly teddy bear. I maybe look big and ferocious, but
You like a cuddle. Ooh,
Ooh.
that's a good cuddle there from Levi. He's obviously done this before. Okay.
it must be touching. Possibly.
If these balls are touching, what would your plan of attack be? What sort of croquet stroke are you going to play here?
I'm a bit uncertain because obviously if it's touching, there will be no double tap.
Yep.
And you can hit it however you want. I'm only a novice AC player and not that good, but
So obviously there are scenarios in golf croquet where the balls touch. Oh, nice shot.
it looks like he's gone down to yes, very
so
nice.
What I was going to suggest, which is what Aston's done, is because the balls are touching, he's played down to the next hoop, potentially neutralising any advantage Levi could get from running this.
But Levi's taking it on.
Yeah, so it means that Aston is onside as well at the next hoop.
Nicely run.
He's run a good hoop there. A little bit of pressure.
He's run a good hoop there.
Could have, because he would have given an easy clearance to red, so I think that's quite a good outcome.
Looks like Joel and Paul have just finished their first game.
Got to do better than that. Chris has still disappeared.
Surprised he didn't come back and tell us we were wrong.
Well, I think we were.
Oh, never know now.
Oh, we won't.
I must say, commentating the under-21 Worlds has almost been on my bucket list, really. You know, I've watched.
Commentating.
Yeah,
bucket list.
Because I watched the Nottingham in 2019 and was like, you know, it'd be really cool to commentate, you know. I wouldn't have no idea what I'm saying, but, you know, it'd just be one of those, I guess, one of those things that you wouldn't mind having a go at. So, and now I'm having a go at under 21 Worlds. So,
Do you think we've found out yet whether Semi's going to be played today or not?
I'm still unsure, really.
I was going to suggest, if that is the case, we want to make sure. Have you had lunch yet?
I'm fine.
You're okay?
Yes, I'm okay. And if the semi-finals is on, I will go down and have something to eat later on.
Okay.
I've
We just want to make sure you're all well rested.
yeah, as a lot of people have found out that quite a lot of people have been quite competitive with this top 16, and comments throughout the lawn is I look pretty chill.
Yep.
Well, there's no use straining yourself thinking about it. It's just get on the lawn and do your job.
Mm-hmm. That's some Yoda advice.
And you know, I was just fortunate that that Yoda advice worked. Ooh.
So again, with that, it was one of those situations where Levi knows yellow's going to clear blue, or most likely he's going to end up quite far away, so he's thinking, okay, I'm just going to have a shot here and treat it like my first of two shots, potentially at red.
Aston didn't really look. Ooh.
I heard that clink you were talking about. I heard
Yeah.
that from up here.
Yeah.
Man. What's going on?
Levi's looking at his mallet. I'm a bit unsure. Maybe he just hits too hard, and that's coming from me.
So this looks like a slightly angly hoop. because black's behind it.
Ooh.
Is that through?
I think they might.
I think it might be just through. For that next hoop. So there's an area which red can still clear in front of 11, but once Levi passes that line, which it looks like he has, there's really nothing red can do. So Aston's left with this long shot here at black with yellow, unless he chooses to block instead.
I'd be inclined to have a go at it.
Yeah.
Well done.
Look at him go. Not afraid.
No. And I think you find a lot of players might just set up, and I guess they're too afraid of missing. Sometimes you just got to have a go at it.
Yeah, well, yeah, you've got to have a go at that. If you hit it, it buys you enough time to get red out from behind 10.
Well, I think, especially with his red ball being hampered by hoop 10, you just had to have a go at it with the yellow ball. Otherwise, you'd almost be giving him the hoop.
Now, this has felt like a really tight game, but at one point, remember, Levi was up 4-1.
Aston looks like he's found a bit of a groove.
Yeah. So, in the last 5 hoops, that trend has reversed. So, in the last 5 hoops, Aston has won 4 of those last 5. So, the first 10, 4-1 to Levi. Second 10, 4-1 to Aston. So, heading into the 11th hoop now. Obviously, this goes to the 13th, sorry. Winner of 11 will get first shot up there. So, this is a really crucial point in the game. But is it just me, Kitty, or does it seem like Aston's kind of grown in confidence as this game's gone on?
I think you're right. I mean, it's no easy feat coming from 4-0 down, 4-1 down. It's not easy to dig in deep, you know, being bashed around the lawn.
Yeah.
But he's just managed to find a bit of a foot in the door, and it looks like he's coming right.
I wonder if...
It almost looks like it's a double there.
I wonder if Aston's got one of those famous golf croquet doubles where this is just going to sail through.
And he's got it.
Oh.
Nicely done. Here's a question: Would you attempt the hoop with yellow?
Yeah. Depends on where black ends up.
Yes.
Because of how deep yellow is, there isn't a huge area for black to go. You can't really go... Okay, so, well, that's just made the decision for me.
Yeah.
I'm just middling that.
I definitely would not be running the hoop now.
Yeah. So I'm not even really trying to... You know, if you stay in front, that's cool. Most likely you're not going to. You're just trying to hit black here, sending, you know, potentially all the way or most of the way to the line. But the goal is to keep that back ball as close to 11 as possible. That's
He's
a beautiful
done
shot.
a beautiful shot.
So what that means is the next rotation, that yellow ball is going to become the clearing ball. Levi's left here with a bit of a head scratch, and Aston can just play in a nice little ball with red, and wherever Levi may end up, that yellow is just going to be all over it. So I'm rating Aston for this hoop now. It's not bad.
Set up high.
So positions for which Levi could have gone, there's not too many options, and that was one of it. So I'll give that an A. So the other option there being for Levi that he goes nice and tight with blue and then just smacks yellow with black. So he's gone for that.
Oh, it looks like he could have hampered red for a hoop shot. Not quite sure.
Do you think he was maybe trying to position so that yellow couldn't see red? I mean, sorry, yellow couldn't see, sorry, I'm getting mixed up with the balls here, so that yellow couldn't see black.
Possibly.
Oh, another great medium pace clearance there. So, you kind of have to... You're probably taking the hoop on here if you're Levi. You could clear red if you can hang around, but I'm thinking he's...
I'd be having a go.
I'm probably having a go here as well. You know, yeah, from this position, you could clear red, but you're clearing to a position where you're behind the hoop, and, you know, you're starting to get a bit dicey in terms of whether or not you're going to have a shot back at that, if the hoop's going to be in the way, so... Oh,
Nicely done.
Nice one, Levi.
Nicely done.
Nice one.
The hoop's gonna be in the way, so... nicely done.
Stop being defensive, and no one had a shot at that hoop yet, and what you're going for was that jostling around the hoop, all these neutral positions, positioning, clearing. You're trying to put yourself in a position to give yourself a shot at the hoop. And you have to make a decision when that shot is going to be.
Levi looks like he was just checking if he has a decent swing with blue, but looks like it's a little bit hampered.
Yeah.
And Aston's done a really nice job to get down there to the 12th. Looks like Levi's having a go at it.
Yeah, I think you brought it up before to Kitty, but either Peg's in the way or Hoop 11's hampering that shot, so you know, you've got to have a shot at this.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh, it's a good shot. It's a good shot. You don't want to be rush peeling 12.
Definitely not.
Nice. But again, all Aston needs to do here is just keep putting balls in. It's a good one.
What would you do here, Josh?
Where is his other ball?
Looks like it's by
Red.
looks like it's by maybe balk line A, maybe.
Oh yeah. Well, there is an argument here. Levi's a hoop up. He's guaranteed a hoop. First shot to 13. If you're hitting well, you're probably just putting a ball in here. That wasn't, you know, if you can make it down there, just get a ball somewhere in front, smack yellow with black, keep it simple. Obviously, I'm assuming Levi wasn't trying to put it there.
Whoa.
But the place in which Blues ended up, he's just given Aston an easy clearance there to the west boundary.
Aston trying to go for a block there. Didn't quite get it.
Yeah. I think there.
Oh, and he's gone right through the middle between both of them.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like a double. Okay, so Kitty, you going hoop, or are you hitting blue? There's one on there. There's a right answer.
It's a tough call, but I'd almost go for the I would have got him the hoop.
I'd almost go for the
I think red was hampering his shot there a little bit.
I think it bounced right out in front though again, so...
So you got to remember here though, even if blue does clear red, if yellow's not in front, Levi has to be really careful where this back ball goes. If it goes off to the leg, so that's good. That's a good. Probably better if it didn't go as far. But if there was potential there, if it had gone off on the wrong side, then he would have given Aston the opportunity to clear, potentially nicking up to the 13th. So that's one thing you would want to avoid in this situation. One hoop up at 12. Oh, it looks a bit far.
No, bit hard.
It's a little deep.
Maybe he tried to go for the block.
Yellow looks a bit angly as well. It's in one of those positions where it's definitely jawsable. I don't think it's an easy runner.
Well, I have a shot called for this, and I call it the Edmund smack.
And what do you do with the Edmonds?
A ridiculously angled hoop and absolutely level the ball, and somehow it goes through the hoop. And then it's amazing when you watch Edmund and you believe it can't, they can't get it, but somehow he gets them.
Yeah. It's one of those annoying ones where you kind of have to have a go at it just because of how easily jawsable it is.
Ooh, didn't look like he missed by much.
There wasn't really much, there wasn't really many other places he could have gone just because of where Red is. He couldn't sort of set up in jumping position, so there's not too many options there.
Who won the first game, Chris?
Do you know if Semi's going to be played this? No, I'm not sure. Not sure yet.
He's just gone for a positional. Would you have sat in the hoop maybe?
I mean, I'm pretty comfortable with jaws in the ball. I mean, I can see what he's trying to do there.
Yeah.
He's trying to wire, but you end up with a.
It looks like it's
a fairly
at the
angly
same
hoop
angle
there.
on the other side.
Yeah. So I don't mind jawsing the ball here, especially.
Everyone looks like he's having a go.
That.
He's taking on the yellow ball.
I wonder if Aston's trying to create a situation where Levi has to put a ball in and he gets to clear up to 13.
I think that might have been what he was trying to do.
Yeah. I mean, Aston's in no real rush here to have to make a decision on 12, just from how consistently Levi's balls have ended up far away. I'd be pretty happy here just to hang around as long as I can, within reason. So potentially I can get that shot up to 13.
I believe Aston's just trying to find any sort of advantage he can get for the next two.
The other thing psychologically about that is you end up with a situation where Levi's had to hit shot after shot after shot. These long ones, you can get a few of them, but after a while you start missing a few, and when you have that before going to the 13th, it can be really hard on your confidence. So it can really spell a change in pace in terms of the direction of the game. Okay.
Nicely ran.
All right.
And Black's offside.
So Aston deciding to run that, I think that's all right. Just given how far blue is away from 13. Levi's practically in corner 1 here, having to hit across the whole lawn. So it's not an easy positional shot.
That looks too tight.
I think it's okay. It's a bit deep.
It's
Not bad.
a bit angly, but my eyes ain't the best.
I think Levi's put himself in a position here as well where Aston can't really... He kind of has to put it in a bit deeper. There's not really any other position for it.
I'm assuming yellow can see blue.
Yeah, Levi's got one of these really long...
It's not an easy thing to do, especially on these fast lawns.
It's not bad. It's
Yeah,
good.
It looks good.
He's done really well there. After not playing a positional shot for quite a while as well.
Yes.
Okay, so if I'm Aston here, I think you've got a difficult decision whether you want to go for blue or not. If you hit blue, you're going to end up putting it in a position where red has a long boundary. Blue. Yeah, blue has a long boundary clearance on red. So he's had a shot.
Ooh. You're getting one of those near misses throughout the game.
Yeah. So this for the game. I don't really mind too much that Aston's missed that shot. You'd prefer blue to be taking a shot here than black.
Yeah.
It is a little bit angly. He's given himself a chance. That's a great
Good shot.
That's awesome. So yeah, best case outcome there. Red's stayed in front and yellow still has a shot there on blue. So yeah, Aston's giving himself here a 5-yard shot. Where if he hits it well enough, he's from a 4-1 down position, gone into a place where he has a real chance of winning this game here. And this has been a slog as well.
It's like you said, you got to remember that Aston was 4-0 down, 4-1 downer.
Okay, well, is that hampered? Is that hampered?
And he's done an excellent job.
Nice shot.
done an excellent job. Nice shot.
Does he get unlucky and clear his own ball at the same time?
No, it's far enough away where I doubt that will happen.
Unless you come off the left of it.
Yeah,
But you never know, anything can happen, as I found out. Ooh.
So yeah, just not starting to notice recently, the last few shots. Levi has missed a few of these longer roquets. So, slightly hampered shot, but to win the game. He's taking his time.
Just got a bit of a side-eyed, little bit of side-eye from my croquet mother. That in Harwood we have 2 clubs. I'm from Park Croquet Club, not Harwood.
Okay. So you're representing the wrong one.
She gets a bit antsy. Well, not her. There's a bit of a crowd back home watching that gets a bit antsy about the 2 clubs and who they represent.
It's a slightly awkward shot here from Aston.
He's done very nicely. He's ran hoop.
He's got a cool head, man.
He's done very well to pull
Cool
back.
head. Yeah, no, he's done really well there to get that one.
But I'd still stick with my answer at the start. I don't care who I play. But no, Aston's done very well to pull back there.
We wanted to jump back in? Yep. All right, so we're going to get a sign-off from Takiti, but thank you very much for coming up here to have a chat.
Yeah, it's just a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have, so it's very good. And it was certainly an experience looking at it from this angle.
Yeah, man. Well, we can't wait to have you out there on the other end, and good luck for your semi.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, bro.
Thanks very much to Curry, New Zealand medalist from Park Croquet Club in Harrower.
Yep.
So they'll be thrilled to have a world's medal going back to Park Croquet Club. And I thought that game was just fabulous. I loved watching every minute of it.
Yeah.
There was a time, do you remember Levi had 2 double clearances at hoop 6?
Yeah.
At hoop 5. And that took him into a 4-1 lead. And then Aston failed a fairly straightforward hoop 6. And I thought, it's 5-1.
Yeah.
And from that stage, Aston kept putting the pressure on. He kept putting balls in.
Yeah.
And Levi ended up running a really good hoop 11 to take the lead again. And that's always that hoop 13. It's always fun, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. No, we saw 2 really great positional shots there from Levi. Aston in the end making the decision to run 12, thinking that Levi has got, 2 fairly difficult shots over there.
Absolutely.
But Levi managed them really well.
Yeah, both are really good shots, and the correct decision from Aston to take 12 with those bad opponent balls. His own was a pretty good clearing ball. I think that first ball that Levi played in was wired. I didn't think Aston had a shot on it. That's why he took position. So it was like...
He did... Oh, no, you're right. With his first ball,
he took position.
Yeah.
And I think he would have shot at that had he been open.
Yes.
So, both players...
So there was an interesting situation there with his second ball. Now, I was thinking, and Aston was open on it, he had a shot at it. I personally wouldn't have. What would you have been doing in that situation?
I'm going to take position. I'm going to let him take the hoop on, and I want a 4-foot straight hoop myself.
Yeah.
Simply because hitting it was just giving that long clearance to the boundary on the red ball.
Yeah.
And the other ball was straighter in front. At least Levi had to run an angled hoop from there. I thought he was probably 70% to run it.
Yeah.
But...
And like you said before, strange things happened at 13, and there's no harm done in putting a ball in. It puts pressure on the opponent, especially for the game.
And particularly in that game where it's been, Levi's had the 4-1 lead. look like maybe getting a 5-1 lead.
Yep.
Once it's got to 13, it's not just a normal 13, it's an, oh my word, how haven't I won this game already? Both these players quite experienced, but I mentioned before Levi is obviously current New Zealand Open champion. Aston, current European champion, last year's British Open champion, and won the plate event at the World. So he's played lots and lots of big events.
And I just met Aston down below before for the first time, but I'm really impressed with how calm, kind of cool he is. He's got a very still body during a shot. For me, he's kind of reminiscent of 2015, 2014 Harry Dodge a little bit, who had a really good form.
Yeah, he probably moves his body a little bit more than I'd like. His top body on some shots, he sort of lunges a tiny bit more, and I'm trying to get him to just swing through and have a more same tempo throughout. I'm trying to get that tempo improved. So I still think there's areas of improvement for his technique. But he is balanced. He's a lovely guy when you meet him.
Yeah, totally.
He's going to be training to be a doctor at some stage, so he's already got that sort of doctor's manner about him, hasn't he?
Yeah, medical science.
Yeah.
Also a fan of AC, so it's going to be really interesting in 2026. It was Max in England.
Yep, so he'll be trying to get in on Mac team. Already winner of the Chairman's Silver, got 13 out of 14 in that event last year.
Sweet.
And we'll be just trying to basically get the hang of doing regular TPs. So that's something that comes with time. And he's obviously got good single ball strokes. His croquet strokes are actually quite good. It's getting the hang of that, you know, TP after TP after TP. But big practicer. I think we all like that about him. Robert Fulford was a massive practicer. Aston does a lot of practice, so you can actually give him something to work on and then go back in the month later and you can see it's clearly much better.
Yeah, he's a student. That's cool.
So yeah, we've been quite lucky at the moment in the UK, just starting to bring through a few youngsters in GC.
Is James Galpin still?
So James is still very keen, but both codes of the game, but works on a Navy boat. And I think he works something like 3 months on, 1 month off. So working out exactly what he's allowed to play in. He can't just say, oh, I'll have that week off there. It's whatever the Navy tells him.
And so are you doing this work with the English team more remotely, or are you planning on spending a bit of time over there in the next?
Jenny and myself are there sort of 3.5, 4 months a year. That's the plan.
During the summer?
During the summer, sort of May to September. And yeah, the plan is to hopefully bring some of these players on. And I'm not just talking about the youngsters either. Really want to improve the overall standard of all the age groups, and hopefully going to do some coaching with the ladies there this year prior to the women's GC. Cool. So just trying to bring that overall standard up, both from a technical perspective and a tactical perspective. Yeah,
and I've heard we've got Robert Fulford coming back potentially for the 2026 MAC.
Absolutely, one of the most exciting things you could wish for. You know, the best player I've ever seen, and just wonderful to think of him coming back for that centennial McRobertson Shield. His wrists are in pretty bad nick, but he's still capable of stroking it around the lawns. We're basically doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, well, I was really impressed with his showing at the last GC Worlds. Just his ability to hit those consistent shots. He's just solid, you know, and like you say, potentially best player of all time, maybe a little bit past his prime, but that knowledge of the game is something that you just can't have a substitute for.
Absolutely. So while we're waiting for the second game of Aston and Levi, we've got the second game here between Joel and Paul. Joel game up and now 5-3 up, I think. So I think he's won the last 4 hoops as Joel. So good comeback.
So coming from what was early on a
Good
bit of
shot.
a bloodbath for the Kiwis, we've ended up with Te Kiri, King in one semi, and the winner here of Paul Kaiser or Joel Steele will be in the other semi against Forzi Halmi. So the winner of this will get a medal. So
A fantastic achievement, and I think it
Yeah.
shows the strength in depth of the Kiwis. You know,
Yeah.
we were talking about people like Josh Winter coming into the event, and yet there's been 5 or 6 players below that who've all done incredibly well. And even towards the bottom, people like Ashton Sharp.
yeah,
Yeah, I think he was number 8 seed in his block, and he got into the playoffs
Yeah,
for the knockout. So lots of positives to work on. Very strong performance from Nathan Bullen. He'll have been disappointed to lose this morning. And yeah, Takuri, really, you know, fantastic.
I know, great guy.
I love. Well, I said earlier, commentating, what a fantastic group of 32 people.
Yeah.
And it's delightful to mingle among them, and yeah, really some nice people there. So
I would say this is the first under-21 world champs there's ever been where it hasn't been obvious who the top 1 or 2 players, potentially 3 players to win it would be. There's just such a wide group of people who could potentially win it, but no one who really stands out. If you were to talk to who's impressed you the most so far, Chris, if I could ask, who do you think that would be?
well, I thought Blake, from a peak performance level,
Yeah.
was exceptional.
In that first match, he was great.
However, it's not particularly about peak performance level.
No.
It's about consistency. And, you know, the Egyptian has been very consistent. Forzi. I've enjoyed watching Ali and Jana play as well. They've both played the game nicely. Levi is probably the most consistent Kiwi at the moment.
Yeah.
Positionally, he's quite good. Tactically, he's quite good. And from a shooting perspective, again, had
really
it dropped
solid.
off at the end of that third.
Yeah.
That was their first game. But fundamentally, pretty good shot. Aston still hasn't found his top form. And what I keep telling people is if you look at his results, when he plays in a weekend tournament, he doesn't do very well in weekend tournaments.
No.
And when he plays in
He
5,
has a few
6,
days.
7 days tournaments, he's
'Cause
always getting better.
I was going to say, from the competitors we have left, again, I agree with you. Earlier on in that first round, I had Blake kind of pegged as one of the favourites, so at least the semi or the final. Forzi got off to a quick start in that first, and in the second, you know, Blake had a few shots that just came off the boil a little bit. But Aston, I'm really impressed with Aston mentally.
Yeah, absolutely.
He has that kind of natural composure.
Correct, absolutely. And, that's why he's ranked number 1 among all these players.
Yeah.
And he's clearly above them in the rankings. I say, from a physical perspective, he's still not at his peak this event. But he's playing the game in a manner that allows him to be competitive, even when he's not playing at his best. And if you can hang in there long enough, if you're that type of player, eventually you pull out a shot when you need it, or you put your opponent under sufficient pressure that their game starts to break down.
Yeah, so that's interesting. You need a first, second and third gear almost, where, you know, the shots for when you're playing really good aren't coming off. You need to be able to switch and make that decision and be able to position the ball and make strong tactical moves.
Yeah, again, going back to the first strokes of this second game, it's a really poor blue Levi's put out here. It's probably 4 yards past the hoop.
It's a bit of a nothing.
Yeah, it's really put him in trouble. Yellow's potentially blocking black. It's not a nice position to be in this, having played first. I think he may be forced to. I was thinking maybe take yellow out and let red have a go at the hoop. He's dribbling up to this. He played a really good one of these at hoop 9 in the first. But won him the hoop.
It's far. It's far.
I think
It's
it
gone.
might have just flicked past it. Yeah. Yeah, well open, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, fantastic shot he played at 9 that gave him that 5-4 advantage in the first.
Yeah. So it was over that cuddle or clearing yellow there. So
He's missed it.
Oh, he's missed it.
Wow.
It looked a bit pokey.
Yeah, that wasn't good. So we think yellow's blocking black,
Yep.
so it'll just be a stun away. But then obviously he's effectively got 2 balls more or less in front,
Yeah.
with red and yellow miles away.
I think it's one of those blocks where it's a half block, so he's got a bit of a room to send it a fair distance while staying in front.
Perfect.
It's a perfect shot.
Yep. So looks like yellow may even be wired on that. If it is, it'll just play back in. If he is open at all, he might as well have a shot, mightn't he? Because he's not
Might as
really
well.
losing that much.
It's a free pass. And
But what was that? That was about a 4-yarder.
I know.
And he had that ball psychologically by the side of him, didn't he? So maybe that was just putting him off.
Yeah.
But having had that massive comeback in the first, you really thought, oh, he's just going to nail this to the boundary, 1-0 ahead, immediate break of serve.
Yeah. I mean, talking about first, second and third gears, even if you are off the boil a little bit, and you can hit most of your shots within 5-6 yards, those are the ones you really have no excuse to miss. You need to pull them off.
Yeah. I like clearing yellow here.
Yeah, just extending that control.
Yeah.
Over
So
the
it's
hoop.
basically saying, look, red, even if you hit this black, yellow's away and blue's still controlling the area.
Yeah, well, even if red is to miss this, what's turned into a situation if he cleared yellow where he could have had 2 fairly low stress shots at the hoop has now turned into a situation where black's having a shot, and if he misses, yellow's got a...
Yeah, he's hit
it's
it.
not bad.
He's hit it the
Okay.
wrong way. That is
That's
a
unlucky.
bad way to cut it. And
No.
we say that because he's cut black south of yellow, and now yellow's going to be pummeled up to the north boundary.
It's an interesting question here, Chris. You looking to hit this and hang around, or are you thinking about hoop 2 at all here? At what point would you want to...
I would want to be more guaranteed to run hoop 1
Yeah.
than that is before I worry about getting up to hoop 2. So I like that
That's a
shot.
great
I think
shot.
that's a good shot. Just saying, look, even if yellow hits blue, I'm still in control of this hoop. But yeah, you could easily not run that hoop. And I want partner still to be hanging around to help me out.
Yeah, and besides Levi's first positional shot here, I've been impressed with, he's looking solid so far after that comeback from Aston.
Levi is basically strong. He's very consistent. From when he started playing, he was never the best of the Kashmir boys,
No.
but he was always the best tactically. And I think he's won 3 national doubles now. And as you know, doubles gets more tactical than singles.
Yeah.
And he's shown his ability to play good lines of play. And that's going to stand him in good stead for this event.
It's a great shot.
So not off the north boundary, unless it hits the hoop. So he hasn't managed to control the hoop, which is something I'm really keen on improving amongst players. I want that standard length of hoop. What was it? It was about 6 feet.
Yeah, it's 10, 15 degrees.
Try and get that not going off the lawn and getting north of the peg.
Yeah.
Don't mind if it goes 3 or 4 yards past hoop 2, but not all the way off the lawn. So 7-3-7-4 to Joel, getting him into the semi-final. So many congratulations to Joel, my dark horse from my predictions.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll
had the
put a
old
hand up
odds
to
down
that.
somewhere?
So no, he was one of the non-favourites who I thought might. Yeah.
Yeah, it's my first time watching Joel play today. I he's an Irish grip, isn't he? He's got palms up. He manages to generate quite a lot of power with that, and he's fairly laid back, which can be a hindrance at times, but also a positive for just keeping chill. So yeah,
I just think he has lapses during matches. Just a quick 5-6 minutes here where he just lapses, and I think that will really be an issue when we get to the semi-finals and final. His top level play is excellent. It's just, is he consistent enough over a best of 3 and a best of 5 potentially in the final against a really top quality player?
I was going to ask about Takiri as well. I was going to pick your brains to ask if you knew of any other Māori players ever winning a WCF croquet medal.
That's a good question.
And whether Takiri was or is the first. Which would be a fantastic achievement.
I think Edmund would like to claim some Maori
I think you're right
blood.
there. Yeah, he is.
So that's certainly that. Paul Skinley, I don't think ever won a WCF medal, despite being one of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
Won them at Robertson Shield, obviously.
Was that
but at the time, 79 and 86, I think.
Okay.
But that was before it was a WCF event. And yeah, don't think he ever reached a semi of a world singles, Paul. Not quite as much of that as Aston wanted there. He's just flicked black away, and Levi will be able to clear yellow and get the hoop back to neutrality again. Again, you're trying to hit this on the right-hand side to control the short boundary. But yeah, wonderful to see Takiri doing so well. And hopefully encourages more people just to give the game a try. It's something that can be played, not just by these youngsters we're watching here. You can be starting at 30, 40, 50, 60, doesn't matter.
Well, just talking about the recently late Bob Jackson, who was a table tennis champ and started playing later on in life, and wasn't just a tokenistic entry to any tournament, but one of the best players ever.
Absolutely, one of my top 3 players ever, and magnificent guy. Started playing about 40 after winning 8 or 9 New Zealand table tennis championships. So again, the thing I like about this position from Aston's point of view is Aston's got the inside position.
Yeah.
It may be that blue ends up with the first hoop shot, but it's going to be 3.5 yards long. And, I like that inside position. Try and build some pressure.
Yeah, and just speaking to that pressure, with there usually being a front player and a back player, when you're taking the hoop on as a back player, it's a decision you're making. That hasn't gone through the hoop, has it?
As a back player, it's a decision you're making.
There's some sense of satisfaction you get being that front player and having that level of control and dictating what your opposition has to do.
Certainly, that's how we play the game, isn't it? That is absolutely how we play the game. We're playing with quadways, more difficult. I went over and played in the UK. I went and played at Budley, and the hoops were just trivial. And fundamentally, if you were on the correct side of the hoop, you had to go for it. So it was exactly the opposite. You didn't want to be the tight player. You want to be the first player to attempt the hoop. Yeah. So it's very much hoop dependent.
Totally.
And here, running 3.5, 4 yard hoops isn't easy.
It's not a given. And
even with the sandy lawns, softer, rainy conditions, I would rather be red in this position than blue. There's not a lot in it. It's only maybe 55, 45. And I think Levi, if black was in a better position, would consider clearing. I just don't think black's good enough here. I think you've got to take the hoop on.
Yeah.
Yellow and red are in better positions than that black ball.
Yeah, and sometimes when both balls are fairly close, even if Levi was to take a shot on red, he's most likely going to end up behind the hoop. Red shoots back in, and you can easily end up with hampered,
Yeah.
but unlucky there.
And that's why we play how we play in New Zealand, isn't it?
Yes,
We
yeah.
play that inside position game because we're happy to end up in these types of scenarios. Whereas in the UK, it probably favours black and blue, that position. In New Zealand, it favours red and yellow. So understanding your playing conditions is really important.
Nice shot there.
Um,
It's 1-1.
The good thing from Levi's point of view is yellow's in a bad position and black and blue are in pretty reasonable positions for hoop 3.
So just to reiterate there, Joel Steele beats Paul Kaiser there in the quarterfinal. I just pulling up the scores now. So beating Paul Kaiser 7-3, 7-4, he'll be facing Fawzi Helmi, who beat Blake Fields in their quarter, for the B section of the semi-final. So just this last game here, Aston Wade versus Levi Franks, where we are waiting to see who that final semi-finalist will be. One thing I've noticed, Chris, is only one game from the knockouts so far has gone to 3 games.
Quite surprising, not particularly in the last 16, because the last 16, remember, it's 1v4 and 2v3.
Yeah.
I thought these semis were all going to be really quite tight.
Yes.
Certainly won't be surprised if this one goes to 3. But I thought Blake and Fawzi could easily go to 3. I thought Paul might be able to take a game off Joel.
Yep. Paul has moments where he's a bit off and on, but he can play sections where he's quite hard to play.
A good position here. This is nice position from yellow and from red. Yellow is open on blue, I'm pretty sure. Black's only got a short boundary clearance on yellow, which is pretty unattractive. It might feel forced to go for this hoop. Again, red and yellow to me, despite the fact that black has the first attempt at the hoop, I prefer red and yellow's position to black and blue here. I think this is the right shot from Levi. I think clearing yellow is weak.
Yeah.
So take your hoop on.
You're thinking here, if I miss this opportunity and I clear Oppo, I might not get another shot.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So you're picking and choosing the...
Yeah.
You need to manoeuvre yourself into a position where you've had a shot at you've given yourself a chance to get the point. So that's why Levi's going for the hoop there.
So easy clearance here from Aston. Ooh, that's interesting.
Flirting there.
Assume that was deliberate. Assume he didn't have the left-hand side of it.
Yeah.
Because he certainly wouldn't have wanted to lose yellow all the way over that side of the lawn,
He
would
wouldn't
he?
have given them that for free.
So he must have only had half a ball to shoot at. So it's a good clearance. Yellow's gone a long way away. So if Levi can either hit red with blue or red fails the hoop, it's a good 7 or 8 feet back, isn't it? Both options to keep Levi alive. And yeah, he always shoots here. Yeah, missing's
Yeah, there's no question.
Missing's putting you into a good spot. And red still has got to run a longish hoop. Nope.
It's a miss.
So this is a chance to break and go up for the first time in this game. And Aston's got quite a good pace hoop shot. He's run that cleanly, so it will go off the lawn.
Yeah.
But it's only, it's going to go off reasonably well. I was going to say he's got a good chance of finishing 3 or 4 yards away with his normal hoop shot.
Yeah,
there.
like you say, the pace of it means that he's giving himself at least a chance where, depending on the amount of wire it catches on the way through, you know, it's definitely got more chance than one of Edmund Fordyce's shots ending up in front from a 2.5 yard shot out.
Yeah, about that, yeah. And here Levi wants to take position, but wired from the red ball. So he's made sure that red's back on the lawn, back on the boundary line, and now he's going to take position, probably allowing 1.5 balls of hill as he plays it left to right. And it's not far away, this. That's close to hard.
Not bad.
I think it's good. I think it's a very good effort. Yeah, so it's partially wide. Anything that gets partially wide from that distance and gives you a straightish hoop, it's only 6-7 feet away. It's a good shot. Aston trying to play inside again, saying, look, if you fail that hoop, I've got a shorter one.
And see, the other thing I really like about this shot, Chris, and this is something you potentially might have brought up at hoop 1 when Levi went for that cuddle but went past, is yellow is in the sight line of black. So it's in front of that ball. And another thing, though...
really good blue.
Yeah, as we were talking about this morning, black has that clearance on yellow where if it hits it well enough, we'll end up near hoop 5.
Can't risk hitting it on the right-hand side. It leaves too short a clearance.
You think so?
I think so.
At the state of the knockout? That's a good shot.
Yeah. Again, lots of people say, well, surely he was trying to clear black, but I'm pretty sure he was wired on black. And all he's trying to do is say, look, you have to run a longer hoop than me. Even if you run it, it's only 2-all, and I've got first play at 5. Blue's not a good ball up by hoop 6 for taking position. And this just puts a lot of pressure on Levi.
He's taking his time. It's like me shooting a hoop.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Just up in the A slightly.
Again, I think there's less pressure here than with Levi's shot. You know, if you miss, that's a nice shot.
Lovely shot. There's better forearm extension through that. Been trying to encourage him to extend his forearms and minimise the wrist use. And that was a lovely stroke he played there. That looks like it's hilled again to leave quite an angled hoop.
Yeah, it's definitely not a gimme. It may very well end up being another one of these situations where...
I think Aston will play into position here.
Yeah, well, 3-1 up, you play a position here, you've got one clearance across to 5, you're definitely going to be fancying that. It's like a nice clean...
Yeah, you're wanting to put it almost on the line of black and blue. So, like, 18 inches to the right of blue. So that if black shoots at it, it's got the chance of bad things happening. So, yeah, that's not a bad effort. It's 2 feet too far. Black can shoot at that if it wants to. But again, with blue not being in good position, I think he'll try and get black in much better position here. It's not great, it's okay. I'm just wanting better shots from there. Yeah, I remember watching you play when you were, you're winning your Worlds and you got to your semi-final of the World Singles, and your positional play would be, you'd be getting balls straight in from 2 feet away.
Yeah, I was quite lucky though with beginning to play at the event that eventually held, the location that eventually held the event. It was a bit fortuitous. So I did know the lawns quite well. But I definitely wasn't a power clearer. There was no such thing.
No, but going back to the Southwick, I was thinking when you got your medal there, you were playing in British conditions then, and you were taking good position.
Yep.
And by that stage, you did have a power clearance.
Yeah, it was nowhere near Edmund, but it was definitely sort of 20-30%.
I'm not sure I'd encourage anyone to be anything like Edmund.
That's true. It's classic male envy.
So nice cut clearance there from Levi, just trying to maximise the distance that red is away from black. And Aston will take this as a hard clearance. Yellow's in good hoop running position. It's 3-1 ahead. If he can hit this in the middle, he'll get it most of the way to the boundary, if not all the way. So most of the match for Levi, isn't it?
Certainly. It's actually mirroring the last game, but in the opposite way.
In the opposite way, yeah.
Levi was up 4-1 initially, and Aston got 6 and 7.
Getting 6 was really impressive from having failed it from fairly close range. And I thought a very mature line of play at hoop 9 after Levi played that fantastic snuggle.
Yeah.
Balls finishing in contact, and Aston just played the thick croquet stroke, getting up to hoop 10, saying, okay, I'm going 5-4 down, but I'm getting a good position at 10.
Well, again, at that point, what was it? 4-3-2?
It was 4 all.
4 all.
So,
so that hoop 9 was really crucial. So by getting that thick croquet stroke down to the next hoop, he was taking away any advantage Levi might have had from running it down there.
Yeah, and hoop 11 then got really competitive. This looks really short. Now, there's an argument you don't want to be too close to hoop 6 because yellow's got a clearance, but equally there's a fairly big wide area there.
Wide area, and even outside of that wide area, you know, if that's just somewhere in the way, there's a massive space there just for it to be annoying.
Yeah, and when you're 4-1 up, as Aston is, you want to keep putting balls tight into the hoop. You want to say, beat me.
Yeah.
Because most people can't.
Yeah, yeah.
If you keep trading hoops 1-1, you win.
Yep.
And this is short again. So I don't think Aston is going to feel any pressure at all, and he's going to just put another ball in here.
Yeah.
Trying to get between blue and red. And if he does that, he might force blue to take the hoop on. He hasn't got the block. So here I think Levi will clear the red on the basis black's got a good, easy clearance on yellow that he can play as a stop shot and maintain position.
But yeah, it's just again Aston's dictating the stream of play, and what happens when you're able to do that is you can more often put yourself in positions or your opponent in positions where you're playing the lines that you're most comfortable with, so you're always in your comfort zone.
Levi went and had a look at red, and it actually looked quite tricky, so he may just decide to clear the yellow. I would be surprised if he just took the hoop on. But again, I prefer red and yellow's position to black and blue here.
Looks like he's clearing. He's got the peg in the way. This is dodge. Yeah, well.
And it might decide what choice of these 3 options we're looking at. Yeah, clearing red, clearing yellow, and running the hoop. If one of them's got a clear backswing, maybe that's going to be the one he's going to choose. It's looking like the hoop to me.
I would probably be going for the hoop here too if I was Levi. I'm thinking I'm 4-1 down. I've got 2 balls in front of me. It's unlikely that I'm going to manoeuvre myself into a position where this is going to end up being controlled, unless I hit a few in the centre. So I've got a shot now. And you can run these.
Oh, it's pretty risky, wasn't it?
Outside.
Yeah. One of the things we always say about these 6-7 yard hoops is no problem going for them, that you've got to hit the middle of the wire or better.
Yeah.
Yeah, you stay within a couple of yards, and surely Aston is just going to take black out here in the middle, maintain control with red and yellow, and really start building the pressure.
So yeah, see if I'm Aston here, I'm starting to feel really comfortable.
Much better pace of swing there. I felt that first part of the first game he was too fast.
Yeah.
Much better tempo there.
He's probably got a double here. It's a big target anyway.
Here goes.
Oh.
No.
No.
And blue's offside.
Yeah.
So yellow runs and blue's not going to be getting brilliant position probably.
It's just another situation where Aston's got a shot at the hoop. There's no pressure on it. And there's second prize, blue being offside.
Now he knows if he fails this hoop, he's still favourite to win it.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely smooth shot. So that's 5-1.
And unlike in the last game where Aston ran hoop 6 by about 4 inches, he's ended up on the north boundary here, which means that his clearance over to 7 has the potential to move a bit further away down south.
That's a good shot. Make sure you're in front. Got control of the area.
Yeah, and I don't really mind a shot that's halfway in between the hoop and the line there, just because of where Aston's balls are on the line. The closer you are to the hoop, the more angle we have to be cut down to the south boundary.
Exactly, yeah. Again, Aston will take tight position here. That's probably my fault that he's that far there, because I've told him make sure he doesn't drift right to left into the wire of the hoop because of the hill. Give himself plenty of room, because I've seen a few people just drift into hoop 2 on that shot. And I think now yellow will clear black.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, I do.
So blue is blocked from the hoop?
I don't care. I think it might be, but even if it was open, I'm completely happy to let Levi have a go at that hoop 5-1 down.
Yeah.
I want to take away the controlled 7, and that's the right shot. As it is, I do think Levi has got red in the way of blue's hoop shot.
Yes. So even if red wasn't blocking,
I'm going to clear black.
For that black? Okay,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
And to be honest, if you gave me the opportunity of blue running it by 2 inches, I'd take it. I'd take 5-2 up with first play 8.
Yeah.
What I don't want is this running past the peg. So I think this is just a stun clearance. Yeah.
He's done well there.
Not a bad shot, is it? So I'm pretty sure blue can't run from there.
No.
So I want to be deep, I want to be past blue, and I want to be on the short boundary corner 2 side.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't go into hoop 2. Always think about where the bad places to finish are when you're playing positional shots. Is it okay to go 2 yards long but not okay to be 2 yards short?
That's good. That's great.
It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Blue's going to feel forced to clear that.
Yeah, definitely.
And you can't clear it very far. I think black should shoot at red here.
Yes. Yeah, just because there doesn't really look to be any other positions where you would go. So
there's nowhere to protect the black ball. So you need to clear this red ball. Yeah, that's a good shot.
good. Yeah.
Very good. And yellow will probably go back to a similar position where red was. That's sort of fairly neutral position, so blue can't clear and hold position. Still close enough to jump
Yeah.
if he jaws, is it?
You want to make sure that if black clears you here, is he going for some sort of? Okay, I thought he was thinking about doing
That's
something
fine.
with blue for a second there.
That's fine.
All right, so Levi's probably going to position red clears, black clears. Is that what you think will probably happen?
I'm going to stun yellow away.
So you'd prefer and both balls on the boundary?
No,
Or no stun?
no, I'm going to keep position, and then red's going to play in and black's going to clear red.
Okay.
So I'm going to have this forced set of clearances where I've got a ball in front and they haven't. If you're 5-1 down and you think you can get in the jaws, good line of play.
It looks like that's what he's going
It
for.
looks really difficult to me.
Although Aston's been, he's gone a short boundary. He is in the corner there.
It was tough. It's a good choice of shot 5-1 down, but he was very acute angle. That's a poor stroke. Again, I mentioned earlier, the weakness of these youngsters is their positional play. That is not a good enough red.
It looks like he's going hoop, yeah?
Yep.
I guess it is a free shot. Well, not a free shot.
It is not a free shot, no.
It might be the only one he gets. Oh.
And that should be 6-1. And we have to credit.
And that should be 6-1.
And until your opponent shows that they can regularly run the 4-yard hoop, this is the right tactical line of play.
Oh, he's blobbed it.
And that's okay.
That's okay.
You know, we don't run all the hoops.
Unfortunately.
Aston's still got a good position here. I think we'll probably see a nudge in front from blue.
Yeah, red still is runnable, isn't it?
Yeah, it has to block red at the hoop and yellow at the hoop. Because red can just clear black.
Depending on the angle blue has on yellow, do you think there's an argument here for quarter ball left of yellow, sending yellow to third corner?
Yeah, let red have a go at the hoop. I think the reason he hasn't done what I want is it looks like yellow might be a bit easier to jump with than I thought it was originally. So blue in front, red clears black. Yellow ends up with a jump shot over the hoop. Ball in the hoop was something he didn't want. Again, Aston keep throwing balls in. It's not a great shot again.
But it's in front.
It's just about good enough. But I want a much straighter ball, potentially blocking blue at the hoop.
Yeah.
Most importantly, I want a ball that I'm really confident to run the hoop with. And this is, it's still a 25-degree hoop, isn't it? Yeah, I
would be keen for Levi to
Good
be
shot.
fairly patient here. I think he can manoeuvre himself into a position where he can have a better shot at the hoop than 4 or 5 yards.
Correct, and he has to. He can't afford to take on a 4 or 5 yard hoop that he runs by a few feet, even a few yards. He needs to do better than that. 5-1 down.
Yeah, you definitely need to be greedy at this point.
It's another go at the hoop, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
where's that finished?
It hasn't blocking yellow from what it appears to be on the screen.
So it's still north of the hoop on this camera angle, and Aston's just taking his hoop on. Fair enough. No.
These Atkins hoops. And England, that would have been going through.
Yeah, just hit it in the far wire, you're fine. So, plenty of life left in this still, but we don't know exactly where the blue is in terms of is it runnable.
It is interesting, though, that around a similar point as in the last game, they're really battling here for who has the ascendancy. It's definitely Aston in the first half, just as it was Levi in the first half of the first game. But this Hoop 7 has been a slog. Both fraying a little bit.
Well, just as Levi's being put under pressure because he's behind, at some stage there's the winning post starts appearing for Aston. So, you know, both players are going to be feeling a bit of pressure here. They're playing for a medal in the World Championship. Neither of them have ever won one before. And a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because as we bring up our lack of Aston's sort of presence on the lawn, it's going to be interesting to see how he does handle that once, you know, the finish line is in sight, and it could be an indicator of how he could potentially perform in a World Champs deciding match.
I wanted yellow to the boundary there, Josh. Can't Aston just... what was wrong with snuggling up to black there and allowing yellow to have a go at the hoop? This just allows black to clear yellow, and blue has a straight hoop.
Make any sense.
Didn't like that line of play.
No. And talking about wheelhouses, like this is what Levi's comfortable with. This is how the Kashmir boys play. It's all fairly standard lines.
Yeah, and blue's sufficiently straight that you can think about running that to hoop 8, can't you?
Yep.
So I didn't like that line of play. I thought there was a snuggle available. That's a lovely, lovely clearance.
Great. That is a great shot.
And he's got himself in a little bit of trouble here with a bad choice, I think, as Aston.
And like you say, you know, blue, it's not close, but it's in front, and so it's comfortable.
You want to be straight on these quadways, don't you? If you can get straight in front of them, they're not that difficult to run. When you start getting the angled ones, you really need to hit a really pure stroke to get through.
I haven't seen Aston have to make too many of these shots.
No.
I was just trying to remember when's the last time I saw this, and this could be the longest Croquet of his in the game.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Ooh, okay,
missed by quite a way.
Feet.
Now, can Levi run it to within 5 yards of hoop 8?
It's essentially a shot for the match, although it's not deciding the game. If you know, it's going to dictate what's going to happen for the rest of this game. It's a bad miss from there.
It is, and certainly compared to his hoop running this morning, he's really struggled the last hour of this match. Again, no gimme for Aston. It's angled.
This is much better than its... Yeah,
it's a good shot.
That was less angly than his first attempt. He had a few rotations back. So 6-1. How often does someone come back from 6-1, Chris?
Very, very rarely. I think I remember it was either Kath Burt or Tess Burt came back from 6-0 against Phyllis in the women's at Carrick Mines. That was a long time ago, but I can't remember many more big comebacks.
Other example, would it be 2013 Cairo Bamford v Naz in the finals? At 6-1 down in the 5th?
Was it 6-1?
Or 6-2?
It might have been 6-2, I think.
I think you may be right.
6-2 is a lot more easy to come back from.
Yeah.
Because if you've got first play at 9, then, you know, winning 9, 10, 11 is all very possible.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, 6-2 is just, if you're unlucky, a few longish clearances from 8 over to 9. But the crucial one is, you know, once you get over to 9, then the rest of the hoops, they're all so close together, that final sequence.
Yeah. Aston chose to take on hoop 8 there, fundamentally because black is almost on the blocking line of blue. So yellow wasn't guaranteed to be able to clear blue. So he thought, well, actually, this might be the only chance I get at running 8.
Yeah.
It's not a bad position on the boundary behind there. 6-2 up playing to hoop 9.
And for the match as well, so.
But yeah, I think if he'd had a sensible line of play other than that, he would have taken it. Like Levi, yeah, just move that 2 inches and he's got the block. What Aston can do here is hit black and not go for the double clearance. Don't even try the double clearance. Hit black half ball on the right, get yellow close to hoop 9. And that's a legitimate option as well. I would have cleared black trying to get yellow halfway to hoop 9 and just say, have the hoop.
Yeah, yeah. But I think a lot of the time it can be understated, but Aston's, you know, he's just saying, go on then. There's something to that pressure, which I think is a crucial part of any margin you can kind of get in this game.
Yeah, certainly nothing wrong with taking hoop position there.
So 6-2.
But black and blue haven't done anything to improve their chances at 9, have they?
No.
Just a fraction too far, but very runnable.
Yeah, that's about 25, 20 degrees.
It's not bad. I think I'm going to feel forced to have 2 goes at this.
Yeah. I mean, because it's either that or you're positioning somewhere in between read and the line, and at that point things are getting pretty dicey. We've already seen Aston's being the player at the front, and so there's not really many options but to clear here.
Oh, got it. First shot so much better than second shot. This hoop's well alive now.
Yeah, I mean that clearance has opened the game back up for Levi.
Another good positional shot there, straight in front. And if Aston does go on to win this, how good is it to have 3 nationalities in the semis?
Completely. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's always nice for a country when they for example, 2015 when Egypt had 2 Egyptians in the final, but it is more interesting when there's more, you know, more countries vying for a position. That's my opinion personally.
It's a really good blue. Aston can't afford to shoot at that for the risk of moving yellow. It's too far. It's too far.
This is interesting.
So this is a big shot now. Can he cut it over to corner 1? Or is Aston going to have a 2-yarder for the match?
I mean, even if Levi was to miss this, it's the first situation in a while where Aston's taken a shot at the hoop, and if he misses, Levi's ball's in front.
Indeed. Indeed. It is pretty straight and pretty short.
It is. Could be closer, though. It would be interesting to see Levi hit this, though.
Yeah, lovely shot.
That is perfect. That is great.
Excellent.
Righto, we've got a game. I think the winner of this game is favourite for the semi versus Takiti King.
I agree.
Um,
And the Aston's just cleared.
oh, wow.
You're really good. So back to neutrality again, more or less. Probably slight favourite to Levi. Not a lot in it really, is there, from here?
But I really think these neutral positions, or slightly neutral positions, are where the sort of game is made or lost. The decisions made here. It's going for the hoop.
This is a bad decision, 6-2 down. Running this by a foot is bad.
So I think in a couple of rotations, if he just put a ball in here, he's getting a much better chance.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's actually worked quite well for him. That's not
worked out.
Not a bad place to have the blue at all.
So the thing here with Aston's clearances, if he's not hitting this, it's not bad. It's not bad.
I was just thinking about taking good hoop position there.
Yeah.
Blocking in between black and the hoop, so if black tries to clear you, it might clear you into the hoop.
Yeah, well, he's shooting from the line, which in that case, in that scenario, I couldn't really see a situation where in a few rotations at the very least he got a shot from the line later on, as a last sort of ditch thing. But yeah, you're wanting to ideally be running this hoop as close as possible and giving yourself that chance, especially being as far down as Levi is in this game.
This is a pretty standard position you get. Normally blue would clear yellow there. That's really weird. This is an easy clearance. Easy clearance, this. Oh dear, 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 dear.
Ooh.
First of all, I don't think he hit it hard enough.
No.
He played it mid-pace clearance.
Yeah, or he was aiming to hit that third ball on the right.
Well, half ball on the right, probably.
So
he was going to move it about 10 yards.
Yeah,
It's not far enough.
Yeah.
And now Levi has got the control at 9.
Totally.
And again, I'm probably going to halve the distance black is between the to the hoop there.
That seemed a bit unnecessary to keep.
And I'm
that
not
far
clearing
back.
blue, I'm clearing black here. It's a really good
That's
shot.
a great shot.
I want blue to run that hoop by 2 yards. And I want first play to 10.
How do you feel about the scenario where Levi would have nestled in that hoop? You still shooting or not shooting at blue?
I am not shooting at blue, yeah, I'm shooting at black.
Yeah, okay.
Black red's quite a nice ball for something that nestles in the front, for taking it out. That's a good shot.
That's a good shot.
That's a good shot, I like that.
And black's not far off that wiring line, so...
Correct. One of the things I tell people is every time you think about taking 3-yard position, think about is 2-yard position better?
What a question to ask.
Because
That's
lots
revolutionary,
lots
but
of times
it's simple,
people
right? Yeah.
deliberately take 3-yard position. And I go, well, why didn't you take 2-yard position? Yeah, they're only doing it from 5 or 6 yards away, so there's no issue about are you going to get position.
He's wanting to clear blue, but he can't because black's got a shot, so he kind of has to clear. It's kind of like a what ball are you clearing here, Chris?
I think I might clear blue.
And just give black that shot?
Yeah.
It looks like that's what he's doing. That's a good shot.
Obviously, this is all about the score.
Yeah.
You know, if it was 4-all, you'd clear black every single time. But 6-2, force Levi to run this hoop well. I don't think off the north boundary is good enough here.
No. There's a bit of wind out there now.
Definitely.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, that's good.
That's
North
great.
of the peg.
Yeah.
Very happy with that.
You know, there's a lot gentler than some of his earlier hoop strokes.
Where's this gone? It's gone. It's gone.
It's past. Blue's on that great line here to get a block through that hoop as well.
And I would much rather yellow be a foot past the hoop than 4 yards short there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't want to leave black an easy clearance on it.
Well, he's got a wide position there now.
He has. We think it's close.
Let's have a look. Yeah, perfect.
I'm playing this with some weight. I'm going to go past the hoop by at least 4 yards. I've got blue, the hoop, and yellow. Hitting any of them is good.
He's hit.
Yellow. Oh, he's held off.
It's gone right, left.
Yeah. So hitting any of those three objects was going to be a pretty decent result. Now he's not in a great nick. But yeah, you can imagine yellow being sort of 6 yards short of where it was. Black's now got an easy clearance to wide position, staying in front of the hoop.
I see what you mean. I mean, that far back, you're beginning to think whether it's worth taking on that clearance.
But yeah, Levi's definitely capable of getting to hoop 12 from here. This is halfway to 11. He's happy yellow can't do anything.
That looks good.
And are you going to clear black here with yellow?
Well, depending on how far north black is, one thing I'm definitely not doing, which a lot of players do in this situation, is to try to come back through the jaws.
Good. Can't put your ball in the middle of hoop 10. Where you can't get to hoop 11, can you? It's just awful.
So yeah, I quite like what he's done there. I think if black was a bit further north, I would have been tempted by a medium pace, but because of how south it is, I don't like ending up behind hoop 11. It's a shot.
So that's 6-1 to 6-4.
Anything strategically wrong? He got it. You know, he
played that dreadful clearance. That was a physical error.
Yeah. But in terms of decisions made and the balls, what he's trying to do, like I feel like he's been quite strong.
Yeah, this is fascinating. I think Levi will take position here, and I think yellow will clear it. So that's what Levi's looking at. He's looking at taking position behind the red, so yellow can't see the black. If he just takes good position, Aston's just going to crunch him up. Yellow at black hard.
How do you feel about a medium pace at red here?
I'm completely happy with a medium pace at red.
I mean, obviously, as long as it hits in the middle.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah. Missed it. Missed it. Here we go. As soon as you start missing those, they can get in your head, can't they?
This is the first time I've seen him react as well.
Yeah. No, he
It's
knows the winning
first
line
time
is
He's communicated with people watching that he's unhappy.
big shot. Oh, that's the worst possible thing. There isn't even the pressure on the shot anymore, is there?
Yeah.
Other than it's to win.
I mean, we don't know how close it was to the line, but it looked like he's missed red by quite a bit there in order to hit black.
Very good.
That's the match.
Congratulations to Aston. 3 different countries in the semi-finals. And we don't know whether the semi-finals are being played today. So the original plan was semi-finals tomorrow, but the managers are constantly looking at the weather forecast. We've got a Category 3 cyclone on its way. And
We have begun the semi-finals here at the Mona Nui Croquet Club, and we have, who have we got? We have a semi-final beginning Joel Steele versus Fuzzy Helmi. I wish I'd got some assistance on pronouncing some of these names. Anyway, they have started off from corner 4, which is where golf croquet starts from, and they're now working out what to do at hoop 1. Hi Chris, welcome back. Had a bit of a break.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Nice to have a drink and congratulate Aston.
Yes, yeah. Played well, huh?
A really good comeback from 4-1 and down in the first. Nice inside position game. Put some pressure on Levi.
Yes.
So, yes, Forsey against Joel on lawn 2. As you say, they've just started.
Forsey, that's how it's pronounced?
I believe so.
Yes.
Apologies if I've got it wrong.
Well, this will be a great experience for Joel to play against Forsey, because Joel's showing really good form. I feel like he's really improved this season. So it's fantastic to see him here in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, he was my dark horse before the tournament, and he's done really well. I just have a feeling that he will have too many 10-minute patches of not being very good, and Forsey will take advantage of that. Yet to drop a game in the event, Forsey, and very, very reliable. Providing he doesn't start failing hoops, he should win this in straight games, I think.
Yes, well, certainly, as you've been saying, he's not dropped any games, so he's got that consistency in his record.
And just watch the stability of his body throughout this stroke. And he's got two different techniques. He's got that, he casts and then he grounds the mallet and then he hits it hard. And when he's trying to run a hoop with control up to the next hoop, he casts and he doesn't ground the mallet. He just hits it while still casting. So first Egyptian player I've seen to do that, really. Interesting to look at those different techniques. Immediately breaks in this first game playing as red and yellow and goes 1-0 up. And
he went and had a little rest and a nap, so he's had some good time out.
He's chilled. This guy is laid back.
He had his airport pillow and he was on the couch.
The players weren't expecting to play these matches today.
No.
So they've been brought forward due to this Category 3 cyclone, just to try and make sure that we do finish the tournament, because obviously we can't really be playing on Monday with people having flights booked.
That would have been a lot of pressure to play semi-finals and finals tomorrow, really.
Yeah.
Best to just devote the day to the final. Yes, but yes, the people will be feeling nervous about this weather. The wind has not picked up any further at this stage. And we are very coastal here, so we're going to be experiencing sea breezes any day of the week, probably.
So I think blue will just clear yellow here. It's sort of been offered up. It's almost a sacrificial ball. So I assume Forsey's going to be attempting hoop 2 with red, because he's made no real attempt to not give blue an easy clearance there.
Yes, I think you're right, Chris, because he's just gone and asked for hoop 2 to be knocked down. And our referee of this match is Nicola Clement from South Taranaki. She's part of the Parks Club in Hawera.
And that's Takiri's club, isn't
That's right,
it?
yes it is, yes. There's 2 clubs in Hawera. So great to see her here supporting.
And this is long. If he starts running these consistently, he's going to be tough to beat.
It's a bit like a line shot, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly got some length to it, hasn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Is he going to cast this one? Or no, he's putting the hook mallet down.
Yeah, wow. Well, that's a big confidence builder at the start. So with
hard to beat.
The two matches I saw him play yesterday, he was vulnerable. He missed some shots. His positional play wasn't perfect. He failed some hoops. He played really well against Blake today, I thought.
Yes, and that must have been a big confidence booster for him to take out Blake Fields.
And he must have played really well to beat Jana by as much as he did, because Jana's tough to play against. She puts the ball in the right place, and he really did monster her. It's a little bit too far, Black. Just gone probably past the line of 45 degrees at hoop 3. Yellow playing in from distance.
Yes, Yellow's down on the line from hoop 1. They don't have to hit them hard. These lawns are just running pretty fast now, and that have dried out from last night's rain. That's hit the hoop. That's not what you want.
Bad place for it.
At least it's bounced off the hoop. It's not sitting on a wire.
Yeah, you're quite right to mention the lawn speed. They have improved, and they're a nice pace to play on now for golf croquet. You can just stroke the ball where you want to go to, and most of the people are capable of clearing quite a long way, aren't they?
They are, and this lawn they're playing on is reasonably consistent overall. Certainly on the other lawn we've been streaming, around that hoop 1, hoop 8, it's pretty fast.
Right.
He's taking a shot, is he here?
Yeah, he's taking on blue here. In the middle. Yeah, well, pretty good start.
Good to see the Kiwis sitting down. I think that's Josh Winter and his parents, or his father at least.
Yeah,
Mark, he
Mark's
played
up there.
recently. They played doubles together in the GC Nationals.
Yeah.
Great to see. Mark sits at about a 5 handicap, I think. Great to see them supporting Joel.
And again, croquet, one of those games that you can play at an intergenerational family level. You've obviously, your parents have...
Well, we currently have 3 generations of our family playing.
Excellent.
Yes. And just that here at this event, you know, women and men are playing. It's, yes, we have worlds like, you know, the AC Women's Worlds recently, and we have GC Women's, but that these are open to all players.
And Fordy didn't manage to get yellow through the hoop there for some reason. So he's going to have to clear again with this red ball. Yeah, in the middle again.
And that's very strong to see that, how he's hitting those, you know, dead centre, isn't it, Chris?
Well, he wanted to hit that on the right side. He was disappointed with that. He wanted to get into hoop running position with the red.
Right. Yeah. That's
so you
high
could see
expectations.
just sort of clicked his left-hand fingers as if he wasn't 100% about that. I think Joel may take the jump shot on here. No, he's just playing this flat. Yeah, just gone for the clearance.
Yeah, he just wants to get rid of it. Fair enough.
I thought the jump shot was on there.
It was fairly angly though, and these hoops aren't always that, especially in that close proximity.
Didn't think it
for a
gave
jump like
away a
that.
lot though, if you missed it.
No, that's true. But then, you know, if he just taps the yellow through and you're in a situation you're all over the place, I'd rather have gotten rid of it myself.
That's way too far. And this is a straightforward clearance. Clear the ball that plays before you. Good golden rule.
Because Fuzzy,
Oh
actually,
dear.
he was on this lawn, but that was where he played Blake.
It's,
So he's come back onto the same
it's
lawn.
not good. It's not good.
No, and so you probably should have essentially had the feel of it, but you know things have probably dried out, and just settling in again. Beginning of the match, game 1.
Yeah, no.
And the other semi-final that's set to start will be Te Kere King. He won against Ali, the Egyptian.
Yeah.
And I don't think yet there's an opponent for
Aston.
him. It is
Aston.
Oh, they didn't have it up on Croquet scores.
So
before, no,
Aston
writing
beat
things down.
Levi in straight games.
Oh, I did too, yes.
So it's wonderful to have 3 different nationalities in the semi-finals.
Yes, that is good, isn't it?
Joel here is losing control of hoop 3. He had control of it, and these clearances where he's only hitting half ball and his ball's travelling 7 or 8 yards away means that instead of him having first ball into the hoop, Forzie's now the one who's got that level of control. That's another bad shot. Blew well short of hoop running position.
Was this one of his 10-minute absence?
Correct. That's really worrying.
Yes, and Forzie, just from watch that previous game when he was playing Blake, he just seemed to have a pattern of being able to take charge of what's going on around hoops and just work himself into being dominant. So that's short too.
It's a poor shot as well. So Black can get back into the hoop with a good 8 or 9 yard clearance here. No.
I don't think he hit that very well. It sounded a bit funny.
No.
Well, he's going to check that. I think that's going to be fairly consistent. He's going to check every hoop now. They've had over half a day of being shot at. Well, making this, and if he does make it well, that's showing also that level, is that when he finally does get round those hoops, he makes them.
Showing also that level is that when he finally does get round those hoops, he makes them.
Into round those hoops and getting that control and then sealing the deal by making it is going to settle down his game, and Joel needs to be quite super aware of that, and I'm hoping that he's consciously seeing what's going on.
Yeah, now Joel did go 3-0 down to Paul in the quarterfinal.
Yes.
So he is capable of raising his game and coming back, but Forz is a different level of opponent. And
an unknown to him as well. I mean, he's probably played Paul quite a number of times. Well, what's happening here? Is he going for the hoop, do you think?
yeah, so Blue's played into wide position in front of the hoop from yellow on the south boundary, and that's forcing Forzie to have a go at what is effectively a double target. Some people take the ball here, some people take the hoop. Close.
He was shooting at Blue.
Yeah. Now,
Well, where's that yellow? I'm just going to stand up and have a look, because we do have
we can
whole deck
assume
in front of us.
because he's taken that shot that yellow is wide, and that means that black probably should play halfway to 5.
Yes, the yellow ball is just past that little peg between 3 and 5. Oh no! Oh, Chris, he's just knocked his blue ball on and gone out of position for the hoop. Yeah, his face. He's doing face palms. Don't talk to Paul. Go away from each other. Separate those two. Oh, that's unfortunate. And so I think going from having a wide ball, he's now got an open ball on yellow.
Yeah, and he shouldn't have been going anywhere near that ball.
No, you just don't do it. Just don't do it. Got to remove too much of that risky stuff out of your game.
Lovely
He's
shot
so
again.
easily cleared that.
Hitting it on the correct side again to take that short boundary.
When you've got
Lovely shot again. Hitting it on the correct side again.
game
And
like
this is
that, really foolish one, really.
Yeah, this is a really tough position now for Joel. Most people will think, well, yeah, you just take position at your hoop, don't you? But that is a really bad place to put the blue. Yellow is all over that blue. You cannot put the blue there.
Where
So
would have you put your blue ball?
Well, you probably need to put it off the boundary, level with hoop 4. Just allowed Forsey to play into good hoop position.
Yes, don't be in
And
front of the hoop. right
Yellow's
now.
going to be taking a 7-yarder at blue, and I expect it to hit it and clear it by some way. That black's gone nowhere near in front of hoop 4.
Yes, the tide changed on that situation with one error. Where do the Egyptians get their mallets made? Is this somebody within Egypt making them?
It
They're all
is in
quite
Egypt, yeah.
Similar mallets,
Yeah,
aren't they?
they're made in Egypt. That's super. Look at where
Yeah, look
Yellow's
at that,
finished.
Yeah, gosh.
Yellow's almost in runnable position at 5. May even be in runnable position.
Similar mallets, aren't they? Made in Egypt. That's super. Look at where Yellow's finished.
Yeah, gosh.
Yellow's almost in runnable position at 5, rather than weight of head.
Ah, I see.
So their mallets will be much lighter than the standard croquet mallet that's been used traditionally for association croquet.
Yes.
And we always try and coach the swing coming from the shoulders and the long levers, whereas a lot of their power is coming through the wrist. And that mallet head speed is how the power is generated, rather than having a heavier mallet and using your long levers.
Well, it does work, even though it's often a style that doesn't look very comfortable. I mean, his wrists aren't as extreme as a lot of the Egyptian players.
Ah,
Oh,
there we
here
go. So that was what I was seeing.
The Egyptian players.
A few yards. And if he starts doing that, then I think we'll see him become quite vulnerable. Equally, if he plays like he did against Blake, we didn't really see those hoop errors in that game.
No, well, it's not like he was in any pressure there, really. You know, Joel hasn't really put him under the thumb in any way so thus far in this game, and he had his yellow right there at hoop 5. It was,
That's too far.
anyway, gosh, don't know what quite went on then. He just looked like he really smacked at it quite hard. And
He just wanted to take hoop position then, and then red would have had to clear black, and black would have had the clearance back on yellow.
yes.
Sort of in the mirror image that Forsey had, potentially clearing the ball, getting over to hoop 5, which is even more important when you're 3-0 down. But blue not being in front is just a crime, really. Missed another one.
Well, he's a bit rattled at the moment. Yes,
So good chance for Joel here. I would be running it straight away with black. I think it's very negative to clear yellow here.
Yes,
take
especially
your
with
hoop.
blue not in front of the hoop. Yeah, he needs to. He's what is he going to do? He needs
So,
to get some
This
hoops
is
on the
wrong.
board.
Run your hoop. Good, good, good. Yeah, really important to play the right shot here.
It's when it becomes more and more emotional and the stakes become higher that, you know, that tension gets
Good
in
shot.
your body. What a great hoop. Yay. Well done, Joel. And to not let those little ticks creep in.
So you'd normally play yellow into hoop running position on the far side of the hoop.
Yes.
That is absolutely perfect.
That
Just
looks good.
10-20 degrees on the far side of the hoop. Only
That's to avoid that in-off scenario occurring.
it's
And just slightly longer, and you're not going to, if they hit, they're not going to leave a ball in front of the hoop.
correct, yeah. And a bad shot by Joel.
Do you think he was just trying to push yellow on a bit?
No.
Didn't really.
No, I just think he was trying to finish short of yellow and leave himself a dead straight hoop and then have a power clearance with black. Close to the block, just drifted past. And now these are the positions you want to avoid where you're forced into shooting without your partner ball being in front.
Yes, and that blue being very close to yellow, he's in that situation that if he hits yellow, he could hit blue also.
And this should be a
Looks like
mid-pace.
he's lining up to the hoop, if you ask me.
Ah, so he's gone for the hoop.
Yeah.
Okay, so at least that wasn't the wrong pace of shot. You can legitimately go for the hoop there. If you go for yellow, it should be at a mid-pace, so that if you hit it, black stays close.
Well, I think it was called the Egyptian hoop, wasn't it, the fifth? Because you could make hoop 4 and then turn around and just make hoop 5.
Ah,
I think that I've learnt that one. It's an Egyptian hoop. Because it's essentially like Joel had made hoop 4 with black. He could have just then made hoop 5 with black.
yeah.
2 hoops, 2 shots. So that's Nicola Clem rocking her portai. That's a woven hat made of the harakeke, the flax, the flax that grows here. There's some of it along the fence line under the flags.
Good shot.
Yeah,
And
'cause he
that,
stroked that a lot better.
that was the casting shot I mentioned earlier.
Yes, yes.
He cast because he was trying to maintain control and stay near hoop 6. Don't see many of them during the game, but that was one of them. So Joel trying to play into wide position here. It's very close,
That's
just short.
Yes. Not great, really, is it?
Would be very good a ball and a half further. As it is there, it's very bad.
It's just too easy to put that red up into position, and where's black all the way over there, and he'll probably leave it there. He could get a wire on the black through hoop 2. And you said this hill's a little bit here too, so he looks like he's
gone the wrong
he's gone
side.
the left side.
That's the wrong side to go.
Yeah.
So that makes blue less bad because red hasn't taken good position.
No.
If red was really good, I think black would have to clear yellow. Whereas it's got time now to play back in front.
Come back in.
Keep going, keep going. Oh, you
Nice.
can't not be in position.
He is at that more mid-place, just stroke the ball player. I'd love to see him take up AC. He's a bit reluctant at the moment.
Good shot in the middle.
Yes, well, he didn't thump that. He just wanted to stay round the hoop, so that was the main priority there, wasn't it?
Yep.
And, you know, being effective that's a key shot in golf croquet, what you just saw. Fuzzy. Could you say his name again, please?
I pronounce it Fawzy.
Fawzy, because I
But,
started saying fuzzy, and I'm like, fuzzy with like a B, and I'm like, that's wrong. Fawzy. Thank you. That is going in the jaws. No, it's not. It's rolled away.
And his surname's last name is Helmi.
Yes.
And I used to play a Helmi Abdul Gayeb, so I don't know if they're related. And Helmi Abdul Gayeb was a very strong player. So I don't know if there's any relationship there, but taking on the hoop again.
Yes, he is. No casting this time, so he's going to belt it.
Yeah. So multiple failures of the last few hoops. But Joel still needs to somehow take advantage of it.
Yes, stand back and have a good look at the situation. Effectively, you have about a minute to do that. Is that right? In the tournament regs?
Yeah,
I mean, a minute. It's not enforced, but you know.
If you were taking a minute every shot, it would probably be enforced. But these players have been a delight to watch. It's just been a fluent match, just like you'd have down at your local club. You wouldn't know you're in a World Championship semi-final. Good spirit, and yeah, really nice watching these guys play a fluent game, and so many good shots coming off their mallet.
Yes, especially like when you're commentating the McRob, the doubles in particular, the conversations and no time limits. It's must have been tricky to keep the commentary going. We almost needed like thought bubbles going above their doubles, partners. So what do you think they might be saying? In the hand movements.
Yeah, some pairs can be quite bad. I used to tell some people that Rob and myself could play an entire match, and the only thing we'd say would be heads.
Myself could play an entire match, and the only thing we'd say would be heads.
But in terms of the match itself, yeah, heads was enough too.
Yes, but your scenario is a little bit different, and within the McRob and our New Zealand team, we did have a couple of players that's their first time.
Yep.
And there's lots to learn.
So interesting here, we've got the referee being called on, and lots of people will go, why is the referee coming out? And the blue's about to play, and it's going to try and clear the yellow. And because they're so close, it might be a double tap. So the referee's going to be watching for a double tap. You would normally mark the balls so that you could replace them, and that's what they're doing now.
Yep, mark both balls.
Ideally mark them on a line where the ball's not going to be travelling over them.
No.
And potentially put a marker down on the centres of both balls to show the direction that they're pointing. And then you're watching to see which angles the balls come out, and that gives you an idea as to whether it's been a double tap.
Right.
So the referee's happy with that.
Again, that's not great though.
No,
Yellow's got a lovely rush on blue.
It's actually not that bad
shot on blue.
because blue's in front and black can clear yellow getting to 7.
That's true.
And when you 4-1 down, that's the sort of opportunity you're looking for. So just playing back in. It's very rare to see any Egyptians shoot when they haven't already got a ball in. So this is an important shot. You need to middle it and get the black over to hoop 7 as well. Great shot, super shot.
Yeah, that's good.
So he's finished the wrong side of 7, but very good. And quite an interesting position here. You'd normally think yellow's going to shoot at blue. 4-1 up, lots of the Egyptians will either not bother to shoot and play onside, or they'll play very gently so that they're not 25 yards away from hoop 7. This is his hard shooting shot, so he is taking it on properly. Indicates red might be runnable. No, that's his mid-pace. So he didn't want to leave yellow on that east boundary.
Do you think then you could have just shot it black gently so you stayed on side?
Well, black's not brilliant because it is the wrong side of the hoop.
But then your yellow would have been kind of closer to
Yeah, if you hit
hoop
it.
7
If you hit
rather
it.
than being there. He's through.
Has he made that? Might need a ref. He's shaking his head.
Oh, well, yeah, actually true. He hasn't put his hand up.
So this will be just red and yellow will now get the opportunity to play onside, and black will have to come back over the halfway line. So black will probably hit off the lawn just to the right of that peg on the north boundary.
I see. Yes.
And yellow will again play onside.
We need some wee little binoculars. I have been thinking about that during this season, that would be a good thing to have
Yeah.
in your bag of tricks.
So can Joel get a good angle out of this, potentially to a hoop running position, even though it's deep? No, he's gone quite narrow there. I thought he might be able to get another 2 or 3 yards further west.
We don't often see that, all the balls lined up over there ready and waiting to approach hoop 7. So there'll be a bit of target practice going on now.
Yeah,
'cause
needs
it's
to.
that sort of, 12 yards shots. So now it's 4-2
4-2.
at the 7th hoop. So that's a bit more comfortable for Joel after initially having Falsey go up 4-0.
So yeah, it's 3-0, wasn't it, to Forsey?
Oh yes, sorry, he got the 5th hoop, didn't he? So Joel got the 4th.
4 and 6, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And again, the blue ball has to clear yellow here because red will just power black away otherwise. And when you're clearing these, you want to hit them on the right-hand side. And he's missed on the right-hand side there. Every time you hit on the left, your ball goes sort of where black goes.
Yes,
and you
that's not
leave
what you
big
want.
wired areas for Forsey to try and hide his balls behind. But yeah, bad miss that.
Yes, and a lot of people say, I just want to be able to hit it.
And just, yeah, simply hitting is often not good enough at this level.
No, it's not. 2 in front, and he's behind the hoop there. I wonder what he can see. He looks like he's lining up on yellow, so...
Yeah, compulsory
Yeah.
shot on yellow. And that's a lovely shot, hit on the left to keep the north boundary his.
Take ownership of that territory.
He's in a very bad position. He's 2 balls down at the hoop. And if he can get a shot from the boundary,
Yes.
that might be the only chance he ever gets to run this hoop.
Yes, yes. So yellow's just going to come back in.
Nudge back in again. Blue has to clear red.
He's going on the line to try. Oh, he's knocked it on. I think maybe he was hoping to get in front of that red and block.
Yeah, he was trying to block.
Now these 2 balls are close together. You might be able to clear both of them in one.
Yeah, hit red on the
Foul
right.
swoop. So he gets on his tippy toes a bit then when he takes that shot.
Yeah, he didn't strike it particularly well either, despite hitting it in the
There's
middle.
a lot of forward movement with his body motion as he takes the shot.
So when red plays back in here, Joel will be tempted to try the hoop with black. And Forsey's gone over to have a look, and he'll be trying to play red in to block that hoop shot.
From happening. That
Looks
pretty
good.
good. It looks
Looks
very
good.
good. Right, so he's having a squint at it. What are you going to do? You're going to do the big jump? We're just going to be patient and take out the yellow. Good, thank you.
Yeah, and again, when you take yellow out here, this is quite a gentle takeout. Don't take it out hard.
No.
Looks like he's going too hard. That's too hard. He's played it really well and middled
Luckily,
it.
yeah,
But that should have been hit half that pace.
well, especially if it's split and things went haywire, his black could have been down over to the right of the peg. But blue's only got a really short shot to take out red and
Or has it got
black's-
the hoop? It might have the hoop. Again, he's in a not a strong position.
I think you'd be taking out red in this shot, not going for hoops. Yellow's a bit short, is it?
Yes, it is.
It's got a bit of a green patch there.
Yeah, so now yellow's short.
On the lawn.
You should take out red because you're back in the hoop.
Yes, yeah.
That
I think that would have been very risky. It would have been a very angly hoop anyway, and you've got a full ball there to play with,
yeah,
even
that's
though
good.
it's only just going to take both balls over to the line.
So we're close to neutrality now. Bad
we are.
yellow. Red will play back in first, but black can clear it straight away, or it can take position. The natural play, assuming yellow can't do anything, is for black to take position. But yellow might be sufficiently short that it could clear a good black.
Yes, it's often more interesting, these corner hoop scenarios, especially this hoop, that you can't really clear anybody except to the line unless you've got it right. So unfortunately Joel's in that situation right now. But he's, oh my
No.
goodness,
No.
that nearly went very badly for him.
It looks
So I'm not
like an
quite
easy
sure what his
clearance.
thinking was about this, but
He was trying to get wide from yellow. That's what,
is that what it was?
the attempt was.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, not good. And there is a hill around that hoop. I
Okay.
mentioned it in Aston's game.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, this is that's a very good takeout, getting that north boundary.
Looks like the wind's died down a little bit. Hopefully that's set to stay like that for the remainder of the day. And we're playing these semi-finals today because of that concern for the weather forecasts. I suppose management's been watching that, but I don't know what the current update is on when the rain will arrive, but there'll surely be plenty of wind prior to that. So that the red's in very nicely. He was looking like he was trying to block black, close the gate. So I'd say Joel's just going to move on red. What do you think he's taken on the hoop?
I don't know.
It's hard to tell, isn't it? It looks like he's taking on the hoop. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Just
the hoop.
when his mallet was lifting up, it looked like it was more hoop than ball.
And this will be again before he taking hoop position, trying to block blue at red. And we might see another attempt at the hoop here. If yellow is blocking.
Yes. It looks like it's gone up to 93% on the rain for tomorrow, and there's going to be rain overnight, so it's looking like it'll be very challenging conditions tomorrow for the players in the final, and only 16 degrees perhaps. Winds east-southeast at 30 to 50 kilometres. Winds could occasionally gust to over 65. It looks like the Te Kere and Aston Wade game has commenced. They're on hoop 3 right now. It's just really difficult. That's when we need these binoculars, Chris, to see what that score is on their game.
Yeah, early days anyway.
Yes, it is.
Now, Forzies have had a couple of failures recently. That's better. That's more like it. So 5-2. Game 1. Just over hit that positional shot. that one's under hit.
Yes, this is actually quite a took quite a bit for it to get that hoop made. That was probably one of their longest ones. When you think it's probably, you know, about 10 minutes for each hoop.
Yeah.
That one went on a good 20 minutes at least.
Yeah, that's the sort of shot that concerns me from Joel. You can't finish with blue there when you're taking position from 13 or 14 yards away. And, you know, everyone should know the hill goes towards the flags, towards that boundary.
Was he trying to put the block on red because he thought that
Yeah,
he was going to shoot
he's
at the
missed
black?
it by 4 feet though. So tough angled hoop. And
Really?
straight back at him.
Straight back at him.
Interesting learning experience for him.
So I'm not sure whether yellow can see the blue. I'm not sure whether it can see the hoop.
He's looking at it.
So he's shaking his head.
He's taking out the blue. Oh, no.
And looks like he couldn't run the hoop and he couldn't hit blue.
Yes, you're right. Yes. Yep. Oh well.
So easy takeout shot now. Blue onto red. Needs to play with a good stop shot. Leave blue in hoop running position.
You notice a lot of top players tend to walk away and not stand over the top of the opponent.
Yep.
You find in more sort of club level play or people not used to playing at this level that they'll kind of lurk around you as you're taking a shot. But I like seeing that he steps away and gives himself space and the opponent some space.
Absolutely, yeah.
Nothing worse, you're going for a hoop and the person's standing behind it.
A key thing for red there was to finish on the short boundary side of blue,
Which he has achieved.
which he's achieved.
Yes.
Equally relevantly, somewhere where red could run the hoop from, albeit it's a tricky one. Black's done well to play in between red and the hoop. And yellow will probably try and play in between blue and the hoop now. It's fine.
Yes, because unfortunately Joel's not going to achieve very much by popping this over on the line.
Nope.
But he does need to move it, even though I don't think red can see that hoop though, because yellow's blocking it now. Ooh.
That's a good shot. Could have hit it a bit harder.
Yes.
Got an extra 2 yards on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Egyptians understand short boundary tactics, and
Yes.
they'll always be trying to find positions like that. And part of the key as the opponent is trying to avoid them obtaining it, and actually see it sort of 7 or 8 turns before yourself that that's actually going to be what happens.
He needs to hit the centre ball. He doesn't want to move that yellow as he takes the shot. They're black and yellow are quite close together there.
No,
He
missed
moved
one.
his body a bit then.
Yeah.
I have been kind of watching since I've seen him being quite centred with his body to see if there's going to be movement, and that was definitely
Yeah,
he's
no,
moved a little bit. There might be a bit of fatigue, even though he's had that nap.
Yeah, I'm just
yeah,
looking
it
at
all
this
sets
and
in.
going, this is what he was like yesterday. And
Yeah, pressure and tiredness sets in. I certainly had to think about that as I was preparing for the Worlds. Like suddenly discovered hydrolytes and different things to just keep your energy up and be consistent. Nothing like tiredness to kill your game.
Not
and
through.
This game can be really hard on the hands
It's a
and
good
wrists.
second prize.
No, well, yes, this could be a jump coming up, and as you said, the Egyptians haven't traditionally been great at jumping, but we've seen some very good jumps today
Yeah.
from Fauzi. We're needing a hammer by the look of it. She seems to have lost her hammer.
So you'll see Fawzi line the shot up as normal, and then he'll just move his feet forward a few inches, and that will be all they do, and hit down on the ball.
Yes, well, having done so much training for the AC Women's Worlds, you know, all my jump shots and like remembering how to do half jumps so you can roll your ball through and all those things, and then suddenly having to play in the GC Nationals, I just wasn't used to doing GC jumps.
Right.
It's a whole different style.
Now the feet
Oh
move
yes,
forward.
I see it now. The longer he doesn't do anything, the more likely he's going to walk away from this. Nope.
No.
Not that time.
He's gonna walk away from this. No.
Amazing if he could get that black ball. But Joel's not taking any chances. He's just bringing that ball back in.
Yeah, and again, this is somewhere where at a different score, he might have a go at that very difficult takeout. But 5-2 up, he's just going to give the hoop away,
Yeah.
get two good balls close to the halfway line,
Yes.
and just rely on getting hoop 9 himself and taking a 6-3 lead. So 5-3.
Fall forward. I heard a term recently about don't fall backwards, fall forwards. So he's doing that by setting up for what's to come rather than trying to salvage
Yeah, this
a
is super.
situation that was really low. It was low chance that he could actually really get anything out of it.
That's the sort of positional shot I've been wanting to see more of. This is a compulsory 2 attempts.
Yes, you can't just put a ball in. Nope.
That's attempt 1 down.
Yes.
And lots of people try and block black at yellow here. And if you're on a nice line, it's okay. But otherwise, just put another ball 2 yards straight in front of your hoop when you're 5-3 up.
Yeah,
Just like he's done there.
I'd say that's best.
Just keep putting the pressure on. Every time you put a ball in a position that can't run a hoop, it's like missing a 7-yarder.
Here it comes.
No, another one missed on the right.
That's not what you want, missing like that.
Be interesting to see whether he casts for this, because this is
yes.
straightforward hoop.
Yes.
That'd be nice to run up to hoop 10.
I do like to see that, and it's great to see that he's got that in his toolkit, that he thinks about hoop position, not just slamming it to the back line.
Yeah.
Yes, that looks like he's casting it.
Yeah. And again, that mid-paced hoop drop. Again, getting past the peg. Perfectly good effort.
Very good. So that takes him up to 6-3. So he's bringing up his red now. And he needs to get that past blue because he doesn't want to block yellow from blue. That's all right. Right, well, if he clears this blue effectively into the back corner, or do you think he'll try and clip it to behind the hoop?
No, he'll just be hitting this in the middle, I think.
Yeah. Just to assure that it does move.
Yeah.
But Joel's return shot, if he's not going to get that red and he makes this hoop, that will be first game. Oops, he missed it.
Yeah, definite signs of frailty, beatability.
Oh, well, that lets Joel back in the match. Because those first couple of hoops in this first game, against Joel, I thought, I don't know if even Joel's going to have a look in. But, with a couple of errors like that.
But once again, if black had been in hoop running position here, Sonia, blue could clear red getting to 11.
Yes.
Whereas because black failed to get position, he's forced to take it on straight away. And it's just he's getting punished for not getting every ball in front of the hoop. And this is a chance to obviously take the first game of the match. Just clarifying, these are still best of 3 matches.
Yes, so they're doing best of 3 for the semis, and it will be best of 5 for the final tomorrow.
Yeah.
You might think this is an easy game to play, but it's grueling. You're playing all day, and there's a huge amount of mental focus, not to mention the extra pressure of it being a Worlds. And it does start to show its wear and tear on players. They're lucky they have got youth on their side. All right, let's see what happens. No. All right.
So interesting as to whether black can nudge blue into a wide hoop running position from yellow here.
Yeah, if he does that, black's probably going to pop behind the hoop a little bit, which he might not want if he's needing to.
Not a disaster.
He might be inclined to best just leave that blue, whereas it just depends on if he's got to swing back. The hoop's not going to hamper him to clear that red ball. Yeah, that he leaves it alone.
Yeah, so that's open on yellow, and yellow will attempt to clear it.
You can definitely see they're taking more care and time as they've had a few errors in their games. They're not just going in there guns blazing and having a bit more of a think about what's going on. When errors come into play around these hoops, it does become more and more tactical. And where you put your balls becomes more crucial.
Yeah,
and so he's really looking at that. He looks like he's going for blue, not for red. He wants to take out that blue so that blue does not take out red.
Well, he's gone and looked at red's hoop, and he's decided he's happy to run the hoop with red, so that's why he's clearing blue.
Nice shot. That yellow's held its ground.
Shot. That yellow.
I'm tempted to just take possession.
He's had to think about it on the way down, Chris, so he's come in and he's decided what he's going to do. And that looks like he's shooting at red.
Yeah, most of the youngsters shoot in these positions.
But, you know, was that a good idea to do that? It was big risk, taking out the black at the same time. Coming in and just bringing that ball in. All right, so let's see. So this is his second attempt at this hoop.
Yeah.
It's definitely, the wind has definitely died down a bit, which is great for these players. His Egyptian teammate coming in for a little watch to see what's happening. He's obviously mid-game playing Levi Franks, but he'll be interested in what's going on in this game too.
Good hoop. 7-3.
Yes, a very good hoop.
First game to Forsey. I'm
We'll no doubt see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Chris. Hello, Sonia. How you going?
Hi, Josh. Pretty good. I'm having a good day. I always love to be here at the Croquet, be around everybody and watch some amazing play. So game 1 to Forsey
Yes.
at Hoop 10.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of impressive things from Forsey. I think for both of these semi-finals, the Kiwis are the underdogs. Not to say that they don't have a chance, but that was about how I thought that first game would go. But we did start to see a little bit of weakness there at the end. So it'll be interesting to see how they settle into the second one.
Well, Joel's obviously very keen to keep going. He's just loitering around Te Mata, that is, the start line.
It is a bit of a shame that we don't have Takiti's game down here on 1.
It's hard to see that board. I think they're up to about Hoop 8, but I don't know what the score is currently.
Yeah, just having a semi-finalist who hasn't had a chance to have their game streamed is a bit of a shame, I think.
Yes. Yes, I don't know why they didn't play it down on this lawn.
I'm pretty keen to ask if it is a potential, because Blake and Josh Winter, their first game has finished on 1, whether we might be able to get them shifted, but probably not. They'll probably have to finish the match on the lawn, won't they?
Yes, but Forsey, he had played on this lawn too, and he's come back onto that lawn.
Okay, right.
Whereas Takiti's kind of been out the back, and Ashton had
he's
been on lawn too.
No,
as
yeah,
well.
Takiti's played on that lawn earlier today as well, similar to Forsey, so...
But the thing is that they'll want the final on this lawn, that Blake Fields and who's he playing currently?
I might have just finished, but it was someone wearing black.
Yeah,
I kind of get confused.
I think it was Paul, but they'll be leaving that game for the final, so that's why the semi-finals are not on it, which is why we have Takiti out the back.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah,
okay.
well, just from managing the GC Nationals recently, I did that. I kept players off a lawn that I knew would be the finalist lawn. So.
I wonder if there's a camera down there, a third one. I wonder if we'd potentially be able to get them to turn around momentarily.
Yes, I wonder about that one in the investment partners tent.
Yeah.
Just putting it out there into the universe. Hey Miles, do you want to come and have a quick chat? Yeah. That'd be awesome. I'd love a little break. And Miles, you're studying media or something at university, aren't you? Or is that your thing?
I am, that's the one.
So you're just going to be great at this, I can tell already. So I'll leave you to it.
So we're joined here by the legend himself, Miles Duggan.
Hello everybody, kia ora, kia ora.
Who's probably very happy that Miles has a twin, James, and unfortunately James didn't make it through to the knockout, but you were the twin who won.
I did.
So
my goal here for this tournament was probably just to make the knockouts. I'm a bit of I like to play and have a bit of fun, but I'm not too competitive. But
yeah, well, that's good.
I really enjoyed myself this tournament. Got into the knockouts. I bet everyone below me.
Yep.
So I lost against Takiri, Josh, and Levi, yeah.
You
but-
had I would say you had the toughest block as well.
Yeah, we keep talking about it, Josh, me and Levi, about the different
bet.
blocks. And it's a bit unfortunate because me, Josh and Levi are all from the same club. So it's a bit unfortunate playing each other, but it's good competition.
Yeah, yeah. I've spent a little bit of time with you in the past. You obviously part of that group from Kashmir down in Christchurch, but I haven't seen you play in a couple of years. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to see you play here today either, just because of the games we've been commentating. But yeah, this is your first international event, correct?
Yeah, it is. I've taken a bit of a break. I didn't play in the last nationals or the one before that, but yeah, I'm back into it. I'm really enjoying myself. Doing a lot more practice than I did beforehand. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing the under-21s nationals soon. I think it's around Easter in Ashburton. So
Cool.
yeah, hopefully make the knockouts and see if I can get a little one step further potentially. But yeah.
Sweet, man. So, got a question for you. Out of these two semi-finals, we've got Tikiti and Aston and Forsey and Joel. Who are your picks for these two? Obviously, Forsey's just won game one against Joel. But who do you think?
Look, I don't want to be biased here. I am from New Zealand.
All
I'm
right.
playing for New Zealand. Look, it's a difficult question. All players in the semis are playing right now are both, really good players. Their positional, clearance, hoop shots, they're all amazing. I think it just depends on the day here. All players we've seen in the block play and especially in knockouts that they're here, they've made it here and they've earned their spot. But looking over at the semis of Tikiti, I versed Mr. Wade in the round of 16, and he was talking to me and he said he's probably played his best croquet yet. I think he was hitting all his roquets, all his hoop shots. He's been playing really well today, so I think it'd go either way. But with Tikiti, he's a really good player. He can play really aggressive. He can play really defensive. So it's gonna go either way.
And we've just seen him run hoop 9. Yeah, man. I've been really impressed with Tikiti's attitude. I haven't really seen him play too much, but anything can happen here.
But yeah, his jump shots are beautiful. He's continued to run them through the hoops, especially against me. He got about 2 or 3. It does suck having that ball in the jaws and then someone jumping you, especially on those even hoops.
Yeah. That's a killer.
Yeah, it's a pain.
Did that happen to you a couple of times?
Yeah, a couple of times. Last game, actually, Nathan did a 4-yard jump on hoop 4. So it's not nice, especially when you're down.
Do any of you Kashmir boys, is this your, for all of you, is this your last under-21 Worlds, or will you be eligible for another one?
I'm pretty sure Josh, myself, and James, we're all 19, so I don't think we are eligible to get in. But
it's close, right, surely?
It is very close.
It depends on where it's held, Northern or Southern Hemisphere.
But Levi, I think he can play the next one.
Okay.
So again, Levi's a great player. There's potential for him to win the next one. Who knows?
Yeah.
I can't tell myself, but again, who knows?
I'm always amazed because I was at that last under-21 Worlds. I just so happened to be at that last I've been at like the last 5 under-21 Worlds just by accident. But I was commentating that one in Birmingham, and Blake was there, and he's at this one here as well. And unfortunately, he didn't make it through today. But I still can't believe Blake's only 16.
It's amazing how he plays and how
totally.
And I saw him on the second day, and every single shot, I swear he hits it dead center. like no matter how where the distance is, no matter how powerful, he seems to always hit that ball dead center.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an all-round player.
Yeah.
He's great.
So just speaking of, obviously, bit unlucky here today, but he was playing really great, and he's got a couple more tournaments, under 21 Worlds.
Yeah, he's got.
So he's got a few more chances, you know.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
shout out to Blakey.
Mm.
All right, we should probably start commentating this game.
We should.
So obviously, first game, Forsey was up quite significantly on Joel. Towards the end of the game, things, I wouldn't say fell apart, but there was a little bit of a dent in his game. And second game here, Joel's got in the first hoop. So I'm predicting a little bit more of a slog here, and I think it will be quite a tight score here in the second game.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It's I've seen Forsey play some really great games today.
And that was perfect.
Joel
Just right on cue.
Sensible. I think Joel's definitely going to give him a run for his money. I think personally it's going to go to 3 games, but
yeah.
Again, we'll see.
I'm really impressed with Forsey here, though. I haven't really talked to him much in person. I need to get down there at some point on the court side. But, yeah, really solid player. Can position the ball, can hit the ball. I haven't seen him lose his head. These are all just sort of basic things you want to look for in a player, and he seems to have them. I did have him as favourite for the semi just before we started. It'd be quite good to see an Egyptian in the final, and I don't mean to be mean to my fellow countrymen or whatever, but he does seem to be the more informed player out of these two.
What would be your ideal final? Who would you like to see?
It's hard. I feel really bad saying this. Say
it.
In some ways, I would like to see Forsey versus Aston.
That's that. Again, I'm gonna have to go with you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get me wrong. New Zealand's won the under-21 Worlds for the last 3 events, and it would be pretty cool for New Zealand to win it again. But those are my 2 picks. I hope I'm wrong. But yeah, it would be cool to see another country win it. Definitely. I hate to say.
Definitely. No, I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, but either Aston or Forsey. God, I don't want to read the comments. All right, so 2-0 up to Joel. Forsey here with 2 balls.
Forsey's positioning's been really, really solid.
Yeah.
These past 2 games. Same as Joel. It's pretty beneficial to stay with position on the hoop. But no, I've just had some beautiful croquet strokes down the lawn.
Croquet strokes or
Croquet strokes.
Single ball strokes. So we're playing croquet strokes.
Is that a thing?
That's a special name for when the balls are touching.
It is.
An association.
Oh no, that wouldn't. It'll be a roquet stroke.
That's a roquet stroke. Yeah.
I'm a bit tired, to be honest.
Me too.
I've played too many games. I can't really think straight sometimes.
No, I'm just joking. Are you playing a bit of AC yourself?
I play a little bit. I don't play as much as I should. I love the game. I don't play enough.
Yeah.
I definitely found it quite hard to get into AC, getting my head around. But no, I really like the game. I definitely want to play more tournaments and do some more practice.
So Forsey, both balls in front, Black to play next. His ball was just off that blocking line, so he thought, why not? Yeah, I think that's a great move. He's wanting to run a really, he's 2-0 down, ideally wanting to run a really controlled hoop here at 3, getting down to 4. So he's really forcing Joel. I think he's taking on the hoop here. It's a bit of a last-ditch effort. Unfortunately misses it. So yeah, nice move there by Forsey.
Looking for a really nice controlled hoop down the lawn. Just checking if the hoop is in one place. A lot of these hoops have been bashed around quite a few times, so it's good to get it hit down.
I don't know about you, Miles, but as soon as I try to run a hoop a little bit softer, I usually decrease my chances of making said hoop. So, well, he's made it through. Ideally, yeah, what he was trying to do was just make it down to the next hoop there. I have seen him pull off quite a few really nice controlled odd-numbered hoops. At least he's not hampered, so he's got a clean shot at blue. So you're studying media, is that right, Miles?
Yeah, I'm studying at the New Zealand Broadcasting School.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking to get into the film and television side of things. But yeah, it's going well. I'm my second year this year.
Cool, man.
I'm supposed to start on Monday, but I think I'm flying back on Monday to Christchurch. So
You're flying back in a cyclone. How do you feel about that?
I really hope I get home safe. I hope it doesn't get delayed.
Me too, man.
Because I don't want to have to pay for more accommodation. But yeah, hopefully second day of school I get there.
I'm pretty sure at one point there was a cyclone like 50 years ago and my great-granddad crashed a boat like on Mount Maunganui.
Oh no.
Yeah. And like 20 people died.
Oh. That's not good.
No.
No.
So yeah, I'm not really that into boats.
I'm not really that into cyclones. But yeah, hopefully the weather tomorrow for the final is okay. Hopefully it does say it's going to rain, like a 90-something% chance of rain. But let's pray to the weather gods that it will be sunny.
Yeah, that'll be good. No boat wrecks.
No. Going for a clearance on blue. I just love watching Egyptians play. I just admire their technique. They keep to the same
I know.
swing.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
looking so consistent.
Boom,
Yeah.
bash, bosh.
That's the
Here
type
we
of
go.
Looking so consistent.
On the right side.
Joel here looking for some sort of position with this clearance.
Yeah, the aim here for Joel with the shot isn't to necessarily, it's a great shot. It's not necessarily to get a distance on yellow, but rather to make sure that that back ball hangs around. So on the next rotation of balls playing in here, that will eventually end up being a potential clearing ball for Joel. So he's played an excellent shot there.
Could be anyone's hoop from where all the balls are at. Could go either way.
I've already talked about this a couple times today, but have you noticed, Miles, that pretty much none of the games in the knockouts are going to the third game?
No, yeah, it's always been
all
straight
two.
games.
Yeah. So I would be pretty keen here to see that in this game. And
Again, I mean,
I've got a feeling I reckon this will go to 3. I just got a feeling.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Forsey hasn't lost a game.
I'm
I'm pretty sure.
Let's have a look. Pretty sure he hasn't.
Because
If that's true, well, he hasn't lost one of the knockouts. What was he? Block C.
Loxley, I'm pretty sure. But again, yeah, he hasn't, if I'm correct, he hasn't lost a game. So, yeah, getting to 3 games here would be, it'd be interesting. It'd definitely make the match very interesting.
Well, my internet doesn't seem to be working, but I think you might be right there, Miles. Forsey does seem to be in form, Z. So, that's a great shot there from Joel. Yeah. Forsey is currently unbeaten in matches and games, so he probably has quite a bit of confidence at the moment.
Have you ever gone through a tournament without losing a game?
No.
No?
Nah.
Nah.
I usually lose one somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean,
No one's perfect.
in my
No one's perfect.
when I played in the under 21s in 2015, I lost my first game of the whole tournament against a man called Giles Lusty.
Giles Lusty.
Giles Lusty. Yep, that was his name.
Oh.
But I didn't lose a game until the first one in the finals against Marawan. But no, what about you, Miles? Have you?
I don't think I've definitely lost games. I'm not a perfect player, no one is, but one day I think, one day. No, I don't know what tournament it will be. It might be a club tournament, it might be a world championship, but
Do you know what Chris Clark's nickname is?
Chris Clark.
Yeah.
I don't know. Chris Clark.
AC player.
AC, Chris Clark. Chris Clark's
He was
nickname.
known as Cruncher
Cruncher.
because he'd crunch up Cruncher 69.
Isn't it? Yeah, isn't it on his YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a lot of videos, especially through the AC. I'm not too sure which years it was, but he had a lot of content on there.
Ooh, that's close.
Content on there. He's close.
Handling with the mallet, but with his jump shots, it's still Solomon.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's ideal, but if it works.
If it works, it works.
Have you talked much? Obviously, being world champs, we've got the opportunity to spend time with players from other countries. Have you managed to hang out with, some Egyptians and Englishmen?
Yeah, I've hanged out with quite a wide range of people. It's been really good. I've never been in a world championship before, so
Yeah.
it's good to mingle and mix with the rest of the countries. I've been talking to. Yesterday, I talked to Alfonso. He's a really.
I didn't get the chance to meet him.
The Spanish boys
Yeah.
are really good. They're
Cool.
really great people.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're talking about football. Apparently, football's pretty big in Spain. But yeah, he's a great guy. He's only 17. He's probably still got another worlds in him, and yeah, he's an absolutely amazing player. I versed him yesterday, and he just didn't miss. He would run hoops from all across the lawn. Yeah, absolutely amazing to watch. But yeah, talked to the Americans. Really friendly bunch of people. Talked to Stanley. Shout out to Stanley. But yeah, everyone's been really, really awesome, welcoming, nice. Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, man, it's a pretty good way of making mates. Speaking of Spain, there is a invitational tournament in the Canary Islands in August. Just a shout out to that as well, which should be fairly interesting for golf croquet.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I've been talking to Aston. I think he's studying medicine, I think.
Yeah, medical science.
Looking to be something like a doctor, I think so. But yeah, he's,
Something like that.
yeah, something like that. But yeah, he's everyone here is really, really good at what they're doing, and most people here are studying or at high school. But yeah, it's a full-time job.
So just two all here at the moment with Joel and Forsey. I don't know if Joel was trying to cut that to a wide position. It's certainly close, but I don't think he quite got it. So Forsey here, there's not really too much to think about. I think he can.
I reckon he's got a full ball on that.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean, if he really wanted to tackle the left side of blue, he may not be able to, but I think he can hit the centre.
Sometimes it's a bit risky playing these shots. If you're half baller, you might just, miss the ball and hit your own ball.
But what sort of other option do you reckon you have here, Miles? You kind of have to.
I think you just kind of have to. From looking from the lawn, both balls are differently runnable, potentially.
It's still easier to hit blue than hit the hoop here.
Yeah.
So, that is
It's a good shot.
a great shot.
It's still easier to hit blue than hit the hoop here, so that is good shot.
Well, you've got a hoop. Joel's probably running 80-90% of the time.
Yeah, it depends on
And
the
it's
player.
yeah,
and
it's
the day.
straight in front as well. It's kind of it's almost worth 1.5 hoops. If you don't hit that, you're running it down to the next. Your favourites are for 6 as well. So no, but nice shot there from Forsey.
Yeah, again, both players, they're really good at their clearances. So what I would do, I would just clear and position if you have to.
Yeah. Joel hits a nice shot here. I was about to say, if Joel hits a nice shot here, he'd be back in. I mean, this isn't a gimme. Probably worth taking a shot here. But he definitely has control here at 5.
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
He
wiggling the
looks,
hoop.
yeah, he's giving it the old 1-2.
But yeah, most of these hoops here, they've been a little loose, probably because of the weather last week. It's
Right.
been really, really, really wet and rained for a few days. So I'd say the lawn's a little bit soft.
Yeah.
But yeah, a couple bashes.
Oh, yeah, lots of rain. My croquet club in Auckland, we've got this homeless guy living there. His name's George. He's a really nice guy, but it was raining last week, and the tide rose up, and he got woken up by it in the middle of the night, and he got floated out onto lawn 1.
Oh no! Good shot there.
Yeah,
It's not
great
the-
shot from
it's not
Forsey.
the-
On to lawn 1. Good shot there.
3-2 up.
Yes.
Just a slight correction. Nice shot there from Joel. And I wonder if he can see that through the peg. I think the peg may just be causing a little bit of an issue there, even if he can see part of it.
It's quite hard to get height on a jump over that peg. I had that last game trying to jump over a peg. It's very difficult.
Little factoid, you can pull out that little niblet on top of the peg.
Yeah, I did. I did.
Doesn't count.
Yeah, I saw Ben Rothman do a jump
Yeah.
in the last Worlds, and I've always wanted to get that shot ever since, but I have not yet.
In order to do a jump like that, you first have to get yourself into a situation where you have to. So if you pull it off, though, so just another good position here would be. Oh, looking far. Oh, he's not quite sure what that was. He's definitely chosen quite a tight line there.
Forsey here probably looking for some sort of clearance on black. Might be wide with the hoop.
It looks like he's shooting. It does look like a okay. Yeah, definitely the peg in the way there. All right, Miles, you centering yellow here,
Or again, it depends.
or taking the hoop on?
Depends how confident I am with running hoops on the day, but I'll probably just run it. Sometimes my attention span is pretty bad, so I just want to run a hoop sometimes.
Yeah. I guess it all depends on the vibe here. I don't think there is a right answer.
I would go for the hoop. Would you?
No.
You wouldn't?
No, I'm centering yellow here. I'm wanting to control 3-2 down, game down. At this point, Yeah, nice shot. Well, Joel's obviously a better player than me, but at this point, I want to get myself into as many situations as possible where I'm taking a shot, and if I miss, Oppo doesn't get an opportunity. But yeah, credit to Joel. That's a winning mentality. So Forsey first shot to 7. Blue clearing it.
Nice shot.
Crucially here, Blue hasn't left the lawn.
Yeah, he's probably wanting to get off that long because he's going to be cleared potentially down to the front boundary.
Yeah, luckily he's gotten that 3/4 on the left and not 3/4 on the right. So yellow, although it can have a shot at blue, it's not going to be able to take it too far. But it's the risk you take shooting towards a short boundary like that, is you really want to get both balls off the lawn, but it can be easier said than done when you're more than 7 yards away. Great positional shot there from Forsey.
Just the positioning game right now. Yeah, another nice shot there by Joel. Looking pretty straight from the hoop. Forsey here probably looking for some sort of clearance.
It's not I mean, I suspect he will try to go for the clearance. It's not as straightforward as it could be, just because
there's lots of different options here.
black is blocking blue and red, so he may just trying to position here. He's increased. Oh, okay, that's a great shot. That's really good. So option here for Joel. It's not really much else you can do here, I suspect, besides try to take that hoop on. So Forsey doing a really great job here of dictating the play. He's shutting down Joel's options and forcing him to take on these tough shots. It's the second time he's had to take on a shot from boundary. Oh, it's a good.
Was he going for the hoop shot there?
Yeah. There was nothing else he could do.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's had a good go at it.
Yeah.
Now, gun hoop.
There we go.
So currently 3-all. This hoop 7 being the crucial deciding hoop in this midpoint of the game. Forsey so far has done a great job of managing to run these in a controlled manner down to the next one. So I suspect that he'd be doing that again. No. Okay.
I've been talking to Levi, who was just off this game, off this lawn. And he reckons the hoops are quite harder to run from the other lawns.
In this particular one, a little bit harder.
This particular
Okay.
lawn. But I wouldn't be able to get any information. I haven't played on that lawn.
Yeah.
But
Joel's been given a little golden goose here, and he's cracked that egg.
yeah.
Joel's been given a little golden goose here, and he's cracked.
Still looking chill.
He's happy. Both players have kept their calm. We haven't seen any reactions from any shots that have been missed. I think it's pretty beneficial to...
So, that game with Takiti and Aston has finished. I wonder who won that. If we are able to check. In the other semi-final, there's no... Ooh, let's have a look. No score up yet. But the first game of the other semi-final has finished. Ooh, whoa.
What's happened here?
What? Okay, wait. So the double blue one. Wait. Joel just scored that. Yep.
Looks like he did.
It's your classic double.
Yeah.
Oh, love. You have
Can't
to.
go wrong with a cheeky double.
You
right
have to
there.
love it. It does keep things spicy,
Oh,
and
definitely.
sometimes they need to be. Okay. Well, quickly, we've gone from hoop 7 and now we're at hoop 9.
Yeah, these hoops have been going pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It was a little slow at the start, but it looks like it's been catching up speed. Players are clearing.
Forzie's done well there. I mean, Black has decided to position in lawn from red, which definitely narrows Joel's options here. It looks like he's going to be having a shot at yellow. That's a bad miss. Look, there's pretty much no chance here Forzie hits this and doesn't get a wide position. And yeah, he's hit him all the way to corner 2.
Yeah, he's looking pretty favourite here.
So
Both balls around the hoop.
Joel's going to go over there and set up a tent.
It's quite a fair distance away. It's definitely a long shot.
Yeah, not wide
One off the
though,
lawn.
like I thought it may be. So he is open on it. And all it takes here is just one long Croquet. It's looking good. Ooh,
Just missed it.
far out.
But yeah, these lawns are definitely running very, very straight. I haven't really seen any balls that have swayed to the left or right from the lawn.
So these angly hoops I've seen Forzie run have been pretty clean. He hasn't really seemed to have had much problem with them. Look at
Nice
that.
shot.
Nice and gentle. Down we go. That could be Mo Kareem running that. If I had my eyes squinted, I wouldn't be able to tell.
Lovely shot there.
Oh, I
by
think it's
Joel.
gone past, man.
Oh,
I think it's
no.
gone past.
I called it too early.
Caught a little gust of air there at the end.
Some of these balls just keep rolling. You think it's gonna be there. You think it's gonna be straight in front, but no, there's just a couple more rolls.
So, that shot there, that positional shot there from red, somewhere in between where I thought it may have gone. If it had gone any closer than that, I would have been like, okay, Forzie is going to be taking his clearance on blue. Nope, it looks like he's taking his clearance on blue. So he's got heaps of opportunities here. If he hits it smack in the middle, it'll end up in a position where he won't be able to hit red through the hoop. So I suspect...
Oh,
No, it must have been wired.
yeah. Bit of a double clearance
Just a quick
there.
update on the Ashton Wade to Kitty match. To Kitty's taken the first one at the
Awesome.
13th.
What was that? So, yep. I was about to ask what the score was.
Yeah,
7-6.
So we have 2 Kiwi dark horses
Mm.
in the semi-finals.
Wow. Do you think it's going to go to 3 games?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, Chris predicted at the beginning of this match it would be 2.
I think it might be
False.
2. A Takiti Forzie final would be pretty fun. Any of these guys in the final would be
Yeah.
fun, obviously.
It's going to be a great final, whether you like
Yeah.
it or not. All these players are very top-notch players, so you're going to see something good, definitely.
So what I like here about Forzie's nice and calm. consistent. He does the same thing every time. He's just gone up, checked the hoop, had a look round. He's head down, business.
Yeah, nice and
Look
clean.
at that. Nice one. Okay, so it's... Is the score... Oh, yeah, no, 5-all. Sorry.
This is a crucial hoop here. Be 6-5 up.
No, so it's 5-all heading over to 11. So all tied up.
I always get really nervous when it's 5-all. You want to be 6-5 up.
Yeah.
You're the first ball to the 13th, and it's crucial. It's still win the match.
If you get that hoop 11, it is like a bit of a relief, isn't it?
Yeah, nice. Close shot.
He looked
there.
like he didn't like that. Do you see
I'd
him?
be happy.
He seemed react. He didn't seem super happy. Is that because he missed the wire? Was he trying to block Black from the hoop there?
Potentially.
Well, I would be fairly happy with that. I think he's got second prize if it's possible.
Because there's a chance, I mean, if Joel could clear yellow and it could go through the hoop, it could hit something else, but I'm happy with that
that's
distance.
calling right to left. Is that hitting the back? And that's not even making the distance there. You got to do better than that. It's easy to say you got to do better than that when you're sitting up here, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just start getting real mean and judgmental all of a sudden. All right, Forsey with that clearance on Black.
Yeah, shot.
Ah, in the middle. Don't know how to describe it, but there's just something about the way he plays where he's more likely to hit than not. He's got a winner's mentality. Okay, so Forsey here at hoop 11 with the opportunity to go up 6-5. So he's got his routine. He's doing the same thing each time. That's what we like to see, nice and consistent.
Really taking his time.
Okay. So it's the third time we've seen Forsey run a hoop.
Okay.
12th hoop. But unfortunately, he's just stayed right in front of the hoop.
Yeah. Oh.
It's tight. It looks... I don't think it's runnable, but it looks
It's
jawsable.
a nice jaws.
Bit of a crowd has formed.
Whoa. He's just having a look, isn't he? Oh, nice. Good. Now that's a It could be a little bit closer. It is in front.
What do you think Forzie's going to get up to in his next shot?
Well, if he can, I suspect he'll have a shot at blue. I think red's in a good enough position where he would like to have a crack at 12 with that. And if not, he's probably just going to tickle up, potentially get a block between blue and red, or just be in a position, you know, where it's annoying for black, potentially blocking black from the hoop. But I'm not quite sure what the angle is on here on blue. It looks like he's taking some sort of shot. But that hoop behind him may just be in his mind.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pain with that distance.
He's done well.
Just about an in off through the hoop.
I think that may even be wide. It's close. No, not close. So he's got lots of room on that.
Oh, yeah.
Joel's still looking pretty chill though.
Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't look like he's about to take a shot for the match.
He's a pretty chill dude. Yeah, nice. Nice sensible.
All right, so that increases the chances here of Forzie, I think, just playing it in front of black. Joel's more likely to take this hoop on with blue halfway to 13. Yeah, so Forzie, oh, it's a bit far. Ooh, you really want the one in front there.
Joel,
Okay,
yeah.
I think, you know, it's just a free shot at the hoop.
Yeah, he's eyeing that hoop up. This is to be 6-all. This is a crucial hoop.
So an interesting thing here to point out, even if he was to miss this hoop, yellow plays next. If you look at,
Shots.
it's a great shot. If you look at the distance between red and blue,
Yellow plays next. If you look at it's a great shot.
you want to make sure that it's far enough away from the opposition's clearing ball that if you do muck up, you're pretty safe. So Forzie with first shot up to 13 here with yellow. Is that going in the... Oh, that left to right.
Yeah, you're beginning to see some emotion.
That's a great positional shot there. If that's open, that's just a free shot at yellow.
Joel here looking for a clearance.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
Look at that. The last three shots, so Joel's hit that clearance, south boundary, centre ball. He's run that hoop, was it 4 yards, 10 degrees off, and now he's hit his clearance.
Yeah. It's a good angle. He's left his ball somewhat with a shot on the 13th.
He's back in this, man.
Yeah.
So just all of a sudden, it could be either of these two's game. And it's just so interesting. I would link the sequence of play back to 3 feet in front of 11. Forzie obviously trying to run 11 down to 12, not quite managing to do it, but just from that moment on, it just got a little bit more difficult for that hoop, and has allowed Joel to sneak back in here. Oh,
Is it going to creep through?
I think it is a good positional shot.
Yeah.
It's a very good positional shot.
It's blocked. Blue's shot on the hoop.
That's first and second prize.
Wow.
Okay. So, I don't mind really just clearing black here.
Yeah, that's why I would. That's why I would
Medium
have done.
pace. If it's, you know, if red is along the line, you might want to put a little bit of side on it, but just a nice medium pace shot staying. It's not bad. It's good. So the good thing about that is he's taken the chance or potential of black smacking red on the way through. And so Joel's ended up in a position where he's not only having to make a clearance, but he can't hit that ball in the centre. So he has to aim for a particular part of the ball here to make sure he doesn't rush peel a game. Rush peel the ball, that's definitely not how you want to lose the game. So
he's really thinking about this shot here. How is he? What angle he's going to hit it? If he wants to jump, I definitely wouldn't jump. If it looks like he actually, yeah, he's going for a jump.
is he?
Yeah, he's with Solomon, so he's going for a jump. Would you do this?
No. I don't think it's necessary.
Oh,
It's close though.
yeah.
I mean, good on him. I don't, you know, if his jump's good, but I don't think he needed to.
I'd say you don't even have to hit that ball with too much power. You just need it to have not a shot in the hoop, really.
Yeah. He's done well though, man. Like
Really has. Yeah.
these last few hoops, he's made some really good clearances. That hoop 12, really good. And you know, all due respect, he has given himself a shot at winning 13. So perhaps he's thinking, all right, clearance on red. Am I actually going to be able to be in a position of game where I can have a shot to get this point? So
To earn a position in the finals.
no.
Oh. Oh.
Look at Joel in the background though, with his
Yeah.
hands on his face.
Yeah,
He
but
looks. He's had a bigger reaction than Forsey there.
Joel's had a big day today. Both players have had a
He's
massive
still
day
sitting
today.
down. He thought he was out.
Yeah,
It's funny the twists and turns that this has.
but no, he's back in.
He
It's-
is back in.
There's no ball that he's currently having
It's
a
red and
running
blue
position.
blocked as well. Forsey's still not happy with himself there.
No,
He's shaking his head.
this could be the first game where he doesn't win in straight games potentially.
I mean, obviously there's a few more sequences of balls that need to be
Yeah.
played, but that's the first time I'd seen Forsey miss a shot like that. It's the 13th, lots on the line, your hand's already on the finalist position, maybe there's a lot going on in your head.
Yeah, could be anyone's game though.
I'm okay with that shot. Nice shot from Forsey. There's not really much else you can do there.
Yeah, you don't want to be cleared.
You can't go mid, you can't go short. So by shooting off the boundary there, he's given himself an opportunity to at least have a shot at the hoop at some point, unless Joel gets a block.
Looks somewhat straight on. Joel here wanting that block from yellow, and it could be blocked.
The only thing about that shot there, Miles, is Forsey can just play in tight,
Yeah,
forcing black here to have to clear. No, he's played to the right side of the hoop. So even if Joel hits centre ball, he's not going to be in any runnable position, and then blue's close enough to yellow where he's just all over that, and I'd back him to stay in front. He's had a good shot.
just looking for a clearance here.
Okay, not great. It's a bit unlucky there. He's ended up in a position where black can cut you to second corner. So all Joel needs here is a ball back out in front, and I have him as favourite for this hoop currently.
Joel really wanting to get nice position, Because if in saying he can clear yellow.
It's a little hard, man. That's going like 5 yards back.
Oh, it's not the type of distance he's looking for here.
Okay.
I would just set up pretty close and clear from black to yellow.
Yeah, same here. So, trying to go tight. That's good, man. That's a good shot. It's in front. Oh, it's almost got the block. So Joel here having the option of either clearing yellow or red. He's gone red on the wrong side. So Forzie's like, nah, get out of here. Are we going to end up with 3 balls on the line?
Ooh.
Okay. All right.
All right, this is...
Yep, so Joel has a shot at
here.
this. Very similar distance to what he ran down at 12. And this last sequence of shots, he's actually looked very good. And his jump at 13 hit middle wire. So he is striking the ball quite well at the moment. Let's just see if he can... The moment doesn't get to him. Oh,
Good hoop. Round of applause for Joel. Wow.
only second knockout game to go to 3 games, so we're going to be sitting here for a while longer. I wonder if we can get an update on what is happening with Takiti and Aston.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what hoop they're up to, but it looks like maybe... Oh, I don't know. What we do know is that Takiti is 1 game up. He needs to win 1 more game to secure the match.
Yeah.
And make his way into the finals.
Honestly, I've been really impressed here with Joel's play in this last half of the second game.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like he's hit a nugget of form, you know, so... And he looks chill as. Forzie's got that...
Yeah, Joel's running.
Forzie's got that shot at 13. He's gonna make sure that doesn't stay on his mind, because there's a potential here going into the third, 1 game up, having a shot to win it.
Yeah.
That will be haunting you a little bit.
Again,
Did I just lose my shot to make it to the final?
Yeah. It's a lot of effort, especially going to 3 games. I'm sure both players are getting pretty tired as the end of the day. Forzi was probably just looking to secure the win. But again, it's going to 3 games. It's going to be tight, I reckon.
How used to playing 3 matches in a day are these players? Obviously, they've only played 2 games in each match earlier on today. But Joel Steele does have that farm mentality. Like that 12 hours a day. He's like, this is nothing.
Yeah.
He's just warming up by the looks of it.
But again,
he's just run inside to go milk a couple cows.
Yeah, I reckon Joel's gonna get a good shut eye tonight, get some good rest. He's usually he's a pretty early bird when going to bed.
Yeah, he's getting up at 5 a.m. to milk.
Yeah. No.
And wouldn't we all in a perfect world, you know?
Oh, that's the life, really. Really is. Simple life.
I've started drinking that almond milk. It's milk with a Y. It's like MYLK.
Oh, yeah. I ain't a big fan of that type of milk.
You ain't a fan of it?
It's a little diluted. It feels
really?
Watered down.
I like the milk that isn't spelt like milk, but kind of looks like it.
Yeah. Are you a fan of trim milk?
Nah.
I have trim milk. I have the green top.
No, if I can, I'll just guzzle cream straight. I'll get that big 2-litre bottle.
Yeah. But again, I do love blue top milk. It's good. It's just my parents don't bring blue top milk, so I get what I'm given, and I'm grateful.
You That's a great, and at the end of the day, that's a great philosophy. You got to play the balls as they lie. You get what you're given. And sometimes you don't have 2 litres of cream in the fridge. It's probably why Joel's gone inside to get...
You just got to accept it. But yeah.
So we've got the Egyptian contingency there on the side. They're a great team, so they're watching Forsey here and they're supporting him.
Yeah, a bit of a small crowd is formed around their match. Bunch of the New Zealanders creeping around the 13th hoop. Definitely would have been a lot of pressure running that for Joel with his team behind him.
Oh, it's got to feel good, you know.
Oh yeah, definitely. That round of applause.
I mean, the spectators have kind of made it a little bit obvious who they're supporting here.
Oh, I don't know.
There's definitely 2 separate groups here watching on the side.
Yeah. I know we've got a bunch of New Zealanders. Blake on the left-hand side. Yeah, a bit of everything. Players from everywhere.
Now, what is happening down on Lawn 3 there with Kitty and...
I'm not too sure.
We can...
What hoop do you think we're at?
We can zoom in. Turn the camera around. I think they're at hoop 10, sorry.
Yeah.
And I've got a feeling Kitty won the first game.
He did.
So, if they're at hoop 10, the score is probably something like 5-3. Does the math work for that? 5-4. Or 6-3. 5-4 or 6-3. That makes sense. Let's see if we can judge. No, we're still on the Egyptian contingency.
Do you think we can judge on their stance?
I've got a feeling. I mean, I'm 100 meters away from Takiti, but he's got a sense here that it's do or die.
Yeah.
I reckon he is down by 1 or 2 points.
I reckon he's up. He looks pretty. His body language is.
You know him better than me.
Aston's on the side.
He's about to do a jump. So, no balls in the hoop, no balls jaws, it's balls at all in lawn. He obviously can't see the hoop and he's just decided. Maybe that's an argument for maybe he could be up. Maybe this is a shot for the match. Oh no, he's not doing a jump, he's just got a ball like a yard in front. A bad call. Okay, so, start of the third game, Joel and Forsey. Forsey's had first shot on with red. Joel's followed up with black, but he has ended up on the wrong side of red, so all Forsey has to do here is make sure he's in front and he's got a clearance down to that long boundary. That's a good ball.
It is, yeah. Being that first ball to hoop 1 and get a nice position is beneficial because someone is going to have to do a long boundary clearance from corner 1.
He smacked that.
He did.
That's a hard shot, harder than he usually does.
Yeah, Joel's really, really great at his mid-paces. He's really good with getting position with those clearances. Do you reckon red? Do you think that's runnable?
Yes. It's not ideal. It's not getting down to 2, but I think it's runnable. Depends who you are. I think Forsey, it's runnable for Forsey.
Yeah. Again, if I was him, I would probably think about maybe jawsing it. But
yeah, man. I'm a fan of that as well. Oh, where is that? Nowhere.
Can't go wrong with a good jaws on
So,
hoop 1.
Yellow's got a shot here. I reckon he's just going to take this hoop on.
It's a free shot here.
Pretty much. We're going to try get an update for the other semi-final. We're getting to the nitty-gritty end of it. to Kitty and Aston down on lawn 3. So they're at hoop 11. Second game, to Kitty won the first. Currently 1-0 for Forsey. He has just scored there with yellow. Blue, unfortunately, positions past the hoop. Makes it a nice target there for yellow. So he's got the option of either positioning in front, maybe getting a a wire through the hoop. But if I'm him, I'm just doing, I think, what he's just done here, and I'm just going in front, smacking blue away and keeping it simple. Could have been a bit closer there. Potentially these lawns are slowing up as we get into the evening.
Yeah, I've been playing at the two clubs here, and I've definitely found at Tauranga being a lot more heavier than here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a big difference jumping between the days and playing on the different lawns. But yeah, it's good. It's good getting used to the two different lawns and adapting quickly. I think that's a really important skill to have, being able to adapt, especially to all the 6 lawns here. All 6 lawns here are probably very different and unique and with the lawns. So
not the ideal outcome there for Joel. He was hoping for something where blue would hang around. So he's taken the pressure off the shot a little bit, and I think I agree with Forsey here. There's not really much point. Might as well just have a shot at the hoop here.
Yeah, because you might be cleared just putting a ball up.
Nice one. He's looking good, man. He
just putting a ball up. Nice one.
It's definitely starting to get a little chillier here. It's about 5:30, so yeah, it's looking to be a bit chilly.
And that's looking alright as well. It's right in front. I mean, he has ended up probably not as deep as he could have been. So we've got long boundary clearance. If Black hits him half ball on the right, that's a much better shot there from Joel.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Joel's all of a sudden favourite for this hoop. There's not much point here in Forsey doing anything other than putting a ball in.
Yeah. Yeah, Joel here looking for a clearance all the way to long boundary.
Oh, I think he may have gotten a wire,
this could...
a block there.
Yeah.
That's a great shot.
Nice cut. Yeah,
so, I think he's...
I reckon he's
this
going
looks
for
like a
clearance.
shot. This looks like a shot. Okay, okay.
Would you put a ball up?
Well, it's hard to know. I mean, I'm 2-0 up. If red's blocking blue, I'm probably just putting a ball in here. I'm just saying, okay, you can jump me if you want. Ooh.
Just.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
He's done well to hit it, obviously. But I don't think you gain a huge amount from knocking that.
Because if you put a ball up, I mean, and Joel takes the jump and misses, maybe hits the wire, that's 2 balls in front.
Yeah. I think you've gone from a position where Joel's probably having a speculative jump to...
You come from a position where Joel's probably having a speculative jump.
It's in front.
It's a bit of speed towards it, but yeah, no.
So, Joel's ended up a bit further away than he initially thought with that clearance in blue. So it looks like he's going for the hoop here.
Ooh.
He's close. He's been close with these shots.
It's not a bad rejection either.
I mean, all Forsey has to do here is get a ball in front, and he doesn't. Pretty angly. Was he going for the block, maybe?
Potentially.
I don't think he got it if he was.
Joel looks pretty certain on clearing this. Didn't take his time eyeing up the two balls. Oh, just a close miss there.
Okay, so to go 3-0 up and take quite a certain lead. So obviously these hoops are getting a bit looser in the ground. Have you got any more updates from Lawn 5?
Let's have a look.
So the last time we heard it was 5-all. It looks like they still appear to be at hoop 11.
Yeah, it still looks like to be 5-5 right now. But it could go either way. 5-all. It's beneficial to get that hoop to be 6-5 up.
Any of them able to go video call and just put it on mute so we can watch?
Maybe.
Okay, so 6-5. 6-5 to Aston. He's just run 11. So he is currently in pole position for winning that game. It's not over yet though, but Takiti has to win Rover or Hoop 12 and 13. It's been a few times where Joel's gone to position and he's just drifted past like that. He's just a little bit off there, a little bit hard with his positional play currently. So Forsy's going to have a little look and he's probably decided, alright, I can position here in a spot where black can't get me. If I'm Forsy right now, I'm feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, being 3-0 up, it's a good boost.
Yeah.
Hello, you two.
How's it going, Sonia?
I'm just back to give you a report.
So you've been down to have a look at Lawn 5?
Yes, I did do some live streaming on my own page.
Oh, cool.
Just, give Kitty some time and to see what he's doing. So that's, they're at Hoop 12 at the moment. It was 5-all at Hoop 10, but I haven't seen what's happening. They're going up to the 13th. So 6-all, I'd say, right now.
It's a tight game.
It's been getting really intense. I mean, did you see that 13th from Falsey, that he failed?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
He had the match.
Oh, yeah.
And Joel deciding to do that jump, and going for the crunch shot. Boy, I can see that Joel's really invested in this game now. I think initially he wasn't quite so much, but I feel like he's really battling out now. It's very exciting.
He's taken a bit of a risky move there going through the back of the hoop. He has managed to pop out the other side.
It wasn't much of a hoop to make though, was it? I suppose he just wanted to distract his opponent from going for the hoop.
Yeah, the risk there though is you may save the hoop in the short term, but if you get stuck in the jaws and yellow jumps, you've got no way of getting to 5. So
of course, yes. Yeah. It is a general rule, it's not at all. Thanks.
Thank you very much for Miles.
I did wonder if you needed a break, so hang out. Oh yeah,
us.
there you go. Got some.
But we appreciate you coming and have a chat.
It might be back. It might be back.
Oh, he's coming back already.
Just having a quick, because James is back here with the folks, eh?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm heading off for the night.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll be definitely reloading Croquet scores, see what's up. But yeah, it's going to be a really interesting semis.
So Aston
Nice
looks
one.
like
Thanks, Miles.
he...
Have a good night.
Aston just clearing to Kitty, but doesn't end up in a running position by the look of it.
I've got that big black flag's a little bit in our way, but
Yeah.
he's playing the black, so yellow might have a hoop attempt. Let's have a look.
So Takiti is down on the south boundary, making the clearance up towards 13.
Yeah, he can see yellow, but if he misses it, yellow can go for that hoop, which would make it one game each for them.
Looks like he...
Oh, boy, that was close. Oh, and the
Do you
cruise ship
reckon-
is just leaving.
Yeah, do you reckon that foghorn put him off? That really big noise?
Not much. He didn't miss by much, and that was a very long shot. So That's exciting, hey? There's big ships going in and out, so it's off for the night. I'm not sure if any.
I'm glad I'm not
cruise
trying to have a
ships will
sleep
be-
right now.
Yeah, we'll be berthing in the next few days. We'll see what happens.
Well, in the next couple of days, we'll be birthing a new under-21 World Championship.
Yes. This looks like he's going for the clearance.
So it looks like Aston
He's
got that.
taken out his own ball.
Yeah, it looks like
though.
Aston's won that second game, 7-6. Is that right?
It's 5:30. They'll probably want them to go on and play the last game, considering how much rain we're going to have tonight. So Joel's through hoop 4.
Nice.
So what's that putting the score?
3-1.
3-1. That's very strong for him.
3-1 to Forsey, so that's Joel's first hoop.
Oh, that's his first. Okay. Yep.
A nice positional shot there from Forsey.
It's nice to see him with his hat off. We can see what he looks like now. Often people say with Croquet it's really difficult to get a good shot, a photo of people, because they've always got their sunnies and their hats on and heads are down.
Ah, another great shot.
Beautiful pace on that.
Good
Hey?
positional shot. So Joel trying to clear yellow. No, well, he started doing this thing where he takes a step after his shot and he's overhitting it a little bit. I think he may just be starting to tense up.
I did comment earlier on that when Joel's taking shots, he's going up onto his front of his feet a little bit in motion.
Yeah.
So as he's getting more tired and more intense into this game, that step forward needs to monitor that. It's quite hard to watch yourself though, isn't it? Oh, he was a lot more steady that time.
So
That went wide on the red.
I'm going to get Chris Clark to take over for me.
Well, he's been watching the Ashton Wade.
Yes, so he'll be able to give
game,
us
so he'll be able to
some
give us a good update on that.
updates on exactly what's happening. But I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Well, some excitement up on lawn 3.
Yes.
That was a jump from the end of B bulk over 2 balls that finished in the drawers of hoop 11, span around and then got spat out at 5-all in the
Yes.
decider. So
yes.
that's
gosh, because
gone
that's when I stopped videoing it. So I went down for a bit
it
of a
was
video because it was so
really
exciting.
So Greg just wanted me to mention that the final, I think, is going to start at 8:30 tomorrow. And links will be on the CNZ Facebook page for the YouTube. So please do come and join us again for this final. But we've got these 2 fascinating semi-finals in progress. And Forsey's just taking a little bit of control now, isn't he, Sonia?
Yes, he has. I sort of felt like in that second game that Joel was starting to get under his skin a bit. And I haven't noticed that in him before. To feel slightly kind of that this other player's starting to get at you, and because he hasn't dropped a game. That was the first game he dropped
Absolutely, yeah.
or lost, and well, Joel's upped his game, and he's we all clapped very hard for that. That was very exciting. So he's looking to clear the black ball with this shot.
Yeah, really tough shot this. This is quite long as clearances go. And you're ready to finish it in a bad place for hoop 7 if you miss it.
Which he
And
has
she
done.
has.
It kind of gave a little jump almost in them before it went past black.
So there's two options here, quite interesting. The natural thing is you just run hoop 6 with black, but 4-1 down, he's got the option of clearing yellow half ball, getting black over to hoop 7, and that's what I'm going to do 4-1 down. If I'm 3-2 up, I'm just going to run the hoop, but 4-1 down, really focusing on getting a good black. And that,
Yes, you don't want to be panicking too much. Yes.
I wanted him to hit that thinner and get black off the north boundary in front of the hoop.
Yes.
It's not bad where it is, but he gives this bonus clearance to Forsey to stay in the hoop, and it's not that long.
He's hitting it this hard.
And he's hit it in the middle,
Hit
more
it
or
very
less.
well.
Yellow's still gone off the lawn, so it's not a disaster for Joel. Blue will still play back in, and yellow's going to end up with a long clearance again. But you've got to play in here. You need good position. It's a good shot. Well played.
So Tikiri and Ashton, they're going to play the third game tonight, obviously, if they're
Absolutely.
starting at 8:30 in the morning. We've still got plenty of light to
Yep,
play
loads of
one more
light
game.
left. Just starting to get a little bit chilly out there.
It has, yes.
But his first two really exciting games. Yeah, third one should be excellent.
The cruise ship left for the evening.
Yep.
So all that's going on now is Croquet and a hen party out the side. They're trying to have their go at bowls, which is quite entertaining to watch, all in their cowboy hats, cowgirl hats. Being here at this club's venue, you get quite a lot of general public coming in, and being a Saturday evening, there's quite a few people in the bar now.
Yeah, disappointing positional shot with red here.
So yellow shooting at blue, which
Yeah.
does have black very close by. Sometimes things can go awry. Oh, he's missed twice.
So that'll be a penalty ball. That'll be an offside ball. So,
Yes. Joel has two in front now, doesn't he, Chris?
yeah, he'll run this. Or certainly he'll try to.
Yep, just mid-pace. He doesn't slam them through.
It's one of these where I like running hoop 6 off the north boundary. It just gives you a better clearing angle. At 7, so I'm going to hit this reasonably hard. Yeah, nice shot.
Lovely.
So 4-2 to Forsey in the decider.
He's got quite a big cast at the front, but he doesn't go back very far with his backswing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty decent shot, that.
it was very good.
Always err on the being fractionally long there.
You don't see a lot of offside, do you?
No, it hasn't been a lot of it.
No. The rare moment. So what's happening here is that there's two options. He goes to this side midfield point of the lawn, and Joel makes that decision on which side of the lawn he wants his opponent to go to, which is here. And you can actually kind of line it in like an AC, can't you? Bring it in a little bit. Doesn't have to be right on the line. So you sort of have to be in the D shape of that central area.
That's short.
Very short. I don't know quite what he was thinking then.
We are at the stage in the day with the temperatures dipping, and you'll start to potentially get a little bit of dew. Lawns are growing during the day.
That's a great shot.
We're in the slowing down stage.
Yes, and tiredness setting in and things, and sometimes the concentration can drop. You know, they've been playing now probably a good 2 hours. When did the semi-final start?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, it will be about 2 hours' time.
A lot of the players who've been over playing in the plate today have come over to support these games, so it's great.
A lot of the players who've been overplaying in the plate today have...
Yeah, a few of the players have come over here to see what's going on, so they must have finished the play reasonably early today. Oh, Levi has beaten Ali 7-3, 7-4. That was they went to 3 games. It's a bit of an update on that shield. which means Levi plays Blake tomorrow morning.
A standard thing is red just plays in here, and black will clear red, yellow will clear blue. If red
This is a big
doesn't,
shot though, isn't it?
yeah, if red doesn't
she's
get
coming in.
position, black has a choice of trying to play a block because there's no pressure on clearing red then. But that is in front, it's a good shot, and black should clear it. Don't worry about letting yellow have a go at the hoop, that's fine. If it wants to have a go at the hoop, let it.
Well, he'd have to jump over his own ball to do that. Well, everything's a bit cleared now. So he could just have a go at the hoop, and he's going to go over and check it.
Yeah, moving
Because
blue.
yellow was actually blocked by red.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. Don't worry about yellow having a go at the hoop.
Yes.
But he subsequently moved partner away from the hoop, which is less good. Still a much easier hoop for blue than yellow. So it's still a reasonable position for Joel. This is a really tough hoop. Blue is shorter and straighter.
Nope, it's bounced off.
Yeah, I'll let my opponent
Going
take
over to
those
see
all
red.
day.
Yes, okay, so if Joel gets this, then there will only be he'll only be one hoop behind. It will be 4-3. So
Yeah,
this is pretty critical for Joel right now to close that gap.
yeah. Some people might think, and with red and yellow so far away, he could just take position here. But if he does that, red will rush yellow closer to blue, and
he's
red and
hitting.
yellow will get back in the hoop.
Yes, and they're hitting so well that, you know, it's best to take this opportunity while you've got it. And even if he doesn't make the hoop, he's going to be around the hoop. I don't think he'll ping off as badly as what Folsey did. Oh, it's a lovely stroke though. He does stroke the ball very well.
He does tend to walk after it as well.
Yes, Josh was just commenting about that because I'd noticed that he's quite light-footed on it and goes onto his toes a bit, onto the balls of his feet, but he actually is starting to take a step as well. That's not good to be unbalanced. We need to get back into grounding ourselves. I often think of really grounding myself when I'm taking shots so that I'm staying firm. Because that whole casting motion, it is, you know, sometimes probably a temptation to start moving around, and you do see that a lot with the young players. They're moving a little bit. All right, so yellow's coming in. Looks a bit short.
So interesting, has it blocked red at black? Look, Joel's still clearing here.
I don't think he could see
I'm
it.
not sure I like clearing.
Oh, he didn't see it. He missed on the right.
Yeah, so he's...
Yeah. How often does that happen? More often than you think.
Yeah, I mean, if red's can't see black, there's a lot to be said for just taking really tight position there. Couldn't clear red very far. Forced the jump shot. It's your best chance of getting good control at 7 and 8. Yeah, 5-2.
Did you see the dust then, everybody? Right, so Joel's a bit hampered.
Yeah, a little poke down there, but
It's not going to get down to that hoop very much. It's
bit short.
well back. Well back, but short.
wind just picking up again.
It is, isn't it?
So temperature starting to drop as well. It's getting close to needing a sweater out there. not the greatest blue either. Certainly, Forsey doesn't feel any need to clear black or blue here. He's just playing in, and again, not the greatest shot. Might have blocked black at yellow. This looks like Joel taking the hoop on to me. Indicating probably that blue's been nudged in between black and yellow.
Yes. If he doesn't get this, is yellow going to turn around and take out blue? Oh, what to do, what to do?
I think yellow will just run the hoop if black fails the hoop.
I think they're starting to hang out together a lot more. They're a lot closer to each other, some of these shots. That's that pressure that they want to win this game. Oh, fantastic.
Good hoop. Lovely shot.
Yeah, it's very lovely.
3-5.
Yeah.
This first positional shot at 9 so important.
It's coming in a short.
This looks pretty good. Yeah, just a fraction. It's about
Yes, we could
2 feet short.
Yes, could do with that further over.
Good positional shot from Joel.
It's actually a little bit quicker over this side, I think, around this hoop. Red looks like it's going to come in a bit closer. That's good. It's blocked yellow. Tikiri and Ashton have just started their third game, Chris. Hoop 1.
Yep.
We can see a little bit of it. Looks like Tikiri went for a hoop attempt with black, but it pinged off the side. It's very hard. We've got quite a lot of spectators and a tent in our way, and the distance too.
Oh, going for the hoop. Interesting.
Oh, you must be able to see it. Nicola said she's been pretty quiet with the reffing. It's mostly this is the major job she's been doing.
Yeah, much straighter than I thought it was. Probably about 25 degrees.
Yes, well, he doesn't want Joel to make any more hoops, because what, 5-3, if he can put this through at 6-3 going up to the 10th, he'll be feeling a lot more comfortable, but no.
Big chance.
He's clearing the red. He's not taking on that hoop.
Yeah, I think this is okay.
I think it's good not to be too impulsive and nervous about needing to always make a hoop. Sometimes it's good to just take some time around a hoop and reset things up and not risk, if you miss that's their hoop,
Would have liked to have seen blue stay 3 or 4 yards closer to the hoop there.
Yes, well, it was a very close little stop shot, and effectively it should have stayed a lot closer. He's really split it off. And might be wired behind that hoop 5, Chris, do you think? Could be a bit of... He probably cannot see yellow, even though yellow will play first.
Shot.
Ooh, big shot.
Now he's got a choice. I think he should take the hoop on here. Blue's not close enough.
No.
Run your hoop.
No, he's not. He's taking out the yellow ball.
I don't think he is.
Yeah, it's probably hard for me to see. Oh, he was going for
Lovely shot. Clean through. Excellent shot.
Great shot. Joel, well then, what's that?
Hard for me to say. I was going for a shot. Clean through. Excellent shot.
Certainly done enough to put some pressure on Forsey here. Dragging it back from 5-2 to 5-4.
Yes, yellow's heading up first, so black's up there hovering around though, so he probably wants to go a bit to the right of the hoop perhaps. He looks like he's going straight at it.
That's a good shot.
It's a very good shot. I'd have been a bit like over to the right maybe. You could have got the wire then.
Yeah, I'm wanting a straighter hoop. I want to force black to hit me.
Okay. It's a bit of a blood sport right now at this stage, isn't it, Chris?
If black was further east, I definitely want the wire. I want good hoop position there, primarily. Blue still has to take position, which it's failed to do. Makes yellow look much better now.
I don't know what he was trying to think then, whether he was trying to roll it in the jaws. He definitely wanted to get past yellow because he didn't want it in the way when he takes this next big shot. Red staying well out of it.
Yeah, you don't want to leave blue an easy clearance on red. So that's a good position for red. And he's forced to hit this, and this is almost personal preference as to whether you go hard or mid-pace. It's a beautiful mid-pace clearance.
I have to say, you know, Paddy Chapman, who's doing some hard work today over on the TV screens, he's got his wife Miranda here and the children. They've been bringing them milkshakes, coffees, and they've just got a plate of chips. Yes, he's just smirking at me right now. Happy days.
So yellow taking position on the opposite side of the hoop to blue. And blue trying to nudge in front, blocking red's hoop shot, which it's failed to do.
Yes.
He will take the hoop on here, I think.
Well, there's no reason for him not to, unless Joel really clings that yellow.
Well, if you miss this, black has a fantastic clearance on yellow to get near penult. It's really quite dangerous he's missing this. So nothing wrong with clearing blue. Run the hoop.
Oh,
Lovely.
that's a great hoop. He that will feel good to him because
6-4.
He's had a few hoops that haven't gone his way, so a nice long one like that's always puts a bit of wind in your tail.
Yeah, certainly some people would have thought that was a free shot. That was anything from a free shot. Black at yellow was screaming, I'm going to go 5-5 with advantage at 11.
Yes, so now it's 6-4 with yellow clearing black, which came into a very lovely hoop position in front of the 11th. No troubles. He's very strong at that, isn't he? That
Excellent
clearance.
shot. Egyptians hit that shot harder than I tend to coach. I tend to coach mid-pace, aiming fractionally off-centre on the right.
Oh.
I think Joel will just play in here, trying to get between yellow and blue.
This might be a two-ball
That's
hoop.
hopeless.
It's very short.
That's no good at all.
It's nobody's home on that shot. So yellow looks like it's being very brave and having a crack at blue. Which he's done beautifully. Well, Joel, this is now a big moment for you. You've got a big shot that you need to take out that red ball to stay in this match, because if he misses, then this is match point with the red at the 11th. So he's just pulling back all the wiring and the pipe. And here we go. The New Zealand contingent on the sideline will be holding their breath. Oh,
Very sharp.
Collected it beautifully. We're all slightly relieved.
On the sideline will be holding their breath. Oh, collected it beautifully.
You can play 4 yards deep. I'm tempted to play more into position, just on the opposite side to black.
Yes, yes.
And that's what Forsy's trying to do.
Well, if you go deep, then it just encourages people to just dolly in front of the hoop, and you
absolutely
get into all
perfect.
sorts of trouble then, can't you? So that's very good, putting it there.
Yeah, absolutely perfect, red, that.
And the other ball, what you've got, blue over out from the left of hoop 2, and yellow's up on the top line there. So he needs to move this along just nicely.
Yeah, good shot.
That's good.
Good shot. Keeps control of that space.
So
And
yellow's
now-
just going to go across.
Yeah,
You
that
don't
is
want to
the
come in
correct
too
thing.
close.
You can't really take position because it's too close to black, so you have to go deep, very deep, to protect that north boundary area. And Joel should be playing in tight. Just left it 18 inches short. Still runnable from there. So red into position. Opposite side the hoop.
Here goes
To
the next
black.
ship leaving, making a bit of noise. Oh, he looks like he wants to
So
put a block
snuggle.
on yellow. That's very
That's a
risky.
really difficult shot from there.
Yeah,
And
not good.
I don't think blue was in good enough hoop running position to justify that. I'd have been clearing red.
Yeah, the chance of hitting red was a lot higher than trying to put your black ball in front of yellow.
Lovely shot. Middle set.
Well,
Down to corner one.
and this is going to be a lot harder shot, and he may not be able to see red. He's got a long walk down there, and so his opponent's probably going to go and have a sit in the shelter shed and take a moment. Well, he's swinging like he's shooting, so he must be able to see red. Looked close. All right. It's a little bit off to the side, Chris, isn't it?
Fractionally. Fancy him to run this.
No, he's not under much pressure as such. There's no other balls around. It's just him, that red ball, and the hoop. And so he's probably pretty happy with this.
Yeah, well played.
There we go. So we have our first finalist.
Congratulations to Fawzi Helmi from Egypt.
But well done to Joel, and he's put up a good fight. The Egyptians have got their flag out there flying, going in to celebrate with their player. That's very exciting. I love that the Egyptians, they're very proud.
Well, we're very happy. They haven't won this event for several years. And they'll be thrilled to have someone playing as well as Fawzi is in the final. So I'm not sure whether we've got the capacity to put Lawn 3 onto the camera. Most of the cameras are really very much